Good afternoon, people. So today the agenda is we are going to discuss the questions which have been asked in GS paper 4. So we are going to proceed in the similar manner. There would be 3 faculties. I would be taking 6 questions from section A. I would be followed by Jatin sir, who's going to take remaining 7 questions. And then the case study portion would be taken by Aditya Kalia sir. So this is how we are going to proceed. Okay. Now, I hope that you've come for this session, you've already gone through the paper that has been asked. Okay. I have been saying this in the classroom as well as in the previous open sessions that there will be 3 questions which would be quotation-based questions. And you cannot predict which question would be asked. Let us suppose you have studied Mahatma Gandhi. You've studied about, let us say, Jawaharlal Nehru. You've studied about Swami Vivekanand. But even then you cannot exactly predict that which quotation of theirs would be asked by UPSC. Okay. But having said that, one good thing about these quotation-based questions is they never ask you that in what context Gandhiji said that statement, or what was the meaning of that statement as said by Jawaharlal Nehru or by Swami Vivekanand. Their question is simple: what that quotation means to you. That in the present context, to what extent you are finding that quote to be relevant. Okay. And the same trend has been followed this year as well. You have 3 questions which are quotation based. We'll see how to answer that. That's one thing. Second thing is, there are broadly some topics which are there in the syllabus, and UPSC more or less is hovering within the realm of the syllabus. For example, this year again we have a question from emotional intelligence. And you can't say that, oh, I didn't know how to answer this question. The question was pretty simple. If you know what was Daniel Goleman's perspective, if you have examples at your disposal, you would be easily able to answer that question. Then there is another question which I'm going to deal this year, that is the difference between moral intuition and moral reasoning. It's a simple question that is based on determinants of ethics. There is a topic in your syllabus, what determines that which action would be considered as ethical or not. Is it based on reasoning or is it based on intuition? And based on that, you have to write the difference between moral intuition and moral reasoning. Is this very clear? Then there is another topic in your syllabus, that is socialization. Socialization is the process through which the value system of an individual is shaped. There is another topic within socialization, that is agencies of socialization. One of the agency is your religion. And if I correctly remember, in the classroom also I said there are religions that you study: Buddhism, Jainism, Sikhism. So whenever you are preparing their teachings, prepare the contemporary relevance of those teachings. क्योंकि पहले भी सवाल आया है. UPSC has asked to what extent teachings of Gautam Buddha holds relevance in contemporary times. So if you know about Eightfold Path of Buddhism, you have to write the contemporary relevance. This time they have asked the contemporary significance of teachings of Guru Nanak Dev Ji. So the point here is, if you have gone through your PYQs, you can predict what kind of questions can be asked. And whenever you prepare any topic, prepare it with respect to the contemporary relevance. Automatically your job is done. क्योंकि या तो वो contemporary relevance पूछेंगे और नहीं भी पूछें तो आप लिखोगे क्या? You have to write the contemporary relevance. So you have to prepare that aspect. Is that very clear? Okay. Now for those who are not the part of the foundation batch, as well as the open people who are watching this session live, for them we need to understand that ethics is one portion which, although UPSC has been very kind to give us the broad framework in the form of the syllabus, but within that syllabus they can ask you anything. And you have to be prepared for that. So based on previous 10 years, you need to identify the trend. You need to identify the nature of the questions, and accordingly you have to prepare yourself. This time, if you ask me, paper was very much doable. And if you have written good answer, scoring 120 or 125 plus should not be a challenge. Is that very clear for everyone? Okay. So what we expect you to do is smart work. But smart work does not mean working less. Smart work means putting efforts where it is required. Is it making sense? So where it is required is, I have said this before also, for me, if I have to prepare, if I'm in the shoes of the aspirant, I would do these 4 things without fail. First, I will study my syllabus. And I have said this in society session as well. But there was a difference. Society में syllabus deconstructed नहीं था. उन्होंने बोला salient feature, impact of globalization. And there the syllabus was end. Here, they have given you detailed syllabus that within every topic what needs to be prepared. Now it is your job how to prepare that. Is that very clear for everyone? Second most important thing, if I would have been in the place of the students, I would have prepared the terminologies. Because that is how you nail this paper. So for those who don't have access to the classroom, I would just say that whenever you are preparing the terminologies, what I mean by terminologies is, let us suppose there is a topic in your syllabus, values. Everyone knows what is values? Long-lasting beliefs based on desirability or undesirability. Can I say one of the example of value is integrity? You have other values also, peace, integrity, honesty. These are nothing but values. Don't stop here. Prepare the definition. Prepare the characteristic features. Prepare the examples. And when you are preparing example, prepare from different walks of life. For example, take any example of political leadership where integrity gets applied. For example, Lal Bahadur Shastri ji. Did you get the point? Okay. Similarly, corporate leadership. Can we take example of Ratan Tata? When it comes down to integrity, you can prepare the example from sports. Sachin Tendulkar, when we talk about integrity. Similarly, we can talk about administrative officials. When we are talking about integrity, you have so many honest officials, Rajni Sekhri Sibal, Poonam Mala Kondia. There are so many honest administrative officials, their names can be prepared. Similarly, you can take examples from religious scriptures. Choice is yours. But when we say that prepare the terminology, that means every terminology has to be prepared in detail. And finally, how to develop integrity. This is just one way of preparing. How you can further prepare your terminology is, there is a topic in your syllabus. Emotions. Prepare your emotions. There are 2 sets of emotions. One is positive emotion, second is negative emotion. इसी बार कोई टॉपिक आया है, एक स्टेटमेंट आया है लव एंड हेट्रेड पे. लव इज योर पॉजिटिव एंड कंस्ट्रक्टिव इमोशन, हेट्रेड इज योर negative and destructive emotion. Prepare what is hatred. Prepare manifestation of hatred. Prepare consequences of hatred and how hatred needs to be addressed. This is how the comprehensive preparation of the terminology of ethics is done. And without fail, you can address any question. But this is just one example. You have to prepare these terminologies in detail. So on an average, 60 to 70 terminologies have to be prepared. Whether they are values, whether they are concepts, whether they are emotions, you have to prepare in detail. But before we further proceed, you need to tell me, did you understand how to prepare? Is it making sense for everyone? Is it clear for everyone that how these emotions have to be prepared? And always prepare your content with the help of examples. Uska ek reason hai. अगर एग्जाम्पल्स नहीं लिखोगे तो एथिक्स का पेपर प्रवचन की स्क्रिप्ट लगेगा, एंड इट वुड बी वेरी डिफिकल्ट टू गिव यू मार्क्स, क्योंकि एथिक्स में कोई गलत नहीं बोल रहा. Are you getting the point? अगर आपको पता है what is ethics, you know what kind of values have to be adhered to. None of you are going to write wrong answer. But then how would the examiner decide which answer to be given more marks? So the moment you write the example, you are giving credibility to your argument. The moment you are giving credibility to your argument, examiner knows exactly what you are writing. Is it making sense? The more the argument, the more the examples. If you have not written examples, you will not fetch marks. Till here, am I clear with everyone? Third thing, previous year question. You have 10 years of reference point. Think about those people who attempted the paper in 2013 and 14. They did not have any reference point. What kind of questions would be asked? But you guys have 10 years of paper. Every year there are 13 questions, including the subparts, in your section A. Prepare all those 13 questions for past 10 years, 130 questions. That is more than enough to tell you how ethics needs to be prepared. Is it making sense? Many a times questions are ad verbatim repeated. Many a times questions themes are repeated. So it is a good enough investment, but prepare your previous year well. Is that very clear? And finally is the mock test or the answer writing practice. I am not saying go join some test series or like that. Whichever test series you have joined, and even if you have not joined, there are papers available in the market. But make sure you write at least 150 answers of ethics before you are sitting for your mains. I know, it sounds too much. 150? Ma'am, are you serious about it? Yes, I am. Because this is one paper where you can score more than 125. There was a time when 160 was the highest in ethics paper. इतना optional में नहीं मिल रहा है जितना ethics में मिल रहा है. And मेहनत देखो कुछ खास नहीं है if you compare it with your optional paper. So this is one highly rewarding paper. Make it a point that before you sit for your mains, you have answered at least 150 questions. फिर देखते हैं कैसे कोई question आता है जो आप आंसर नहीं कर पाते. ऐसा होगा ही नहीं कि आप कोई question answer नहीं कर पाओ. Is that very clear? Can we start now? ठीक है. Let's quickly take the questions. This is the overall topics which I deal with. So we have got 6 questions from these topics. And as and when I'm taking up the topics, I will tell you how to proceed with them. Okay. So first I'm taking with question number 3. It has 3 parts to it. 3A, 3B, and 3C. All 3 of them are moral thinkers based question, or to be very precise, quotation based topics. Okay. Any quote based question this strategy works even in your essay paper. If you get a quote-based essay, and trust me, this strategy works. यहाँ सिर्फ समझो, घर जाके भूल नहीं जाना कि हो गया डिस्कशन, कॉपी बंद, घर निकल लिए. घर जाके अप्लाई करना, क्योंकि मैं फिर कह रही हूँ quotation based question nobody can predict. So you need to learn how to answer. Any quotation based question can be divided in 4 parts: interpretation, explanation, exemplification, and prescription. Interpretation in simple words is your introduction. You are interpreting the statement in the introduction. Now choice is yours. How do you choose to interpret the statement? One of the easiest way of interpreting the statement is paraphrasing the statement which is given by the person. For example, abhi hum lenge. Pehla statement, let us suppose Mahatma Gandhi has given. So we can paraphrase it that in the above quotation, Mahatma Gandhi has very rightly observed that more than the passive or the emotional solace that we seek from prayer, it is actually the active or proactive deeds that you do are more powerful. तो हमने स्टेटमेंट को क्या किया? पैराफ्रेज किया, and we are agreeing to what Mahatma Gandhi has said. This becomes your interpretation. But 3 क्वेश्चन है, तीनों में ऐसे करेंगे थोड़ा सा अजीब लगेगा. सपोज करो दूसरा स्टेटमेंट आया which was related to women empowerment. So you can here define or discuss the key concept, whichever is the key concept in your statement. If it is women empowerment, if it is kindness, if it is love and hatred, choice is yours. Or you could have started with the premise or the context. Let us say you know the premise or the context in which the statement has been given. You can start with that. That in the following premise or the context, so and so person has given this statement. And then you can start what it means to you. So it totally depends how you choose to interpret. You can also interpret with the help of an example, to be very precise, a very small anecdote, or any current based example which justifies the statement. Is it making sense for everyone? That totally depends upon you, that how you choose to introduce your answer. 3 questions आते हैं, different तरीके होने चाहिए. Try to apply every which way. Is it very clear? Now, this constitutes the body. And you have full freedom. बस जो लिखा है उसको नेगेट मत करना, क्योंकि किसी बड़ी पर्सनालिटी का स्टेटमेंट है, हम तुच्छ प्राणी हैं, तो वी कांट निगेट. आप ये नहीं कह सकते अरे गांधी जी ने कहा ये गलत है, मैं ये कह, आप हैं कौन? सो द पॉइंट हियर इज दैट वॉट एवर स्टेटमेंट विच हैज अ विजडम इन्वॉल्व्ड इन इट, try not to negate it. Now it is your choice how you intend to interpret the question. But whenever you are choosing to interpret or explain, please give the examples. Is it very clear? अब सबसे बड़ी दिक्कत आती है, एग्जाम्पल सोचे कैसे. मैम वो 7 मिनट में याद ही नहीं आ रहा कि क्या लिखें और क्या नहीं लिखें. देर आर 2 broad categories in which you can think about the example. And the first category, which is always handy, example at individual level, example at family level, example at societal level, example at level of nation, example at, it will never disappoint you. आप कोई भी क्वेश्चन उठा के देख लो and try to think about the examples from this parameter. जल्दी दिमाग चलेगा and it will never disappoint you. Is it very clear? Another easiest way is social example, political example, economic example, environmental example, etc. इससे ज्यादा क्या ही लिखोगे, 10 नंबर का क्वेश्चन है. बस केवल एग्जाम्पल सोचते वक्त सोशल, पॉलिटिकल, इकोनॉमिक, एनवायरमेंटल, योर जॉब इज डन. सपोज करो हिस्ट्री पे पकड़ अच्छी है एंड यू वांट टू गिव एग्जाम्पल्स. ट्राई टू गिव क्रोनोलॉजिकल एग्जाम्पल्स. एग्जाम्पल्स फ्रॉम एंशियंट, एग्जाम्पल फ्रॉम मीडिएवल, एग्जाम्पल फ्रॉम modern, example from post-independence, and example from contemporary. उसका reason है यार. This shows that you are not writing examples in a random manner. There is a trend of writing the example. You are going in a chronological manner. You are going from GS paper 1 to 3, or you are going in a concentric circle manner, individual till international. So try to think examples on this domain. It will never disappoint you. Is it very clear? And in the conclusion, hands down, it has to be a प्रिस्क्रिप्शन। रीजन है यार क्यों पूछ रहे हैं, हर एक कोट में एक विजडम होता है. So you know and you have agreed to it in the entire answer. You have also showed that this quotation is valid in today's time. You have to give them a prescription how kindness needs to be developed, how women needs to be empowered, how love has to be established. So in all the three quotation you have to suggest the prescription. इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि मैम 10 नंबर का है इतना कितना लिखेंगे, अरे एक लाइन में प्रिस्क्रिप्शन दे दो. The point is to tell the examiner, look, my answer has a structure: interpretation, explanation, example, and prescription. Is it clear for everyone? Ab, let's read the question. It will appear simple for us. Read the first question. The simplest act of kindness are by far more powerful than 1,000 heads bowing in prayer. महात्मा गांधी का स्टेटमेंट है. एंड व्हाट डिड वी टॉक अबाउट कि इंट्रोडक्शन में क्या आता है, इंटरप्रिटेशन. जस्ट सी द इंटरप्रिटेशन. गांधी जी's quote epitomizes his view that act of kindness or helpfulness are far more powerful than serving God in the form of prayers or being religious. Is it paraphrasing the statement? That's one way of doing it. The other, अच्छा ये एक ही इंट्रोडक्शन नहीं है, इसमें दो इंट्रोडक्शंस हैं, this और other one. Second, Gandhi ji was inspired by Swami Vivekanand, who said Jiv is Shiv. That means God resides in all of us. So if you want to show your gratitude or devotion towards your God, then more powerful than praying is an act of kindness towards others. Did you get my point? So either of the intro you can choose to write, or you can do some other introduction also. This paper or this kind of question is totally your choice. Explanation and exemplification. Kindness is considered as the most virtuous act across the philosophies. Is that clear? Why? Because kindness involves understanding, empathizing, alleviating the sufferings of others. What can be the possible example? For example, donation to the food bank, or helping the neighbor, or volunteering at the shelter. I'm just trying to tell you, every argument needs to have an example. Is it making sense for everyone? Is it clear? Okay. Now, finally, in the current context, how it is important to you. अब यहां पे आपका आंसर टोटली वेरी कर सकता है, क्योंकि क्वेश्चन कह रहा है व्हाट दिस स्टेटमेंट मीन्स टू यू. सो आई बिलीव्ड दैट काइंडनेस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, एंड इन फैक्ट काइंडनेस इज मोर रेलिवेंट देन सिंबॉलिक जेस्चर्स. फर्स्ट थिंग इज बिकॉज काइंडनेस इज कॉन्टेजियस. If you are being kind, other people will learn from you and follow the same behavior. And am I giving any example? Yes. The role of Sonu Sood during the time of COVID with respect to the migrants. Is that clear? Similarly, we believe that if you are kind, you can actually save life. Can I give some examples here? Yes. Act of good Samaritans, the people who save lives if there are any kind of road accidents. In fact, there is a very popular example, Adarsh Srivastav. He was being kind. He was traveling by train, and he observed that there were some young girls who were looking very frightened. So then he immediately tweeted and he tagged PMO, Railway Minister, that I'm traveling by so-and-so train in this compartment and I have found some girls, they are looking very panicked. Can you intervene in this matter? Because I think something is fishy. As a result, the train was stopped in the next station. Those girls were asked to be deboarded, and later it was found that those girls were getting trafficked. So it was the act of kindness of Adarsh Srivastav which led to the saving of lives of young girls. Did you get the point? Is it making sense? You have more examples which can be quoted. अब देखो, सब लिखेंगे कि kindness can save life. फिर किसको नंबर मिलेंगे? जो एग्जाम्पल देगा. और एग्जाम्पल भी नहीं. ऐसा नहीं आप मदर टेरेसा नहीं लिख सकते, बट सब लोग लिख रहे होंगे. सो द पॉइंट हियर इज कि कुछ नया एग्जामिनर को लगे तो कि तुमने मेहनत की है, ठीक है. ये चल जाए तो गनीमत है। Act of kindness can also reduce conflict. See, if there are two people and both are kind to each other, interpersonal conflicts honge hi nahi. So in today's time, when caste conflict, communal conflicts are on rise, kindness is more powerful. Is it making sense for everyone? Okay. Similarly, kindness in ethical governance. It can actually improve the trust of public in governance and give example of honest civil servants. Give example of those administrative officials which have displayed the act of kindness. For example, Prashant Nair, Operation Suleimani. For example, role of NGO like Akshay Patra in ensuring right to food. Give examples to justify your arguments. Similarly, if you are kind, you can also lead to better emotional and psychological benefit. For example, a small act of kindness can make someone's day. Someone is having a hard time. You just looked at the person and you smiled. Person might be thinking, why is he smiling at me? What is the problem? But then after some time, that act of kind gesture, it can make a difference to someone's life. Maybe someone is feeling sad, lonely. You just came and you sat next to a lonely person. You are not talking to the person, but you actually kind of visualize that the person is isolated. The person is lonely. You just came and quietly sat next to the person. You might not be realizing, but for that person, it is enough of a kind gesture. And that kindness can actually make a significant emotional and psychological difference to someone's life. Is it making sense? For example, there are so many people who help you on a daily basis, but we forget to thank them. But all of a sudden, one day randomly you say thank you for your efforts, and it will definitely make a difference to their life. So if you want to make a genuine difference to someone's life, rather than praying is equally important, but more than praying, it is actually your proactive action. That is the essence of the topic. Is it clear for everyone? Finally, before concluding, एक line में बता दो फिर क्या करें. It is very important that we need to tell that you have to be very mindful of opportunity. आप ऐसे नहीं, आज आपने decide किया, from today I will be kind to others, and you are sitting at home. Opportunity आने दो, फिर देखते हैं कैसे kindness दिखाना है. You have to be mindful of the opportunity. बहुत मिलेंगी, ठीक है? You just need to identify those opportunity and do a kindful gesture towards others. Is it making sense for everyone? ठीक है? Act upon your instincts. बहुत बार पता है actually instinct आता है. मैं तो यही believe करती हूँ that human by very nature are very kind. और actually instinct आता है, कुछ गलत होता है, चलो help करते, फिर लगता है छोड़ो ना यार, क्या फसड़ में फंसना, निकल जाते हैं. So the actually try to act upon your instinct. If someone is in need, please go and help them. ठीक है? Similarly, teach by example. Walking the talk. सिर्फ preach मत करो, practice करो. ठीक है? It is very easy to preach. वो हम बहुत अच्छे से करते हैं. But we need to walk the talk. And finally, you can conclude. One disclaimer, why I chose this conclusion. Just to tell you, quotation-based question never is introduced by a statement, but it can always be concluded by a quote. So, for example, kindness is a language which a deaf can hear and a blind can see. It's a statement by Mark Twain. Or you can use a statement by Khalil Gibran. Tenderness and kindness are not sign of weakness and despair, but manifestation of strength and resolution. So learn to be kind towards others. Did you get my point? Now, I am not saying write the same answer. Absolutely not. Can you visualize the structure? Interpretation, explain, with every explanation I have an example, and then prescription-based conclusion. Is it visible? But that's what the job. अब आप कैसे आंसर लिखते हो ये आपकी चॉइस है. Is it making sense? Can I proceed to the next? हाँ जी. कर्म कर, फल की इच्छा मत कर. निष्काम कर्म. एक फिलॉसफी नहीं, सारी फिलॉसफीज एक साथ. तुम सिर्फ अपना कर्म करो, वो उसका कर्म है. If that person is not being kind to you, ठीक है? And don't break your heart, ठीक है? Just because your kindness has not been reciprocated, that does not mean you should stop being kind. You continue doing your duty. That's their problem if they are not reciprocating. That's their karma, to be very precise. You are accumulating good karma, na? You are sowing what is right. So you will reap the benefits sooner or later. हाँ हाँ बिल्कुल मैनिफेस्टेशन है, ठीक है. नेक्स्ट, क्या क्या? हाँ, जरूरत ही नहीं है, जरूरत नहीं है. It's a 10 marker question and the statement, the main heading of the question is what statement means to you. Absolutely yes. Next, to awaken the people, it is the women who must be awakened. Once she is on the move, the family moves, the village moves, and the nation moves. It's a statement by Jawaharlal Nehru. This is the question, 3B. Just go through the question very quickly. Read the question. You've got the script, answer script. Read the question. My only question, how would you like to structure the body of the question? I'm not asking about introduction and conclusion. Just the body of the question. How would you like to structure it? Exactly. See, the answer is in the question. It is saying that you need to empower your women. Because if you empower your women, it has positive implication at family level, village level, and national level. हो गया आंसर तैयार. इसमें तो कुछ था ही नहीं. Interpretation is the entire question is about women empowerment. How you need to create opportunities for women. How you need to awaken them, motivate them, empower them. Start the answer. In the above quote, Nehru ji has rightly observed that when women is empowered and motivated, her actions, they inspire the family to change and progress. And once the family get inspired and it progresses, it has a cascading or a rippling effect, which creates benefits at community and national level. As simple as that. Have we interpreted the statement? Come quickly to the body. Body को सिर्फ 3 parts में divide करते, एक family level, एक community level और एक national level. Family level, अगर women empowered है, ठीक है, usually, again I'll reiterate one thing, I don't say I'm endorsing this, but I'm saying this is a harsh reality that most of the domestic chores are being done by women. Most of the child rearing is being done by women, ठीक है, although it should be equally distributed, but it is done by women. So if your women is empowered, the financial stability of the family can improve. If your women is educated, she knows the benefits of nutrition, the health and the educational component of your future generations can improve. Did you get the point? In fact, Amartya Sen says that if you invest women, making her the agency of change, IMR, CMR, MMR, everything will reduce. So overall, if women is empowered, it has positive implication at the family level. Is it making sense? And in fact, in one of the class, we did discuss the example. ये example भी ले सकते हैं. If you have read your post-independence, there was a time Operation Flood was launched. Operation Flood, along with SEVA, Self-Employed Women Association, they created 6,000 women dairy cooperatives. And once those dairy cooperatives were run by women, women got empowered, and it was noticed that incidences of child labor has reduced. Incidences of child malnourishment has reduced. See, empowered women is serving at a family level. Did we get the example here? Can we write the example like this? Yes, you can write. समय भी बचा, जगह भी बची और आपकी बात भी कन्वे हो गई. Is it making sense? Now, did you notice 2 things? I don't expect you to write the same example, but I made use of a scholarly perspective, Amartya Sen, and I made use of an example to justify my argument. Choice is yours. You can even use scholarly perspective to justify your arguments. Is this clear for everyone? At community level, आप विलेज लेवल अलग से भी ले सकते थे और कम्युनिटी लेवल भी. मैंने डिटेल में एग्जांपल्स दिए, आप कुछ भी लिख सकते हो. फॉर एग्जांपल, रोल ऑफ मलाला यूसुफजई and her fight for girl education that made a significant difference in the life of girls. Similarly, in context of India, there was a case study which was done by Esther Duflo, and she found whenever there is a women sarpanch, investment in social infrastructure is high. Women, whenever she is the sarpanch, she acts as role model for young girls, and as a result, the chances of girl dropouts from the middle school is very less. See, empowering women making difference at village level. So, a women in politics can make a difference. अब ये तो मैंने यहाँ दे दिया, क्वेश्चन सेम तो आएगा नहीं. अगर women reservation पे क्वेश्चन आ जाए, and you have to give answer in support that why women needs to get reservation and what are the benefits of that, can we quote this? That women in politics makes the difference. And where? See, at the local governance level. Quote the case study by Esther Duflo. Did you get the point? मैं इसीलिए लिख कर देती हूँ कि आपके पास अब ये हमेशा के लिए है. Examples उठाओ और use करो. Next. Oh, this is one story I have told in foundation classroom also. I'll just reiterate. There was Ghat Patila district, very interesting story. So there was Swachh Bharat mission which was supposed to be implemented, and it was not being successful. So there was a BDO. She was posted there. So then she thought, क्या करें, कुछ तो innovative करना पड़ेगा. So she thought, let's use the energy of children in the area. She divided the groups, boy children and girl children. Girl children were named as Rani Lakshmi Bai, and boy children were Subhash Chandra Bose. Revolutionary fervor was generated, and their job was simple. If you find anyone defecating in open, blow the whistle. The literal whistle. And keep on blowing till the time the person doesn't get embarrassed. So the point was, within 3 months, the entire area was declared open defecation free. See, women leadership makes the difference at village level. Is that very clear for everyone? Quote examples of Chavi Rajawat. Quote example of Rekha Devi. These are women sarpanch who have made considerable differences in their areas. You just need to justify the statement as given by Jawaharlal Nehru. Then we can talk about national level. कि अगर विमेन का फीमेल लेबर फोर्स पार्टिसिपेशन बढ़ेगा तो इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ होगा. ये तो आप कितनी बार पढ़ चुके हो. क्रिस्टीन लगार्ड ऑल्सो सेज इफ फीमेल लेबर फोर्स पार्टिसिपेशन इक्वल्स टू दैट ऑफ मेल इन इंडिया, जीडीपी ऑफ इंडिया विल राइज बाय 27%. Similarly, McKinsey Global Institute report also says if women is empowered, the overall GDP will increase. Similarly, political leadership, national leadership in the hands of women. Take examples of other countries. Angela Merkel. Take example in context of Liberia, the women president who made a considerable difference. Is it making sense for everyone? क्या? हाँ, बिल्कुल, you can write. Just write in English and explain the meaning. Messaging करते हैं, हाँ, ठीक है. And overall prescription. The prescription needs to be written. समझ गए ना कैसे करना है? जैसे मैसेज लिखते हैं, जैसे कोस पे बदले पानी, तो कोस को लिखोगे KOS, कोस, और फिर नीचे एक लाइन में समझा दो मतलब, ठीक है. Anyway, prescriptive. So we have established in the entire answer, women needs to be empowered. अब एक दो लाइन में बता दो how women needs to be empowered, और एक overall अच्छा सा quotation डाल दो. अब ये तो न कहना कि women पे quotation तैयार नहीं करे हैं, क्योंकि मेंस की तो तैयारी हो नहीं सकती बिना women पढ़े. पेपर उठा के देख लो, ऐसे से लेके GS पेपर 4 से लेकर हर पेपर में women पे question है. That's their favorite topic. Is that very clear? So quotation, progress of civilization is measured by degree of progress the women has achieved. End the answer. Is the structure visible? Is examples visible? Will you be able to do the same? Okay, let's proceed. Read this topic. Third question. Do not hate anybody, because that hatred comes out from you must in the long run come back to you. If you love, that love will come back to you, completing the circle. Swami Vivekanand. Simple essence. अगर बबूल के बीज बोगे तो आम नहीं होगा, ठीक है? So what you sow, you reap. So if you sow hatred, you will get hate in return. If you sow love, you will get love in return. As simple as that. Can we write this in the introduction? जब बीज बोए बबूल के तो आम कैसे होए, लिख सकते हैं, but English में, ठीक है? Is this very clear for everyone? Is it making sense? Let's continue. In the above quote, Swami Vivekanand ji encapsulates the importance of spreading love and abstaining from being hateful. Why? Because in simple words, दूसरा introduction लिख सकते हो. It is believed if we hold hatred in our minds will become a dark place where negativity will keep on lingering, and then it will hurt us only. Whereas if you spread love, it will fill your heart with positivity and it will have a cascading effect. Hence, there exists a cyclical nature of love and hatred. Is it making sense for everyone? Simple quotation है. अब चाहो तो एक और कोट डाल सकते हो, शुरुआत में नहीं डालना, बीच में या एंड में डाल सकते हैं. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, हेट्रेड डज नॉट सीज बाय हेट्रेड बट ओनली बाय लव. दिस इज द एटर्नल रूल. गौतम बुद्ध. इज दैट वेरी क्लियर? सिमिलर एक कोट है मार्टिन लूथर किंग जूनियर, दैट डार्कनेस इज नॉट ड्राइव्ड आउट बाय darkness, it has to be done by light. Is that clear? So it is a similar quote which can again be used. Example. Now what I thought was to make it easy, इसमें दो चीजें हैं, hatred और love. एक पार्ट, बॉडी को दो पार्ट्स में डिवाइड करो. एक में बताओ hatred is a negative emotion, डिस्ट्रक्टिव इमोशन है, वो इंसान के विजडम और कॉन्शियंस को डिस्ट्रॉय कर देता है, और उसके इंप्लीकेशन दिखा दो 3 लेवल्स पे, इंडिविजुअल लेवल, सोसाइटल लेवल एंड नेशनल लेवल. फिर दूसरे पार्ट में लिखो लव की सिग्निफिकेंस, और फिर उसका पॉजिटिव इंप्लीकेशन बता दो इंडिविजुअल लेवल, सोसाइटल लेवल एंड नेशनल लेवल, और आंसर को एंड कर दो. आंसर इजी लग रहा है? ठीक है. यू जस्ट नीड टू डीकंस्ट्रक्ट. अब आप कौन से एग्जाम्पल्स चूज करते हो, दैट्स योर चॉइस. वेरी क्विकली. हेट्रेड इज अ नेगेटिव इमोशन. इट इज डिस्ट्रक्टिव ऑफ पर्सन्स विजडम एंड कॉन्शियंस. और ये जो डिस्ट्रक्टिव ऑफ पर्सन्स ऑफ विजडम एंड कॉन्शियंस, बहुत सिंपल सी लाइन है, मुझे कहां से मिली? प्रीवियस ईयर क्वेश्चन में ये सेम क्वेश्चन आया था, दैट हेट्रेड इज अ नेगेटिव इमोशन विच इज डिस्ट्रक्टिव ऑफ पर्सन्स विजडम एंड कॉन्शियंस. आधी टाइम तो आपको कंटेंट अपने प्रीवियस ईयर पेपर में मिल जाएगा. इतनी बार कोटेशन आई है, उसी में से कोटेशन पढ़ के अगले एग्जाम में चेप दो. सो द पॉइंट हियर इज दैट PYQs आर वेरी हेल्पफुल. डिड यू गेट माई पॉइंट? ठीक है. नाउ यू चूज द एग्जाम्पल. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, फर्स्ट इंडिविजुअल लेवल, कर्मा फिलॉसफी लगा सकते, जैसे कर्म करोगे वैसे फल मिलेंगे. सो इफ यू आर बीइंग हेट्रेड or hateful towards other, it will come back to you sooner or later. I wanted to give some other example. I chose Duryodhan. You can choose the example of Hitler. All his life he had an hateful attitude towards Jews, which had a negative repercussion even for himself. Is that very clear? ये हो गया individual level पे. Societal level पे क्या हो सकता है? Caste based discrimination, prejudice, hatred of one caste community against others. For example, कभी कभी होता है ना, आपने न्यूज़पेपर में पढ़ा होगा that a Dalit groom was being beaten because he chose that rasam of ghursavari during marriage. So you can write such examples that how it is having a negative impact. At the same level, corrosion of social capital. सोशल कैपिटल समझते ना, म्यूचुअल ट्रस्ट. अगर आपके मन में हेट्रेड है टुवर्ड्स अदर, दैट पर्सन ऑल्सो हैज हेट्रेड टुवर्ड्स यू, म्यूचुअल ट्रस्ट कैसे आएगा? सोशल कैपिटल विल बी करोडेड. नेशनल इंटरनेशनल लेवल पे बात करनी है, इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्लिक्ट, रशिया यूक्रेन कॉन्फ्लिक्ट, दोनों का तो नुकसान हो ही रहा है. वर्ल्ड ओवर द प्राइसेस ऑफ एसेंशियल कमोडिटीज आर राइजिंग. यू कैन टॉक अबाउट दैट. इज इट मेकिंग सेंस फॉर एवरीवन? Conversely, love is positive and constructive emotion. It fosters understanding, empathy, and connection. How it can help? See, kindness of Gautam Buddha towards Angulimal converted him into a saint. Did you get the point? Okay. Similarly, Gandhiji's message of love and non-violence resonated globally, and it has influenced the figures like Martin Luther King Jr. Is it making a change in the society? Then India's society तो based on love and tolerance है. ये भी कहाँ से मिला? PYQ. Question आया था ना? The spirit of love and tolerance is present in Indian society since time. And that is why, see, amid so much of diversity, we are still emerging strong. That's because we have feeling of mutual love and tolerance. Did you get my point? Similarly, environmental conservation. That if you love your environment, environment will also make your life possible. But your hatred towards environment will lead to catastrophe. Is this making sense for everyone? And finally, we can conclude. तो क्या करें कि आप सब में प्यार हो, नफरत नहीं हो? तो let's make you emotionally intelligent. Let's give you good socialization based on values. Let's try to apply Plato's 4 cardinal principle. और तीनों न लिख के आ जाना, 10 नंबर का क्वेश्चन है. कहने का मतलब है कोई एक वे फॉरवर्ड लिख देना. Is it making sense? And finally, overall conclusion, the quote underscores every action has consequences. So be responsible and mindful of your actions. Is it making sense for everyone? Now, this was the most important part, क्योंकि हर साल आएगा. There will be 3 questions. Everyone in the class needs to tell me, did you understand the structuring? Will you be able to attempt? Now your home assignment, अब ये नहीं कहना भेजना कहाँ है. मैं सिर्फ आपको assignment दे रही हूँ, वो खुद देखना. Solve all the quotation based question of previous year and see can you apply this method. Is it clear? Can we proceed? Next. That's again one of their favorite topic, that is emotional intelligence. Now, as per my observation, there are 3 types of questions which are asked from emotional intelligence, और set pattern है. या तो emotion पे सवाल आएगा, या emotional intelligence पे सवाल आएगा, या उसके application पे सवाल आएगा. इसके अलावा questions नहीं आते. Emotion पे क्या क्या पूछ चुके हैं? Anger पे, happiness पे, hatred पे, they have already asked. Now you prepare some more emotions. कुछ नहीं करना, positive negative में divide करना. 5 positive emotion prepare करो, 5 negative emotion तैयार करो. Your job is done. करना कैसे वो हमने शुरू में देख लिया था, ठीक है. Second thing is emotional intelligence पढ़ें कैसे? The topic. ऐसे पढ़ो. What are emotions? What are myth with respect to emotions? What are types of emotion? What is concept of emotional intelligence and how EQ is related or different from IQ? Then what are the building blocks of emotional intelligence? What is role of EI in administration? Can they be learned? EI in Indian context. आप इतना पढ़ के चले जाओ, कोई ऐसा question नहीं होगा that you will not be able to answer. Is it very clear for everyone? Let's quickly have a look what question they have given us this year. Read the question. What really matters for success, character, happiness, and lifelong achievement is a definite set of emotional skills, that is your EQ, not just purely cognitive abilities that are measured by conventional IQ test. Do you agree with this view? Give reasons in support of your answer. Is this very clear? एक बार फिर से क्वेश्चन पढ़ लो, इजी हो जाएगा आपको एक्सप्लेन करना. जो भी हमने आंसर में लिखा है वो अपनी एक अलग कहानी है, उसको देख लेंगे. ये मेरा एक अपना ऑब्जर्वेशन था और ये मैंने क्लासरूम में भी बोला था, वो इसलिए मैं रेफर कर रही हूँ क्योंकि क्लासरूम स्टूडेंट्स आर ऑल्सो हियर. आई टोल्ड यू वन डे दैट ओनली प्रिपेयर डैनियल गोलमैन के बिल्डिंग ब्लॉक्स, और उनको यूज करके कोई भी क्वेश्चन आंसर किया जा सकता है. इज दैट वेरी क्लियर? ठीक है. नाउ Daniel Goleman is known as father of emotional intelligence. He said there are 5 building blocks of emotional intelligence: self-awareness, सेल्फ मोटिवेशन, सेल्फ रेगुलेशन, एम्पथी एंड सोशल स्किल्स। अब ये 5 पॉइंट सब लोग याद रखेंगे, सेल्फ अवेयरनेस, सेल्फ मोटिवेशन, रेगुलेशन, एम्पथी एंड सोशल स्किल। अब अभी हम आंसर नहीं देख रहे, क्वेश्चन पे वापस जाते हैं। क्वेश्चन ये कह रहा है कि इफ यू वांट टू बी सक्सेसफुल, if you want to build a character, happiness, lifelong achievements, what matters more than IQ is your EQ. Simple, ठीक है। अगर आप इमोशनली इंटेलिजेंट हो तो आप सेल्फ अवेयर हो, मोटिवेटेड हो, रेगुलेटेड हो, एम्पथी है और सोशल स्किल है। अगर आपके पास ये 5 क्वालिटी हैं, क्या आप सक्सेसफुल हो पाओगे? अब इसे लिंक करते हैं। अगर मुझे सक्सेसफुल होना है, फर्स्ट थिंग इज आई शुड सेट रियलिस्टिक गोल्स, and that is only possible when I am self-aware. If I have to be successful, I should not be demotivated based on frequent challenges. That means I have to be self-motivated. If I have to be successful, I should have good interpersonal relations with my team, and for that I need to be empathetic and I should have social skill. Can I answer the first part? I will be successful. Is that very clear? दूसरा, कैरेक्टर, ठीक है। कैरेक्टर मतलब मुझ में ऑनेस्टी होनी चाहिए, इंटेग्रिटी होनी चाहिए, ह्यूमिलिटी होनी चाहिए, मतलब अ पर्सन शुड बी वर्चुअस। अगर आप इमोशनली इंटेलिजेंट हो तो आप सेल्फ रेगुलेटेड होगे, यू विल नेवर बी स्वेड बाय द ऑफर्स ऑफ करप्शन, you will always know your duties and responsibility because you are a self-aware person, and because you have that empathy in you, you will always be kind towards others. And in all the 3 situations, will it build your character or not? Did we get the second part of the question? Third part, happiness. अगर self aware हूं, अगर motivated हूं, life में content हूं, तो peace of mind होगा, एक sense of satisfaction होगा। I would not be always looking for more. I will be content with what I have. I will be satisfied that at least I'm fulfilling my responsibility, even if material success is not very high. In that situation, the sense of contentment, the peace of mind will give me that happiness which I was seeking. And finally, all these things will ensure that I can pursue long-term goals. Because I am aware. I know what I need to achieve. I know how I need to achieve. I will always strive to achieve more. Chances of lifelong achievements would be very high. और ये चारों पॉइंट्स आपको कहां से मिले? अवेयरनेस, मोटिवेशन, रेगुलेशन, एम्पथी एंड सोशल स्किल्स। अब कुछ नहीं करना था, बस इन 4 पॉइंट्स जो हमने डिस्कस किया उसका एक एक एग्जाम्पल डाल देते रियल लाइफ सिचुएशन से। योर आंसर इज रेडी। इज इट मेकिंग सेंस? ठीक है, ये तो एक तरीका हो गया जो लिखा भी हुआ है। मैं अभी आते आते एक और तरीका स्ट्राइक कर गया, इसलिए वो यहां नहीं है। मैं सोच रही थी इस आंसर में 2 पॉइंट्स और डाल देते छोटे छोटे, कि सपोज करो यू हैव EQ बट यू डोंट हैव IQ. You are very passionate. I want to bring change in the society. I will serve as a good IS officer. But then you don't know what to do. You don't have that cognitive ability. आपके intention अच्छे हैं. You are very passionate. But you don't know what to do. You will be a burden. Are you getting the point? And let us suppose now you have IQ, but you don't have EQ. You are a threat. क्योंकि फिर आप फ्रॉड करोगे, स्कैम करोगे, चाहे वो स्टॉक मार्केट ही सही, ठीक है, या फिर डॉक्टर APJ अब्दुल कलाम वर्सेस डॉक्टर AQ खान. Both had the IQ, but Dr. AQ Khan did not have the EQ, and that led to the disaster. Or the officers of Nazi regime, they had the IQ to enforce the orders, but they did not have the EQ to decide those orders were not morally justified. Did you get the point? और फिर तीसरा पार्ट कि दोनों का ब्लेंड होना चाहिए, क्योंकि फिर आपको मिलती है सक्सेस, कैरेक्टर, हैप्पीनेस एंड लाइफ लॉन्ग अचीवमेंट. मेरा कहने का मतलब है दोनों तरीके से लिख सकते थे. ये जब दूसरा वाला पॉइंट अभी सूझा तो वो इसमें नहीं है, इसलिए आप 2 पॉइंट्स और ऐड कर सकते हो एक एक लाइन में बस, कि अगर IQ है, EQ नहीं है, EQ है, IQ नहीं है, दोनों ही प्रॉब्लम है, इसलिए वी नीड गुड ब्लेंड ऑफ EQ एंड IQ. इज इट मेकिंग सेंस? हाँ जी, हाँ आ जाएगा. बट IQ इज योर कॉग्निटिव एबिलिटी. दैट इज इट. यू आर अवेयर अबाउट योर IQ, दैट्स अ ब्रिलियंट थिंग. हाँ बिल्कुल आ जाएगा. दैट यू आर अवेयर. अलग से इसलिए क्योंकि सिर्फ IQ इज एन ऑब्जेक्टिव कॉन्सेप्ट, EQ इज मोर लाइक अ सब्जेक्टिव कॉन्सेप्ट. इसलिए इज इट मेकिंग सेंस फॉर एवरीवन? लेट्स हैव अ क्विक लुक. ये स्टैंडर्ड डेफिनेशन है यार, ये हमेशा पढ़ते हैं. EQ is the ability to identify, understand, use, manage emotions of self and others in a positive way. Why? To relieve stress, communicate effectively, empathize with others, overcome challenges, diffuse social conflict. Standard definition hai. Whereas IQ is a measure of person's reasoning ability. हाँ जी. बिल्कुल. Linking statement. Although cognitive abilities are essential to achieve academic excellence, solving problem, EQ plays more significant role. According to Daniel Goleman, it has 5 building blocks. अब 4 parts में divide करना: success, happiness, character and lifelong achievement. Success. EQ plays a key role in success, especially leadership and teamwork. Why? Because leaders with high EQ can set realistic goals. They can inspire the team through walking the talk. They can navigate the conflicts and communicate clearly. They can be empathetic and connect emotionally with others. They can also be prepared to face the vagaries of life because they are motivated, optimistic and resilient. Example, Steve Jobs. मैंने आपको डिटेल में इसलिए दिया क्योंकि हो सकता है सक्सेस अपने आप में एक अलग टॉपिक पूछ लिया जाए, तो ये डिटेल आंसर है. आप एक लाइन भी लिखोगे तो चलेगा, बट प्लीज डोंट फॉरगेट टू गिव द एग्जाम्पल, दैट इज मोर इंपॉर्टेंट. Another example, Marie Kom. You can take any example: sports, corporate leader, political leadership. Then character. EQ contributes to build a strong character by inculcating traits like empathy, integrity, humility. अब देखो लिखते कैसे हैं. Honest civil servants self-aware होते हैं responsibilities को. सेल्फ रेगुलेटेड होते हैं इसलिए स्वे नहीं होते बाय करप्शन. एम्पथी होती है तो दूसरों का इमोशनल प्रोफाइल समझ सकते हैं. सो चांसेस ऑफ हैविंग अ स्ट्रॉन्ग कैरेक्टर इज वेरी हाई. एग्जाम्पल, रजनी सेखरी सिब्बल, पूनम मालाकोंडिया, अवनीश सरन. Is it making sense? These are examples of good civil servants. Then happiness. When you are able to understand and manage your emotion, it will contribute to your overall well-being and happiness. यहाँ पे चाहो तो दलाई लामा, गौतम बुद्ध, किसी को भी कोट कर सकते हो. Is it making sense for everyone? Lifelong achievement. EQ is critical for sustained achievement. Why? Because you will be able to set and pursue long-term goals. You will be able to manage any relationship or setbacks. You will be able to keep yourself motivated and control your desire. So chances of being successful in long-term is very high. Again, don't forget to give the examples. And finally, Daniel Goleman ka statement, 80% of success at workplace is determined by your EQ and only 20% by your IQ. Is it clear for everyone? Is it making sense? Can we proceed to the next? Chalo. Standard topics hai VAME, value, attitude, मॉरल्स एंड एथिक्स. ये 4 टॉपिक्स की हैं. पिलर कहते हैं ना एथिक्स के पेपर का. वैल्यू, एटीट्यूड, मॉरल्स एंड एथिक्स. ये 4 पिलर पढ़ते कैसे हैं? व्हाट आर दीज कॉन्सेप्ट्स? व्हाट आर दे मेड अप ऑफ? व्हाट आर द कैरेक्टरिस्टिक फीचर? इंटर रिलेशनशिप. वैल्यू और एटीट्यूड का क्या रिलेशन है? वैल्यू, मॉरल्स और एथिक्स का क्या रिलेशन है? एथिक्स और मॉरल्स का आपस में क्या रिलेशन है? यू हैव टू प्रिपेयर, क्योंकि यही क्वेश्चन आता है. हाउ वैल्यूज आर डिफरेंट फ्रॉम एथिक्स, हाउ एथिक्स आर डिफरेंट फ्रॉम मोरालिटी, हाउ लॉज आर डिफरेंट फ्रॉम एथिक्स. स्टैंडर्ड क्वेश्चन यूपीएससी पूछती है, ऐसे ही तैयार करना है. एंड हाउ डू दे डेवलप? दे डेवलप थ्रू अ प्रोसेस विच इज नोन एज सोशलाइजेशन. सब सिलेबस का पार्ट है, पढ़ते ऐसे हैं. वॉट इज द कॉन्सेप्ट? टेक्निक्स एंड एजेंसीज. इज इट मेकिंग सेंस? ठीक है. इसी से लिंक्ड एक टॉपिक आता है, एथिक्स एंड ह्यूमन इंटरफेस. एसेंस ऑफ एथिक्स, consequences of ethics, determinants of ethics and dimensions of ethics. जो question इस बार आया है, that is determinants of ethics. Is it clear? Differentiate moral intuition from moral reasoning with suitable examples. अगर वो example नहीं भी लिखते तो भी you have to discuss. ठीक है? Now, so far कुछ चीजें थी which I wanted you to observe. I hope you were able to. One, emotional intelligence घूम फिर के डैनियल गोलमैन पे होवर करेगा. सेकेंड, हर क्वेश्चन में आपको जितने अच्छे एग्जाम्पल्स दे सकते हो उतने देने हैं. हर एक आंसर में इंट्रोडक्शन और कंक्लूजन मैंडेटरी है. और कोटेशन बेस्ड क्वेश्चन के 4 स्टैंडर्ड फीचर्स हैं: इंटरप्रिटेशन, एक्सप्लेनेशन, एग्जाम्पल एंड प्रिस्क्रिप्शन. यहां तक ऑब्जर्व कर लिया. अब इस क्वेश्चन पे आओ. डिफरेंशिएट मॉरल इंट्यूशन फ्रॉम मॉरल रीजनिंग. ऐसे सवालों में टैब्यूलर रिप्रेजेंटेशन कम्स वेरी हैंडी. डिफरेंशिएट करना है तो अगर आपके पास पैरामीटर्स हैं, बेस्ड ऑन पैरामीटर्स डू द कंपैरेटिव एनालिसिस, डू द डिफरेंशिएशन. लेट्स स्टार्ट विद द डेफिनेशन. एक सिंपल सा इंट्रोडक्शन दे दो. मॉरल इंट्यूशन एंड मॉरल रीजनिंग both are the aspects of ethical decision making. Both are going to influence your moral judgments in different situations. As simple as that. I remember in one of the class I gave the example. Let me just give the example. There was a conversation which was happening between two people, A and B. A said to B, "Don't harm animals for fun." B said, "Why?" A said, "Because when you harm them, it causes them pain, and you should not cause pain to others." B said, "Why?" So A said, "Because you should treat others as you want to be treated by them." Again B says, "Why?" So A says, "Because it is right thing to do, and now don't ask why." Because sometimes it's your intuition, it's your gut feeling which tells you what is right and what is wrong. And one of the example of moral intuition is golden rule of life. Treat others as you want to be treated by them. And there is no justification for it. Atmanah pratikulani paresham na samacharet. Don't impose anything on others which you yourself don't want to go through. And there is no reason for this. It is the gut feeling which tells you. This is an example of moral intuition. For example, you were in this market and there was a child, let us say mall. ठीक है, आप मॉल में गए, you immediately saw a very young kid crying, howling. What is the first reaction? You will go and ask, बेटा क्या हुआ? The child will say, "I have lost my parents." You will immediately reach out to the child and help the child without giving it a second thought. Moral intuition. Did you get my point? Sometimes your gut feeling tells you this is the right thing to do. But when you take the decision based on conscious evaluation कि इस situation में क्या होना चाहिए, this is a person who has committed a crime. You are the investigating officer. Now you are contemplating that the person has committed a crime, has planted a bomb, and I need to take out the information. Should I torture this person or not? Now you are reasoning that in this situation, torturing the person so that the information where the bomb is planted is being disclosed, whether it is the right thing to do or not. So here you are doing a conscious evaluation of what or how you should behave in this situation. This is nothing but moral reasoning. Is it making sense for everyone? There is a very famous dilemma that we do, that is trolley dilemma. It falls under this category of moral reasoning, deontology versus teleology, or any other basis to decide what is ethical. लेकिन moral intuition में आप ये नहीं सोचते कि ये इसमें deontology लग रही है, teleology लग रही है, इसमें आपकी gut feeling लग रही है कि आपको क्या लग रहा है, क्या सही है और क्या गलत. Is that very clear? In this situation, decisions are very quick. Because you are not sitting and contemplating what is the right thing to do. But moral reasoning में time लगता है, slow होता है, deliberate होता है. Is this very clear? Very quickly have a look. Moral intuition is a psychological process which involves instant feeling of approval or disapproval about any person, idea or event. It is based on our preconceived understanding about morality. For example, golden rule in life. Is it making sense? Similarly, When it involves conscious and rational evaluation of ethical choices, it is known as moral reasoning. For example, famous trolley dilemmas. Trolley dilemmas हमेशा पढ़ के जाना, अच्छे हैं, काम आते हैं. Parameter. ये again, I always believe जब भी आप comparison करो, हमेशा side में पैरामीटर लिखो, नहीं तो पता कैसे चलेगा किस बेसिस पे कंपेयर कर रहे हो. वन मोर एडवाइस, फॉर एवरी कंपैरिजन आई हैव गिवन द एग्जांपल जस्ट टू जस्टिफाई माय पॉइंट्स. वेरी क्विकली हैव अ रीड. वही पॉइंट्स है जो अभी हमने डिस्कस किए. टाइप ऑफ चॉइस, moral intuition, gut level response to ethical dilemma without deliberation. For example, seeing a child in distress, the first reaction is to help him find the parents. On the other hand, reasoning is a conscious evaluation of moral choices. For example, police inspector thinking about torturing a criminal who has kidnapped a child. On the other hand, speed of decision making, intuition, fast decision making, reasoning, slow, deliberate and conscious. Do we have an example? Read the example. Moral intuition, humanitarian assistance during flood in Pakistan. India did not show any hesitation. तब ये थोड़ी ना सोच रहे थे कि हेल्प भेजें या नहीं भेजें, भेजेंगे यार ह्यूमैनिटेरियन ग्राउंड्स पर. इज दैट वेरी क्लियर? लेकिन इंडिया हैज बीन डेलिब्रेटिंग द ऑप्शंस इन तालिबान रूल्ड अफगानिस्तान ऑन स्केल ऑफ मोरालिटी. और इंडियाज रोल इन इंटरनेशनल रिलेशंस, इट डेलिब्रेट्स, राइट? सो दैट इज बेस्ड ऑन मॉरल रीजनिंग. सिमिलरली सब्जेक्टिविटी, मॉरल इंट्यूशन हाईली सब्जेक्टिव होता है. इसका इंट्यूशन मेरे से अलग हो सकता है, मेरा इंट्यूशन इससे अलग हो सकता है. सो इट इज हाईली सब्जेक्टिव. इज दैट क्लियर? लेकिन अगर हम मॉरल रीजनिंग की बात करते हैं, हो सकता है वी आर मेकिंग अ डिसीजन बिकॉज वी ऑल आर द फॉलोवर ऑफ डियोंटोलॉजी. तो आर डिसीजन इन अ सिचुएशन वुड बी सेम. मे बी देयर डिसीजंस वुड बी सेम. व्हाई? बिकॉज दे आर फॉलोअर ऑफ टेलियोलॉजी. Or their decision would be same because they are utilitarian. Their decision would be same because they all are socialist. Are you getting the point? तो reasoning किसी आधार पर होती है. That makes it less subjective as compared to moral intuition. मैं ये नहीं कह रही कि reasoning subjective नहीं है, but it is less subjective as compared to moral intuition. Is it clear for everyone? What drives moral intuition? Your empathy, your emotional intelligence, your value system is going to drive how or what your gut feeling is saying. But reasoning is often driven by the theories, the normative approach जिसे कहते हैं, justice based ethics, virtue based ethics, right based ethics, action based ethics, that is going to drive your reasoning. Is it making sense? Similarly, quality displayed. अगर आप में मॉरल इंट्यूशन है, इट शोज यू आर अ काइंड पर्सन. लेकिन अगर आप में मॉरल रीजनिंग है, इट शोज यू आर ड्रिवन बाय जस्टिस एंड फेयरनेस. इज इट मेकिंग सेंस? एंड फाइनली एग्जाम्पल. ओवरऑल, feeling an immediate urge to help someone in danger is moral intuition, whereas deciding how to distribute limited medical resources during crisis on the principle of equity and utility is a result of moral reasoning. Is it making sense for everyone? For example, और ये दोनों एक ही सिचुएशन में हो सकता है. आपका इंट्यूशन कह रहा है इसकी मदद करो, लेकिन फिर रीजनिंग बताएगी क्या आपके पास रिसोर्सेज हैं मदद करने के लिए. सो आइडियली नाइदर यू शुड बी ड्रिवन ओनली बाय इंट्यूशन नॉर ओनली बाय रीजनिंग. इट हैज टू बी द ब्लेंड ऑफ टू. इज इट मेकिंग सेंस फॉर एवरीवन? और इस बार तो क्वेश्चन भी आ गया, इंट्यूशन एंड लॉजिक व्हेन बोथ कंबाइंस इट लीड्स टू विजनरी डिसीजन मेकिंग. ये तो ऐसे का भी टॉपिक है, ऐसे का सारा फॉर्डर मिलता है आपको एथिक्स में. इज इट क्लियर फॉर एवरीवन? कैन वी टेक द लास्ट क्वेश्चन नाउ? लेट्स टेक द लास्ट क्वेश्चन. इट इज इजी. आइदर यू नो और यू डोंट नो. हाँ हाँ बिल्कुल. हाँ, वॉइस ऑफ कॉन्शियंस, बिल्कुल. हाँ हाँ जी बिल्कुल. योर लाइफ एक्सपीरियंस कह सकते हो, आपकी एम्पथी कह सकते हो, आपका इमोशनल इंटेलिजेंस कह सकते हो, कुछ भी. आपका एटीट्यूड कह सकते हो, आपका सोशो इकोनॉमिक स्टेटस कह सकते हो. वो अनएथिकल सोसाइटी है. आप हो सकता है किसी सोसाइटी में पले बड़े हों जहां चाइल्ड मैरिज होती है, सिर्फ इसलिए क्योंकि वो सोसाइटी में होती है, वो सही नहीं हो जाएगी. चोरी रॉन्ग है. हाँ हाँ, बट फिर वो इमोरल है, वो मॉरल है ही नहीं, दैट इज नॉट मोरालिटी। हाँ, नहीं, नॉट एग्जैक्टली, डिपेंड करता है, डिपेंड करता है, कभी कभी हो सकता है कि इंट्यूशन, हाँ बिल्कुल हो सकता है, इनफैक्ट कह सकते हैं कैसे, ही इज सेइंग कि कभी कभी इफ यू आर वर्किंग ऑन योर मॉरल इंट्यूशन it may result into wrong decisions or weak decisions because you have not deliberated much। बिल्कुल हो सकता है, अपने सेंस में लॉजिक इन आइसोलेशन इज ऑल्सो रॉन्ग, इंट्यूशन इन आइसोलेशन इज ऑल्सो रॉन्ग, क्योंकि कभी कभी आपके इंट्यूशन बैकफायर करते हैं। फॉर एग्जाम्पल 1962 इंट्यूशन था, एक गट फीलिंग थी चाइना अटैक नहीं करेगा, और हम बैठे रहे, अटैक तो हो गया था ना, ठीक है। तो समटाइम्स हिंदी चीनी भाई भाई डिड नॉट वर्क दैट टाइम बिकॉज इंट्यूशन फेल्ड, दैट इज व्हाई इट हैज टू बी ब्लेंड ऑफ टू, एब्सोल्युटली यू कैन से दिस, ठीक है। वेरी क्विकली, व्हाट वर द मेजर टीचिंग्स ऑफ गुरु नानक देव जी, explain their relevance in the contemporary world? See, if we know the answer, you can write it. You can start with, I thought we can start it. The mool mantra given by Sri Guru Nanak Dev Ji is Ek Onkar Satnam Karta Purak Nirbhav Nirbair Akal Murat Ajuni Saibhan Gur Prasad, which means there is only one God. His name is the only truth. He is the only creator. He is fearless without hate. He is immortal. He is beyond birth and death. And by only His grace one can chant His name. This is the basic essence of the teachings of Guru Nanak Dev Ji. And his teachings have been mentioned in a sacred scripture, Shri Guru Granth Sahib. So you can start with any of the introduction, or you can talk about that how he was the first of the 10 gurus. You can start with that also. Okay? That's totally your choice. Here are some teachings of Sri Guru Nanak Dev Ji and their contemporary relevance. 10 मार्कर है, मेरे हिसाब से 5 टीचिंग्स बहुत होती, आप कोई भी 5 टीचिंग्स और उनका क्या कॉन्टेम्पररी रेलिवेंस है, दैट हैज टू बी रिटन। फॉर एग्जाम्पल, द फर्स्ट टीचिंग, इक्वालिटी एंड सोशल जस्टिस। ही ऑलवेज सेड द कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ यूनिवर्सल ब्रदरहुड, वेलफेयर फॉर all, that despite religion, despite caste, gender, everyone should seek well for others. Only then peace and harmony can be established in the society. और आज के टाइम पे racism, communalism, casteism, in the backdrop of these, the teachings are very relevant. If you want to address any social injustice in the society, you want to promote fairness and inclusiveness, the teachings is very relevant. Is this very clear? Similarly, another teaching, service and charity. Selfless service towards others. It is, in fact, charity is the most benevolent thing which you can do. It is the most virtuous thing you can do for others. आज के टाइम पे मटीरियलिज्म है, आज के टाइम पे इंडिविजुअलिज्म है, सेल्फ सेंटर्डनेस है। अगर कोई पैसा कमा रहा है तो वो सिर्फ अपने लिए, they don't want to do well for others. In this backdrop, the teaching comes very handy. It teaches you to be compassionate towards others. तो जब भी आप टीचिंग लिखो, उसके नीचे उसका contemporary relevance. Next, personal transformation. They have encouraged meditation, chanting of God's name to attain inner peace and spiritual growth. आज के टाइम पे anxiety, relative deprivation, fear of missing out, ये जो social media की वजह से हो रहा है. If you can see, because of social media, we are able to compare. The more you compare, the more you feel relatively deprived. The more you feel relatively deprived, anxiety, distress, isolation, ऐसे टाइम पे meditate करना, चैंट करना, वो इनर पीस गेन करना इज वेरी रेलिवेंट, क्योंकि आज के टाइम पे मेंटल हेल्थ इश्यूज आर ऑन द राइज. पीपल आर चूजिंग टू डाई बाय सुसाइड बिकॉज इनर पीस नहीं है. दैट इज वाई दिस टीचिंग इज वेरी रेलिवेंट. इज इट मेकिंग सेंस फॉर एवरीवन? ठीक है. नेक्स्ट, मेक अ लिविंग ऑनेस्टली. ये बहुत जरूरी है. आज के टाइम पे करप्शन, स्कैम, फ्रॉड, तो ऐसे में व्हेन यू अर्न meaningfully, honestly, that becomes very important. Tax evasion and all are happening. Finally, speak the truth without any fear, one of the teaching. तो आज के टाइम पे फेक न्यूज, पेड न्यूज, प्रोपेगेंडा, तो ऐसे टाइम पे स्पीकिंग ट्रूथ विदाउट फियर इज वेरी रेलिवेंट. एंड फाइनली, प्रमोशन ऑफ एजुकेशन. ज्ञान का होना, विद्या का होना बहुत जरूरी है. एजुकेशन इज वॉट रिमेन्स विथ यू आफ्टर यू हैव कंप्लीटेड योर स्कूलिंग. ये ऐसे आया है, what you remember after you complete the formal education. क्योंकि अगर educated हो तो rational होगे, tolerant होगे, social capital strengthen होगा, इसलिए the teaching is very relevant. और अगर educated हो तभी complex global issues को solve कर सकते हो, otherwise not. Is it making sense? इसमें और भी teachings हैं. That Guru Nanak Dev Ji has taught about gender equality. You can talk about gender equality also. कि आज के time पे when female labor force participation is declining, violence against women is on the rise, his teachings of gender equality is very relevant. Is it making sense for everyone? And finally, you can conclude. So in such questions, how will you prepare? आप art and culture में religion पढ़ते हो? You do your Buddhism, Jainism, Bhakti movement, Sikhism, सब पढ़ते हैं. सबकी important core teachings क्या है और उसका क्या contemporary relevance है, ये आप तैयार करके जाओगे. Is it making sense? Chances of asking the question is very high. Is it clear for everyone? ठीक है. So on this note, the 6 questions which I was supposed to discuss comes to an end. ठीक है. I'll ask the team to upload this PPT. But so far, whatever we have discussed, is it making sense for everyone? कोई doubt तो नहीं है? Can we conclude the lecture? ठीक है. चलो. Take care, people. All the best. ठीक. चलो. हाँ जी.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So we'll be discussing the questions related to ethics in governance now. There are 6 questions. Actually, there are just 3 questions, 3.5 questions, if I were to put it correctly, because every question has 2 parts. The first question that has been asked in this year's paper for ethics in governance is related to corporate governance. So this year we were expecting a question on the topic of corporate governance, especially because of the entire news which has been there around the Hindenburg report, and it was very much an expected question. The question though is vastly different from what they have asked in the past. So let's have a look at the question. The question says that, what do you understand by moral integrity and professional efficiency in context of corporate governance? They are not asking about moral integrity in general. They are not asking about professional efficiency also in general. Both these concepts have to be discussed in context of corporate governance. So you have to explain what do these particular terms mean, and give possibly certain examples of moral integrity and professional efficiency in corporate governance, and then it says illustrate with the help of suitable examples. So you could possibly be giving examples from India and from across the world in order to justify the importance of moral integrity and professional competence or professional efficiency in corporate governance. Right. So let's look at what possibly could be the approach to this particular question. So firstly, in this question, the way you would introduce the answer, right? So when we talk about question 1A, all of these questions have to be answered in less than 150 words. So in ethics, the biggest problem that we see most of the candidates face is not being able to complete the paper on time. And the reason for that is that they tend to go over the word limit which has been prescribed by UPSC. You have to keep it in mind that the length of the case studies which are being provided by UPSC now is too long, and therefore it may not be possible for you to attempt the paper properly if you exceed the word limit. So you have to stay within the word limits, right? So writing introduction and conclusion of course is important, but you have to ensure that your introduction and conclusion are crisp and to the point. So what could be a possible introduction in this kind of a question? See, one plain, simple, vanilla introduction could be where you could provide definition of what is corporate governance, right? So you could provide the definition of the term corporate governance, and then you could talk about some of the aspects of corporate governance. So once you mention what is corporate governance, you could mention some of the important principles of corporate governance, and then you could talk about that how the 2 principles that have been highlighted here, which is moral integrity and professional efficiency, are also 2 really crucial and important principles of corporate governance. So this is one simple introduction which can be provided by you in this particular question. The other way in which you could write the answer to this question is by relating to some current affairs happening, right? So this is one. The other alternate introduction which you could provide in this particular answer is talk about some current happening. Maybe talk about the scandal at ILNFS, right? Or you could possibly talk about the ICICI Bank scam that we came across recently. You could also be talking about the Hindenburg report. So you could talk about the Hindenburg report and how it has brought corporate governance into limelight in the recent times. So whatever of the current happenings or current affairs you could write about in the introduction could possibly be one of the ways to introduce this answer. So you could say that in the recent times, corporate governance has come into relevance because of some of the scams that have been unearthed in the corporate sector. For example, the ICICI Bank scam, or the Vodafone scam, or the scam related to the Hindenburg report, which has criticized or which has raised certain pertinent questions about the functioning of corporate entities in India. Right? So that could be one of the ways in which you could introduce the answer. You could begin by explaining what is corporate governance as well. Now, what do we understand by corporate governance? Simply put, corporate governance as a term means when a corporate entity is run in such a manner, it is governed in such a manner so that it fulfills the interests of the multiple stakeholders associated with that corporate entity. Those multiple stakeholders would include the employees, would include the shareholders, the promoters, the board of directors, the management, the society, the customers of that particular organization, the government. All these stakeholders, those who are involved in the process of dealing with a corporate entity, when you try to protect their interests, when you try to promote their interests and not just the interest of shareholders and promoters of that particular corporate entity, that is what is called as corporate governance. Right? So either you could begin with that introduction, or you could talk about some current affair happening and then come to some of the important aspects of corporate governance. The choice is yours. If I were in your place, I would go with this particular option, because almost everyone would be able to write this kind of an introduction where you write about the definition of the corporate governance. Right? So once you have introduced the idea of corporate governance or the context of this particular question, then it would become important that you talk about some of the important principles of corporate governance. So you must make a passing reference of important principles of corporate governance in the initial part of your answer itself. Again, it need not be long drawn. You need not write 2-3 sentences on this, but just important principles and values of corporate governance. For example, one of the important values of corporate governance is legality, that any corporate entity must follow the law of the land as much as possible. You must talk about the principle of transparency. Any corporate entity must make sure that the dealings of that company, dealings of that corporate entity are known to all the stakeholders involved with that particular entity. You may also talk about inclusivity, that any corporate entity must try to make the decision making of that particular corporate entity inclusive in nature. How do you make the decision making inclusive in nature? By having a wide representation of the marginalized sections of the society in the management of that particular company, in the board of directors of that company. Right? You could talk about accountability, that any corporate entity must be willing to hold itself accountable to the questions and be answerable to the various stakeholders of that company. So again, you need not explain in any of these principles, but just make a passing reference of this. Another way in which you could possibly do this is by drawing a diagram as well, where you can draw a diagram. At the center you can draw a circle or a triangle or whatever, and then you can mention that these are the principles of corporate governance, and then you mention those principles of corporate governance just to add more value to the answer. Right? So it's not what is being asked in the answer as such, in the question as such. Once you have mentioned about some of these important values, then you can draw a linkage between what the question is asking and what you have written in the introduction. That is, among some of these principles of corporate governance, the two important principles of corporate governance are moral integrity and professional efficiency. So you have to link these two particular values of professional efficiency and moral integrity with the basic principles of corporate governance. Or even if you don't write the principles of corporate governance, in your introduction itself, when you're talking about some of the latest happenings or the current affairs with respect to corporate governance, there itself you could have mentioned that it was the lack of moral integrity and lack of professional efficiency which has spelled doomsday for several corporate entities in India as well as in the world. तो एक तरीका वो भी हो सकता है to write down the way you link what has been mentioned in the introduction to what you're going to mention in the body of the answer. Now, the question is that what do you understand by moral integrity and professional efficiency in context of corporate governance in India? Now, firstly, therefore, it is important for us to provide a basic definition of both of these terms. एक तो ये करना जरूरी है इस आंसर में, and then we have to talk about the importance of both of these, significance of both of these in corporate governance, especially giving examples from India. So now this is what has to be done in the rest of the answer once we have provided the introduction to this particular answer. Now, what do we understand by moral integrity? Moral integrity in context of corporate governance essentially refers to upholding highest values and standards in functioning of any corporate entity, which would include, again, transparency, accountability, responsiveness, inclusiveness, etc., and all of those things, right? So you, in the introduction, when you have mentioned possibly, let's say, about the importance of moral integrity, you must also mention that what is the definition of moral integrity in the body of the answer, right? So moral integrity, as I said, refers to steadfast, integrity in context of an individual is steadfast adherence to principles, values in one's lives, where you are not ready to compromise with your values and principles irrespective of any circumstance or irrespective of any particular situation. Moral integrity in case of a corporate entity would mean that a corporate entity sticks to its core values irrespective of whatever the circumstances are. It is not necessarily swayed away by profits or losses. It is not necessarily swayed away by what would be the perceived, what would be the perception of an action that they take in the market. Rather, they take a particular action because a corporate entity strongly believes in it, right? So what you can say is that moral integrity is nothing but steadfast adherence to the vision and the mission of an organization. Moral integrity is steadfast adherence to the core values of any organization. And you must give example of organizations that have shown moral integrity. You could possibly be talking about Tata, you could be talking about ISRO, you could be talking about any of these PSUs in India that have been able to show moral integrity in their functioning, right? Then what do we understand by professional efficiency? See, professional efficiency is that when in your profession, when at your work, you're able to do the work efficiently. When you are able to utilize the resources in an effective manner. When you are able to get the maximum out of minimum resources that are available to you. That is what is the meaning of the term professional efficiency. Not only that, professional efficiency also, so one aspect of professional efficiency is getting maximum out of minimum resources available. Professional efficiency also means having the requisite skills, having the requisite skill set in order to deal with the challenges which are thrown by the 21st century corporate entities. So today there is an increased competition in the market. Every corporate entity, to remain relevant, must be able to compete with the others, must be able to develop its own skill sets and its own USP. That is what is professional efficiency. There may be circumstances in which organizations don't have a lot of resources. We know about startups that are in a bootstrap model, where they have limited number of resources, yet they try to achieve maximum output or maximum productivity for themselves. So again, the point which we need to keep in mind is that professional efficiency is nothing but trying to get the maximum out of the minimum resources. Professional efficiency is trying to achieve maximum productivity in any organization. Here you could give example of various organizations again. You could give example of a Google, you could give example of Infosys, You could give example of TCS, several IT companies of India, which out of limited number of resources have been able to make a mark for themselves internationally, could be given as examples of professional efficiency. Once you have defined and once you have given the examples of professional efficiency, then we need to talk about the importance, the significance of professional efficiency and moral integrity, especially in context of India. Why is moral integrity so important for any corporate entity in India? First and foremost, in order to avoid scams, in order to avoid any cases of corruption, moral integrity becomes so crucial for any corporate entity. You could give the examples of, as I said, the ICICI scam, because there was lack of moral integrity, where the CEO is hand in glove with the individuals at the Videocon group, and they are providing them unsecured loans without doing due diligence. And that put the entire bank at a massive risk. Simply because the husband of the CEO, the husband of the ICICI bank, the person who was at the helm, was also the individual who was having stakes in Videocon. Right? ILNFS, where the management and their faulty practices were often overlooked by the board of directors and by the independent directors at the company. Right? So, moral integrity is important to avoid corruption, is important to avoid scams. Moral integrity plays a very important role in getting better investments for a company as well, for a corporate entity. So any corporate entity would have better investment prospects if it follows the principle of moral integrity, because the investor confidence would be much higher in any such corporate entity that is governed according to the principle of moral integrity. Right? So greater investor confidence is also something that you can be talking about. You could talk about following the high transparency standards, for example, in Tata's, has helped them maintain a positive brand reputation for themselves. So moral integrity can play a very crucial role in maintaining a positive brand reputation for an organization, for a corporate entity also. Right? You could also be talking about that moral integrity is important in order to ensure a positive work environment. The employees of that particular organization take especially greater pride being involved with an organization that follows highest standards of moral integrity. Right? So these are some of the examples. Again, the list is endless. Okay, I mean, if I were to go on talking about the importance of moral integrity in the way a corporate entity functions, it would take a long time for us. But even if you mention 2 to 3 points, I think that should be enough. Then, why is professional efficiency important? So you must mention that professional efficiency is important. So we will now talk about the importance of professional efficiency. Right? Again, इसके अंदर भी 2-3 points लिख सकते हैं professional efficiency की importance में. You could talk about that how there is an increased competition in the market today, and it's very important that every corporate entity must be able to extract maximum out of every single buck that they invest in the functioning of that particular corporate entity. So you could be mentioning about the increased competition in the market and how that can be overcome with the help of with the help of professional efficiency. You must talk about that the challenges of market, the demands of the customer have started to become more and more. We witness the customer is becoming more and more demanding today. And therefore, in order to deal with those specific challenges of the market as well, it is important that any corporate entity must adhere to, must follow the highest standards of professional efficiency as well. You could also talk about that in order to remain relevant as a corporate entity. If you want to remain relevant as a corporate entity, then also it is really important that you must have professional efficiency. Right? You can also talk about that there may be certain cycles in the economy where the investors may not be willing to put money into corporate entities, and corporate entities would have to function within certain limited number of resources. And if they have to function within those limited number of resources, then professional efficiency becomes really important. Right? So these are some of the ways in which you can talk about the importance of professional efficiency. Do give examples of as many organizations of you can in terms of moral integrity and professional efficiency. I think 3 points each would be more than enough. You could also talk about the efficient resource allocation. You could talk about efficient decision making within an organization. You could say that professional efficiency can help in managing the risks better which are associated with the economy, etc., and all of those things. And then in the conclusion of your answer, you could possibly mention about why or how these values can be incorporated in any organization. Again, a passing reference has to be made. ये वैल्यूज कैसे इनकॉर्पोरेट की जाएं? जैसे कि आप उसमें एक दो रिकमेंडेशन दे सकते हैं. You could give the recommendation of the Kotak committee. You could give the recommendation of the Kumar Mangalam committee. You could give the recommendation of Damodaran committee. Right? They have given recommendations like we should increase the number of independent directors in an organization in order to ensure moral integrity. You could talk about the upskilling of the employees of an organization on a regular basis through training programs to ensure professional efficiency. You could talk about adopting the OKR approach, the KPI KRA approach. If you remember, we discussed in our ethics classes about the OKR approach, the objectives key results approach, an approach which has been adopted by several organizations across the world, including Google, Intel, Amazon, etc. So you could talk about that as well. Just a passing reference of that would be enough. Right? So this is as far as the first question is concerned. Now, how do you prepare this particular topic of corporate governance? See, there are numerous reports of the government expert committees that have been published on the issue of corporate governance. You could go through them. Otherwise, if you look at our material, the basic points that have been mentioned there should be enough to prepare this topic. The various dimensions that you need to prepare as a part of the topic of corporate governance is the meaning of the term corporate governance, important principles of corporate governance, importance of corporate governance in India, what are some of the challenges associated with corporate governance in India, some of the good examples, best practices of corporate governance that have been incorporated across the world. It is also important for you to prepare the recommendations of some of the expert committees on ensuring corporate governance in India. Also, please prepare the topic of CSR as well. What do you understand by corporate social responsibility? What are some of the benefits of corporate social responsibility? What are some of the challenges associated with the corporate social responsibility in India? Right? So prepare the entire topic of corporate governance like this. Anyway, so this is the first question, 1A. Anyone has any doubts or questions? Can we proceed further? Right, so let's have a look at the next question now. Now, ethics in international relations has been one of the favorite topics of UPSC in last few years. You would see that since 2017 or 18, they have been asking at least one question related to this particular topic in the exam. In fact, I would say that this year I was a tad disappointed that they only ended up asking one question related to ethics in international relations. And this is a very standard question. This is a very standard topic of the ethics in international relation. The question is that international aid is an accepted form of helping resource-challenged nations. So it is one of the ways of helping those countries, those nations which are not having enough resources, which are challenged in terms of resources. And then it says, comment on ethics in contemporary international aid. So we have to basically talk about what are some of the ethical concerns and what is the foundation of the ethics which is leading to some countries helping the others. Right? And then it says support your answer with suitable examples. See, one thing that you must keep in mind, and which I'm sure that Smriti ma'am also told you, is irrespective of whether they ask you to write down examples in the answer or not, you have to write down the answer examples. Right? In any question related to ethics, until and unless you write the examples, don't expect to get above average marks. Average marks everyone can get. 80, 85, 90 marks are not very difficult to get in ethics, and you will find numerous candidates, those who are appearing the mains examination, getting marks like that. But if you want to secure more than 100, if you want to secure possibly more than 120, then you have to substantiate your answers with the help of examples. Right? So now, in this particular question, what are the ways in which we can introduce? So see, it is saying that पहले तो वो international aid के बारे में एक perspective दे दे रहा है कि international aid is a way in which some of the countries of the world help the other countries which are resource starved. And in this context, we have to comment on what is the significance in terms of ethics of international aid. अगर आप हमारा material भी पढ़ेंगे, in that material also, we have covered the topic of the international aid with respect to the topic of ethics in international relation. Now, what is the introduction which can be provided to this particular question? So let's try to understand the introduction that could have been provided in this question. So, question 1b. One of the ways is that you simply define what is international aid. ना तो एक तो simple again, कुछ भी अगर समझ में नहीं आ रहा हो, so we can always provide the definition of international aid. It is assistance that is provided by nations to each other in times of need, especially to those countries which are resource starved. Right? That is what is the meaning of the term international aid, which you can mention broadly. You could give some certain examples as well of international aid. The relief provided by countries to Turkey during earthquake. The vaccine Maitri adopted by India during COVID-19 is an example of international aid. Then we have seen in case of the Myanmar crisis, the aid that was provided by various nations to the countries such as India and Bangladesh to deal with the refugee crisis created as a result of Rohingya crisis is again an example of international aid. So numerous examples of international aid can be given here. Right? So that is one of the ways of introducing the answer to this particular question. Another way of introducing the answer to this question is the, again, example way. Okay, so you could give example of, you could begin with that India during COVID-19 provided vaccines to the other countries of the world despite, is there a joke there at the back? I have been noticing you from the beginning. Is there a joke there at the back? From two of you, you know who you are. Is there a joke you want to share with me? If you want to sit in this session, please sit as a student should be. Otherwise, you are more than welcome to go out. There is a door there. I can get that open for you and you can walk out of that door. I have been noticing from the time that you have walked into this particular session, I will not tolerate any of that any longer. I am telling you very clearly. You could do this in someone else's session, not in mine. Please understand that. So, if you want to sit, please make sure you sit as if a student is sitting here. If you want me to cross that line, I can also cross that line and then I can show you what I can get to. So please don't do that again. I don't want to be seeing you giggling again. है ना, मेरे को वापस से आपके दांत नहीं दिखने चाहिए. मैं आपको बहुत प्लेन सिंपल शब्दों में बता रहा हूँ. हिंदी समझ में आती है, अंग्रेजी समझ में आती है, और कोई तीसरी लैंग्वेज समझ में आती है तो वो मुझे बता दीजिए. आई विल एक्सप्लेन टू यू इन दैट लैंग्वेज. प्लीज डोंट डू दैट अगेन. आई होप दैट इज क्लियर. आप अगर मजाक करने आए हैं यहां पे तो बाहर चले जाइएगा, यहां पे मत बैठिए, मेरे को डिस्ट्रैक्शन हो रहा है. Is that clear? Can I hear a yes from both of you? You want me to embarrass you further in front of rest of the people? I can do that as well. Please don't do repeat this. मेरे सेशन में मत रिपीट कीजिए आप. Are you our students? Are you enrolled here at Vision? Both of you? Are you enrolled here at Vision? No, that is why.
That is why. Because you are getting to attend this for free. So you think कि मजे करो, पीछे जाके बैठ गए हो आप लोग. Please don't do this. Now, when we talk about certain, so you could write an example of India providing vaccines to the other countries of the world when they were in need during COVID-19 as an example of international aid, right? Then you could give other examples of international aid as well. The assistance that was provided by United States of America to India in the times of food crisis, agrarian crisis in 1960s, by providing us the ships, containers full of food, the PL-480 ships that were sent to India, again an example of the international aid, right? So numerous examples can be given. You could substantiate your introduction with the help of an example only. और वहीं पे आप उसको introduce कर दीजिए international aid होता क्या है. Then we will come down to the meat of the question. That is, what is the ethics? What are the ethical issues associated with international aid? So when we talk about ethical issues associated with international aid, firstly, let's talk about what is the ethical foundation. So what is the ethical foundation of international aid? Why do other countries provide help to the other nations? On the basis of ethics and morality, first we are talking about, right? So see, the first reason for this is that it is a part of global cooperation strategy. We know that countries cannot be dealing with natural calamities, disasters on their own today. No country is capable of dealing with any problem on their own completely. And therefore, international aid, international assistance is required to promote global cooperation, to foster the spirit of the brotherhood within the entire global community, right? So you could again give numerous examples here of how global cooperation is the major reason because of which countries come to the help of each other, right? The ethical foundation of the international aid. Second is due to altruistic purposes. So due to altruistic purpose. Right, what I mean by altruistic purpose here is that countries help each other not expecting anything in return from the other nations. Countries provide assistance to the others not expecting anything in return. That is what is called as the altruistic angle to providing international aid to other countries. When India sent aid to Nepal in the 2015 earthquake, we did not expect them to respond back. When there was an earthquake in Pakistan, we sent food, we sent medicines, we sent clothes to Pakistan, not expecting anything in return. It is simply because of the goodness of our act, because our deed is good. We want to help the other countries because it is the right thing to do so, right? So because of altruistic purposes as well, you could justify the international aid provided by one nation to the other country, right? So that is another thing which you can talk about, why countries provide aid to each other. Third could be with the perspective of capacity building and promoting strategic partnership. So countries may be looking at helping each other with the perspective of building the other's capacity. When United States of America signed the 123 nuclear deal with us, and they got into an arrangement that they would be providing access to the civil nuclear technology to India, one could call it as an example of foreign aid or international aid only. Where, what is the purpose? to promote long-term strategic partnership between India and USA. An example of international aid coming with the idea of promoting strategic partnership. India helping the African nations in launching their satellites. India providing technical aid to African nations with respect to GIS or with respect to agricultural practices is again an example of international aid. See, international aid should not be perceived only as money. International aid should not be perceived only as the material help in terms of clothes, fooding, or in terms of clothes or food or medicines, etc. But international aid also means when you provide technology assistance to the other countries. That is also a form of international aid only. In fact, in your introduction itself, you could have mentioned that generally international aid is perceived to be something material, but it can be intangible as well. Intellectual property, technology transfer is also an important form of international aid. Right? So this is something that you can mention. You could talk about the reasons for the international aid that are provided by various nations in term of in perspective of these three particular aspects. So you can mention with respect to capacity building, you can mention with respect to global cooperation, you could mention with respect to altruistic purposes, और भी बहुत सारी चीजें हैं, but I think 3 should be enough. Then we have to also talk about ethical concerns associated with the international aid, because it is saying you have to analyze, you have to contextualize international aid in terms of ethics. So we have to talk about the ethical concerns as well, which are associated with a country providing international aid to the other. The first aspect that we can talk about is neo-colonialism. Many countries, in the name of providing international aid to others, are perpetuating nothing but a new form of colonialism. They are trying to create or establish their control over the resources of the other countries. Often the exploitation of the natural resources of the other countries happens at the expense of this international aid provided by nations. You could give example of China investing in African economies has been criticized across the world because of their neo-colonialist tendencies. Right? So that is one example which you can provide here. The second ethical concern associated with international aid is that often international aid is conditional aid. So it comes along with certain conditions. Right? It comes along with certain conditions. So there is a conditional aid also, which is provided by various international organizations and by countries, that compromises the sovereignty of various nations. So this conditional aid compromises the sovereignty . It compromises the sovereignty of various nations. Right? You could talk about how when the IMF provided international assistance to India in 1991, we had to follow certain conditions, or we had to observe certain conditions in order to get this international aid from the IMF. Even the World Bank assistance that is provided to various nations in the form of soft loans does not come without its own conditions. Right? Then you may say that there are often ulterior motives, vested interests associated with international aid. Give example of investment by China in Nepal, China in Sri Lanka, Hambantota port. Initially they invested saying that we are going to build a civil port or a civil facility here for civilian purposes, and later on they made it into a military port. The assistance that has been provided by China to Nepal is clearly aimed at reducing or countering the influence of India on the Nepal economy or Nepal politics, to woo Nepal towards China. So that is another thing which you can mention about. You can also mention about debt trap. Often this international aid comes with a debt trap. Sri Lanka ko China ne aid provide kiya, and now Sri Lanka is in a debt trap. They have to, they can't pay off this loan as well, and there is no way that they can wish away this loan as well, or that which they owe to China today. And as a result of that, they need to continuously follow the conditions that have been imposed by China. You can also mention about how international aid is often used for the purpose of political manipulation as well. Aid provided by USA to several Latin American countries in the past could be one of the examples of this. So these are some of the ethical concerns associated with international aid provided by the, or the ethical concerns associated by, with the idea of providing international aid. Once you have mentioned about the concerns, once you have mentioned about the foundational reasons for ethical, for international aid, then we need to write down the conclusion. Now you must talk about that how, in order to combat the problems of 21st century, such as climate change, such as terrorism, such as global hunger, poverty, it is really important that all the countries of the world must come together to help each other, not due to vested interest, not due to selfish interest, but due to the idea of promoting the entire humanity, promoting the concerns of the entire humanity. And here you could mention specifically about the idea of the Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, or the entire globe is a village. The philosophy with which India's international relation approach has always been driven, and that is how the entire world should also perceive providing international aid to each other. Right? So that is how you could conclude giving the answer to this particular question. Again, your answer has to be loaded with as many examples as possible. Is this clear to everyone? Any questions? Yes. You can mention that. You can mention that international aid provided by countries to international organizations can also result in international organizations not being independent in their functioning. You can mention that, right? There was a concern related to Chinese funding to WHO, and as a result of which, WHO was not independent in nature. So you can mention those things, right? Anyone, any other questions? Yes. हाँ, मैंने भी तो एग्जाम्पल बताया मैंने, नेपाल, श्रीलंका, all of these are examples of that only. What is the question? हाँ, अभी तो यही तो. हाँ, political decision making of Sri Lanka has been affected, Bangladesh has been affected as a result of international assistance provided by China. That also can be said. Yes. There was someone else who was asking a question before you. Can I attend that? Yes. Not you, sir. There was someone who put up the hand before you. आपके पीछे भी है सर कोई, आपके पीछे भी तो है ना कोई, है ना? बताइए. Yes, yes, of course. Why not? Yes. Training of the Bhutanese and Nepalese officers, Sri Lankan. We invite the officers from SAARC countries to attend the training at Labasna, and you could give that example. Yes, yes. हाँ जी बोलो. Just one sentence. So do I need to explain all the points in detail? Of course not, sir. It will not be possible. आप इतना सब कुछ लिखी कैसे पाओगे? If you have to, अगर आप देखिए इसके ऊपर अगर आप एक एक पॉइंट पे भी 10-10 वर्ड भी लिख देंगे तो ही आपका 150 वर्ड का लिमिट क्रॉस हो जाएगा. So you can't write a lot. So you have to write just 10 words each and just write down example. Example भी short में लिखिएगा. For example, Chinese assistance to African countries. इतना ही लिखिए बस. ठीक है? Yes. Depends on how you look at it, sir. You can mention that as a negative or as a positive. The European countries or NATO countries providing aid to Ukraine, do we look at it positively or negatively? Depends on you, how you want to put it in the exam. It's completely a subjective issue, right? Yes, there was someone else. Yes. Huh. या मतलब सी कोई हार्ड एंड फास्ट रूल नहीं है ना सर कि एग्जांपल्स आपने बिगनिंग में देने हैं, इंट्रोडक्शन में देने, कंक्लूजन में देने. डिपेंड्स अपॉन हाउ यू वांट टू स्ट्रक्चर द आंसर. दिस इज व्हाट आई एम टेलिंग यू दैट इन माय ओपिनियन द स्ट्रक्चर ऑफ द आंसर शुड बी. You can always have an alternate to that. Yes, there was some, yeah. Because you're right. So in international relation we say that we should always promote national interest, but that is not true, sir. है ना, ऐसा नहीं है कि international relation में you should only promote national interest और दूसरी दुनिया जहान भाड़ में जाए. That is not the policy with which we follow our international relations. Our international relations are based on the principle of Panchil. They are based on the respecting the sovereignty of other countries. They are based on fostering global cooperation. Our DPSPs, Article 51 is also talking about that. So it's not that. So there is always, that is what the dilemmas in international relation are. That whether you promote national interest or whether you promote ethics. And there are multiple approaches to international relations as well. Right? So we have the realist approach where you promote national interest only. You have the idealist approach where you only promote ideals and the high values and morals. And then there is a principled realism where you adopt a middle path. Right? So ideally we should try to balance both of them, but in all circumstances it may not be possible to balance both of them. तो वो एक standard classical dilemma है international relations में. ठीक है? Yes. Someone else, there was one more student there ना, किसी और ने भी was asking question out of turn. हाँ बोलो. You can mention that also. Yes, sustainable development goals can be achieved, etc. You can mention that in conclusion. You can mention that in between also. बिल्कुल, absolutely. International aid, okay, you can mention that. I mean, if you want to stretch the idea of international aid to military assistance as well, fair enough. I won't say it's wrong. That is also international aid only. When we sent our forces to Sri Lanka, as a when the civil war was on in Sri Lanka, that was also an example of international aid only. So you can give that example as well. Okay? Yes, is that clear? Now let's move on to the next question quickly because then we'll run out of time. I realize that it's already 3:26. So yes, there are a number of questions that have been asked by UPSC on this particular topic of ethics in international relations. I think this is very, very important. You must prepare this particular topic. कहाँ से prepare करें? एक बार आप Vision IS का material देखिएगा, which we have provided for ethics. I think that should be a good source to begin. Anyway, now let's move on to the next question. Next question says, corruption is the manifestation of failure of the core values in the society. In your opinion, what measures can be taken or can be adopted to uplift the values in the society? So two-part question, very simple, straightforward. Firstly, it says that, see, there are various reasons for corruption that we study. We study legal reasons, we study historical factors, we study institutional factors, we study societal factors. यहाँ पे ये कह रहा है कि core values क्योंकि पूरी तरीके से collapse कर गई हैं, decline कर गई है, इसलिए corruption हम society के अंदर ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा देख रहे हैं. So now in this particular question, question 2A, how do we introduce the answer to this particular question? See, one is that you could simply, again, वही definition of corruption. Corruption means using the public office for private gains. एक तो वो तरीका है और फिर एग्जाम्पल दे दिया. दूसरा ये है that you may give some examples of recent studies, surveys, that India's ranking on the Transparency International Perception Index is very low. According to a study conducted by McKinsey, India's civil services were ranked as the most corrupt in South Asia. So, आप इस context में begin कर सकते हैं that there is a lot of corruption within the Indian society, and then you give examples of corruption either through scams or through some of the rankings, etc. in the Indian society, and relate that examples of corruption and scam in the Indian society to the decline or collapse of the core values in the society. right? So you can say that, आप ऐसे mention कर सकते हो that even though there are multiple reasons including legal factors, historical factors, institutional factors, societal factors for the decline, for the resultant corruption in the Indian society, the decline of moral values, decline of core values is one of the biggest or one of the most important reasons for corruption in the society. So here, when we talk about decline of core values, see what we have seen is that from community-based living or from the community form of living, we have moved to individual-based living today. And therefore, people do not have any qualms in earning money, in earning resources at the cost of the others. This has what has led to corruption. कि मैं अगर सरकारी ऑफिसर हूं तो मैं जितना लूट सकता हूं लूटूं, किसी को नुकसान होता है तो हो, मेरे को क्या फर्क पड़ता है, मैं इस आदमी से जितनी ब्राइब खींच सकता हूं खींचूं, ये आदमी जाके इस ब्राइब को देने के लिए अपना पेट काटे तो काटे, मेरे को क्या फर्क पड़ता है. That is one of the biggest reasons because of which we are seeing more and more corruption in the society today. That we have moved from community-based living to individual living. We have moved to a materialistic society. So we have moved to a society where what and how much money you have is what is more important rather than whether you have earned that money through legal or ethical means or not. Then you can say that there is a certain amount of societal acceptance which has now been built towards corruption. That is why also corruption thrives in the society today. Earlier, people would look down upon someone who would be involved in a corrupt act. But today, it is seen as a, it is not seen as a problem in the society. So we have developed a tolerance towards corruption in the society, and we have lowered our expectations, lowered our standards as a society, and that has also led to corruption. Right? So that is another reason. Then you can say that there is disregard for fairness in the society in general. So people do not really feel that fairness or honesty or values such as justice, etc., really hold importance to them, and as a result of that also we are seeing more and more people being involved in corrupt activities. Right? So that is another reason which you can say. Then you can say that accountability in the society has diminished completely. Accountability of government officers, accountability of public servants to the citizens, those mechanisms have diminished significantly. The independence of the media has been compromised. It has become very easy to manipulate the narrative in the nation, and as a result of that also we see more and more corruption in the society. Right? So that is something which you can be mentioning. Then you can also say that we have started to witness weak governance norms as well. Right? So the overall governance values have also declined in the society, and that has also led to increased corruption in the society. So there are numerous core values which you can say have been declining in the society, which have resulted in corruption. और यहाँ पे example जरूर दीजिएगा. So you could, when you're talking about, let's say, societal acceptance, you could say that when now IAS officers or civil servants are caught taking bribes, the question is not that why this person was taking bribe. The question was that why was he taking such less bribe. है ना? So we 5 लाख रुपया लेते हुए पकड़ा गया आईएएस ऑफिसर, तो लोग बोल रहे हैं कि इतना बस कम, इतने के अंदर ही ये बिक गया, है ना? So the concern is not that this person was caught taking bribe. The concern is कि इतने कम के अंदर कैसे हो गया, right? So again, the point that I'm trying to make is that give examples. Illustrations भी देंगे तो भी चलेगा, जरूरी नहीं है real life examples हों. Illustrations would also be enough. Now, then the second part of the question is much easier. उसको deal करना बहुत आसान है. It says that what are the measures that can be taken to restore these values in the society. अब let's talk about restoration of values in the society. See, firstly, you must talk about the role models. We should have role models in the society whom we can look up to, who are involved in such acts of integrity, ethics, those who are not involved in misuse of their official position. So we must tell stories about them publicly to different people. You could talk about Lal Bahadur Shastri's life could be an example for the other politicians and for the public servants as to how one should conduct in public life. You could talk about the ethical education in schools, in colleges, imparting of more importance to the moral education, moral science subject in the schools and colleges is also something that you can mention. You can mention about the involvement of civil society organizations, involvement of CSOs, right, in order to create awareness, in order to ensure accountability of the government officers to the citizens. You could also talk about providing exemplary punishment to corrupt public officials so that corruption can become a high risk and a low reward activity, right? So that is something which you can mention. Then apart from it, you could also mention about use of technology in order to usher an era of transparency in governance, right? So that is also something which you can talk about. Then you must also talk about the role of family in imparting the core values in the society. The role of family is something which can't be discounted when it comes to imparting ethical behavior within the society, right? So बहुत सारे examples हैं. You can also segregate them into societal measures, family based measures, legal measures, etc. वो आपकी मर्जी है. You can do that as well in this particular question, right? So there are numerous things which can be mentioned in this particular question as well. And sky is the limit. ये बहुत ही simple straightforward question है. Corruption के ऊपर UPSC multiple times question पूछ चुकी है. And there are so many questions that have been asked on corruption by UPSC in the past as well. For example, non-performance of duty by a public servant is a form of corruption. Do you agree with this view? Justify your answer. There have been numerous other questions also that have been asked in the past related to the topic of corruption. Is this clear to everyone? Can we proceed further? इसमें आप दूसरी कंट्रीज के एग्जाम्पल भी दे सकते हैं, सिंगापुर का एग्जाम्पल दे सकते हैं, ओम्बुड्समैन एग्जाम्पल ऑफ स्कैंडिनेवियन कंट्रीज भी दे सकते हैं, right? You could talk about enacting a strong whistleblower protection law as well, and all of those things as well. Anyway, now let's move on to the next question. In context of work environment, differentiate between coercion and undue influence with suitable examples, right? So now how, अब देखिए दो चीजें हैं, coercion और undue influence. ये दोनों का इफेक्ट सेम है, पर इन दोनों का मेथड अलग है. What is coercion? मुझे किसी अपने सबऑर्डिनेट से काम करवाना है और वो ऐसा काम है जो कोई और काम कर मेरे टीम में काम करने को तैयार नहीं है. So I will tell that subordinate that if you don't do this, then I will demote you. If you don't do this, I will take a disciplinary action against you. Coercion could also be in form of sexual harassment of an employee at the organization to get some work out of them or to get some favor out of them, right? So that is coercion. Undue influence क्या होता है? That if you do this work for me, then I will be giving good remarks in your ACR. अगर तुम मेरे घर की सब्जी सब सामान वामान लेकर आओगे रोज, है ना, मेरी जो वाइफ है, मेरे बच्चे, उन सबको घुमाने ले जाओ बाहर ऑफिस टाइम के अंदर, then I will definitely put in a word about your posting at the international organization. That is what is called as undue influence. So coercion, you are forcing someone. Undue influence, you are giving a lure to someone to do something which is unethical. Coercion usually is illegal. आप किसी को फोर्स नहीं कर सकते कुछ करने के लिए कि तू ये नहीं करेगा तो मैं तेरे बारे में जाके सेक्सुअल हरासमेंट की कंप्लेंट डाल दूंगा. दिस इज coercion. Undue influence is usually not illegal but is definitely unethical. So the organization law or code of conduct may not necessarily be telling you that you can't promise your subordinates that you will be giving them promotion if they do their personal work, but unethical तो जरूर है. So this is what is the difference between coercion and between undue influence. अब वो ये कह रहा है in this question, in context of work environment, differentiate between coercion and undue influence with the help of suitable examples. तो सबसे पहले, this question is related to the topic of work culture. In this particular question, the introduction could be, this is what, 2B. So in this question, the introduction could be where you talk about how a healthy work environment is a necessity for any organization. So you may talk about the importance of a healthy work environment. Just in brief, again, लंबा चौड़ा कुछ लिखने की जरूरत नहीं है. Healthy work environment can create a positive atmosphere within the organization, can lead to better efficiency within the organization. It can lead to growth and the well-being of the employees of the organization and any entity. Then you would say that in a healthy work environment, two values that are seemingly, or two actions that are seemingly close to each other can create an adverse impact. These are firstly coercion and secondly undue influence. तो पहले तो जब आप coercion और undue influence को इंट्रोड्यूस करें, वहीं पे इनकी डेफिनेशन भी प्रोवाइड कर दें. coercion क्या है? coercion is pressure, some kind of force that you exercise on an individual to get some work done. Undue influence is manipulation of someone by offering them something, by luring them into something. That is what is undue influence. Illustration के through example इसको justify कर दीजिएगा, है ना? तो just give an example to justify it. Then if we differ between two of them, अब देखिए difference के अंदर best हमेशा ये रहता है that you can use tabular form as well, even though I personally don't recommend using tabular form, but you can always use a table on various parameters. और the second is कि आप different factors उठाइएगा और उसके basis के ऊपर बोलिएगा कि how do coercion and undue influence differ from each other. So what are the factors on the basis of which coercion and undue influence differ from each other? First is on the basis of nature. When we talk about nature of coercion, it is direct and explicit. आप एम्प्लॉय को बोलते हो कि ये काम कर वरना डिसिप्लिनरी एक्शन ले लूंगा तेरे खिलाफ, राइट? सो इन केस ऑफ कोअर्जन, दिस इज डायरेक्ट एंड एक्सप्लिसिट, वेयर एज इन केस ऑफ अनड्यू इन्फ्लुएंस, it is indirect and subtle in nature. It is indirect and subtle in nature, right? So you remind your team member कि मैंने तेरी उस समय इतनी मदद करी थी, I had helped you and I had given you those favors, now you should help me in this particular situation. मेरे बारे में ये इंफॉर्मेशन बॉस को मत बताना. Don't give this information to my wife that I had been to Thailand, right? So indirect influence, nature. Then motive could be another difference, another factor of difference between coercion and undue influence. So motive, in case of coercion, the motive is to achieve a specific outcome. Motive is to achieve a specific outcome. So you want your employee to do some work, you want your employee to be achieving some task, you tell him कि या तो ये काम कल करके लेके आना, रिपोर्ट बना के लाना, या फिर ऑफिस मत आना. This is where we can say that the motive is to achieve a specific outcome. Whereas in case of undue influence, the motive is largely to use your position of trust, authority to ask someone to do something. Where you say that, see, everyone in this company stays back for work. You must also do the same. I don't care about what work you have at home. So we can say that where you use your position or authority with some kind of angle of trust being exploited, then we can say it is an example of undue influence. And so that is also something which you can mention about undue influence. Now, once you have mentioned about the difference between undue influence and coercion, you must mention about what are the negative impact, negative effects that both of them can create on work environment in any particular organization. किसी भी organization के अंदर ये negative effect जो create कर सकता है. इसमें देखिए एक दो चीजें और भी हैं, लीगैलिटी की भी बात कर सकते हैं आप. That coercion is almost always illegal. Undue influence may be illegal, but it is definitely unethical in nature. तो ये भी एक difference हो सकता है between coercion and undue influence in terms of the legality as well, right? And then you can talk about some of the negative aspects of both the undue influence and coercion in the conclusion. You can say that it creates a bitter work environment within the organization. It leads to harassment of the employees. It can even lead to sexual harassment and sexual exploitation of the employees in the organization as well, right? You could say that it could diminish the trust between the organization and between the employees, between the leadership of the organization and the employees of the organization. So all those things can also be mentioned here, right? So again, now I don't think that it was possible to necessarily prepare this question in advance, because no such question has been asked by UPSC in the past, and I doubt that this was it was possible to prepare this question in advance properly, right? You have to apply your mind at that point of time. You will have to think at that point of time only in the exam. That's the kind of question this is. I would say that this was more or less a tough question, moderate to tough question. आंसर किया जा सकता है, बट आपको वहां पर उस फ्रेम ऑफ माइंड में आप होने चाहिए. इसीलिए आई ऑलवेज कीप टेलिंग टू स्टूडेंट्स दैट यू मस्ट बी एज फ्रेश एज यू कैन बी व्हेन यू गो इनटू द एग्जामिनेशन. You must have had a proper sleep, otherwise to deal with these questions can become a big nightmare, and it can be a real nightmare to deal with such kind of questions where you have to apply your mind and you have to think out of the box in the examination itself. Now let's quickly move on to the next question. This has been again a topic on which UPSC has asked a number of questions in the past. Conscience is conscience a more reliable guide when compared to laws, rules and regulations in context of ethical decision making? Discuss. तो ये basically कह रहा है conscience versus rules, regulations and laws, which one should we be following in case of ethical decision making? Which one is more reliable? Is conscience a more reliable guide? Before that, let me also tell you there are a number of questions that have been asked by UPSC on this particular topic. In 2020, they had asked a question, distinguish between laws and rules, discuss the role of ethics in formulating them. Rules and regulations provide all the civil servants the same, yet there is difference in their performance, etc. तो ये question 2022 में UPSC ने पूछा था. इसके ऊपर एक दो question और भी पूछ चुकी है UPSC पहले on the laws, rules and regulations. I think this is the simplest topic that can be asked in the examination. Now, since the question is that क्या कॉन्शियंस एक बेटर गाइड है लॉज, रूल्स और रेगुलेशंस के कंपैरिजन में एथिकल डिसीजन मेकिंग में, तो सबसे पहले तो आप एक एथिकल डायलेमा का एग्जाम्पल दीजिए. सो यू बिगिन द आंसर टू दिस पर्टिकुलर क्वेश्चन बाय गिविंग एग्जाम्पल ऑफ एन एथिकल डायलेमा और बाय एक्सप्लेनिंग व्हाट एथिकल डिसीजन मेकिंग इन्वॉल्व्स. Ethical decision making involves comparing, contrasting values which are involved in a particular situation as a result of taking different actions in that situation. So ethical decision making is nothing but evaluating, choosing course of action based on moral principles and values. That is what is the meaning of the term ethical decision making. And while taking an ethical decision, while making or resolving an ethical dilemma, one has to rely upon conscience as well as rules and regulations depending upon the situation. Now, you may mention that in such a situation, there can always be a conflict in a person's mind, that whether I should follow conscience or whether I should follow rules and regulations. Now, firstly, what are the advantages of following conscience? तो conscience को follow करने के advantages क्या हैं किसी भी एक particular ethical decision making में? See, the first and the biggest advantage of following conscience is that you are more humane in your approach. You deal with the problem with empathy, with compassion. So you could give an example of an old woman coming and asking for the ration when she doesn't have the valid documents. In this particular situation, your conscience would be a better guide to help you take that particular decision, that rather than laws, rules and regulations. Right? A young child traveling ticketless in the train who has lost his parents. In such a situation, conscience can be a better guide to help you arrive at a ethical decision rather than laws, rules and regulations. Because laws or rules or regulations तो कुछ और ही बोलेगी वहां पे. Accident के समय में एक आदमी ने red light jump कर ली. Laws, rules and regulations say something else, but conscience will say something else. Then you can say that it is less rigid. Unlike laws, it is less rigid in nature. तो इसलिए फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी ज्यादा प्रोवाइड करती है कॉन्शियंस टू डील विद डिफरेंट काइंड ऑफ सिचुएशंस व्हिच लॉज एंड रूल्स मे नॉट बी एबल टू प्रोवाइड. थर्ड दैट यू कैन से इज दैट लॉज एंड रूल्स एक्सेट्रा मे नॉट बी अपडेटेड. हो सकता है कि ये जरूरी नहीं है हमेशा अपडेटेड हो और बहुत सारे गैप्स हो सकते हैं. देयर कैन बी सेवरल सिचुएशंस इन विच लॉज एंड रूल्स मे बी साइलेंट. In such a situation, your conscience can come handy. So, for example, someone comes and tells you that, see, I will be giving admission to your child in this school if you do this work for me. Now, your law, rule, ethics, code of conduct may not necessarily prohibit you from doing so by providing help to that individual, but your conscience would be a better guide. Your inner voice would be a better guide. Right? So you could give the example of Gandhiji's talisman, which is an example of how you resolve an ethical dilemma relying upon your inner voice and your inner conscience. So some of the reasons because of which conscience is so important as compared to laws, rules and regulations. But you will say that it would not be correct to say that laws, rules and regulations don't have utility in resolving ethical dilemmas. So then what is the importance of rules, laws, regulations, etc. in resolution of ethical dilemmas? You should mention that as well. Here you could mention that they can help in adopting a common or a uniform approach, because conscience can lead to subjectivity. Conscience varies according to the cultural upbringing of a person as well. You may think something is right or wrong depending upon your conscience, which is shaped by your upbringing. You may think child marriage is okay, but illegal hai. You know, you may think child marriage is okay because the society in which you were brought up in, it was perceived to be okay. One second, I'm just looking at the time right now. Right. So, yes, cultural upbringing can also be a factor which can influence your decision making when you're taking it basis of conscience. You can say that the conscience can lead to bias as well, because your biases may come in favor of a particular person or against a particular person when you are taking a decision, where rules and regulations help you in overcoming that bias as well. Right? And then you can say that rules and regulations and laws can be enforced with the help of accountability measures. Conscience के अंदर क्या है? आपने gut feeling से कोई काम किया, उसकी कोई accountability नहीं है, आप justify नहीं कर सकते, justification नहीं होता है. किसी law, rule, regulation के basis पे लिए हुए decision को आप बाद में justify कर सकते हैं, तो objectivity ज्यादा होती है. Right? And in your conclusion, you must mention that both of them are equally important. A civil servant must have the IQ and the EQ to understand which one has to be relied upon more in which situation, right? So that is something which you will be mentioning in this particular question. Is this clear to everyone? Very simple, straightforward question, and this is perhaps the easiest of the questions that was asked in this year's examination. Then let's look at the next question. Very simple question again. Standard question. Probity पे UPSC कम से कम नहीं तो 5 या 6 सवाल पूछ चुकी है. Where they last year they had given a 30-word short note on probity in governance. So it says probity is essential for an effective system of governance and socio-economic development. Discuss. So in this particular question, no beating around the bush, nothing. Simply start by giving the definition of the term probity. So first, provide definition of probity. What is probity? Probity is following the highest standards of ethics in the functioning of any organization. That is what is probity, right? What is the importance of probity? और जब आप probity explain करें तो कुछ organizations के नाम दे दीजिएगा which have shown probity. UPSC could be one, the Election Commission of India could be one, ISRO could be one. These are organizations that have shown probity in their functioning. Now, when we talk about importance of probity, firstly, probity can help. अब देखिए, probity के दो चीजें हैं, इसमें दो लिखा है ना. What is the importance of probity in governance and in socio-economic development? So first, let's talk about importance of probity in governance. Governance के अंदर probity क्यों important है? That is what the question is. So you see, essential for effective system of governance and for socio-economic development. So firstly, importance of probity with respect to governance. You will mention that it helps in maintaining the trust between the citizens and the government. It helps the citizens being more, the citizens wanting to approach the government more. Right, so that is one. Secondly, you could say that probity is important because it brings objectivity in the decision making of the institutions. You are not driven by biases, nepotism, favoritism in decision making of an organization. Merit is always promoted. So that is also why probity in governance becomes so important. Then probity is important for effective governance because it prevents abuse of power. There are enough checks and balances. It prevents abuse of power. There are enough checks and balances. It ensures transparency and accountability in governance, and therefore ensuring effective governance in turn. यहां पे एग्जाम्पल्स दीजिएगा. गिव एग्जाम्पल ऑफ लेट्स से द EPDS system of Chhattisgarh. Give example of the DBT scheme. Give example of the GEM portal of the government. All of these are examples of probity in governance which have helped us in achieving more efficiency, effectivity in the way the governance functions. यहाँ पे कुछ आप examples और ये भी दे सकते हैं. That it is said that if we can eliminate corruption, then we can witness a growth of at least 2% growth rate in our GDP. Right? Economic growth rate can shoot up by 2%. You can also mention the importance of probity in terms of socio-economic development as well. So you may mention that the benefits of the government schemes would reach the actual beneficiaries if we follow probity in governance. You could give that example that out of 1 rupee spent by the government, only 15 paisa reaches the beneficiary. We can cut down on these leakages, we can cut down on these wastages that are happening within the implementation of various government schemes and programs if we adopt a approach of probity within governance. Right? Then another aspect which you can mention is that probity can also help in making the country a better or an attractive investment destination. You can give the example of Singapore, how it has become an attractive investment destination for the other countries of the world because of the probity which is followed in the functioning of the institutions. You could also talk about the improved ease of doing business. So again, positive investor sentiment leading to better investment in the economy, leading to better socio-economic development as well. You can also say that it can lead to empowerment of the community. It can lead to empowerment of the community as well, because then the governance is not driven by selfish interest, but with the objective of doing the good for the people. You could talk about that it can lead to inclusive growth as well. The various sections of the society which have been kept out of the ambit of the economic growth can benefit as a result of the probity in governance. Once you have mentioned all of this, in the conclusion you can mention some of the measures that can be taken up in order to promote probity. For example, we must have stricter laws, we must have the introduction of e-governance, we must consider introducing a strong whistleblower protection law, grievance redressal mechanisms, single window clearance, RTI should be strengthened. All of those things could be mentioned that can be taken as a measure to promote probity in governance. Right? Very simple, straightforward question. Numerous questions have been asked related to this particular topic in the past, so there should have been no problem in answering this question. Let's look at the last question. Explain the term social capital. How does it enhance good governance? तो अब ये कह रहा है कि social capital की क्या मतलब बताइएगा और good governance के अंदर social capital किस तरीके का role play कर सकता है. What is social capital? Social capital is the network, the relationship, the trust that exists between the members of the society. Social capital is the intangible that helps in keeping the society together. The entire human society, remember, is based on trust. If today you are not trustful of the person sitting next to you, then you would not be sitting here, because आपको क्या पता कि वो कहां से बम निकाल के आपके ऊपर फेंक दे, अभी चक्कू निकाल के आपको मार दे. ट्रस्ट है, सोशल कैपिटल है ये. People are willing to help, people were willing to help each other during COVID, provide food to each other during COVID when people were locked down in their houses, again because of social capital, right? So social capital is the intangible, social capital is the trust that exists in the society between the members of the society that keeps the society floating. You will give example of social capital. You would say that social capital can be seen when people were willing to help each other during COVID-19, when several people lost their job and economic avenues. We witnessed social capital during a disaster such as the Bhuj earthquake, or such as the earthquake or the floods in Jammu and Kashmir. The recent floods in Himachal Pradesh, we saw social capital where people were willing to help each other, going out of their way. That is what is social capital, trust in the society. अब बड़ा interesting question है, because it is saying that how can social capital help in good governance? So firstly, you must in your answer mention about what is good governance. Good governance refers to governance that is carried out keeping certain ethical and certain basic principles, core values in mind, such as efficiency, effectivity, inclusivity, accountability, transparency, etc. Once you have mentioned this, right? So firstly, in this particular question, I'm just telling you the approach broadly, because we are running out of time now. So first is, we have already run out of time anyway. So definition of social capital, example of social capital. Secondly, give the meaning of good governance, or if not meaning of good governance, at least talk about what are the elements that should be present in governance to make it good governance. कौन से elements governance में present होने चाहिए to make it good governance, right? So that is what is called as the, यहां पे आप फिर ये elements mention करोगे, and then you will relate how social capital can help in achieving certain elements of good governance. अब देखिए, एक element of good governance, मैं example दे रहा हूं एक, and you try to think of others on your own. Example is accountability. One of the elements of good governance is that the government should be accountable to the citizens. We can ensure greater accountability of the government to the citizens if there is cohesion between the citizens. अगर एकजुट होकर सवाल पूछेंगे गवर्नमेंट से तो गवर्नमेंट को जरूर जवाब देना पड़ेगा. Give the example of जन सुनवाई that were organized by मजदूर किसान शक्ति संगठन in Rajasthan, और ऐसे और बहुत numerous examples हैं of how good governance can be ensured as a result of social capital. Right? Then you can also say that social capital gives a better bargaining power to the citizens, and therefore they can demand more from the government, including transparency, including efficiency, including participatory governance. You can say that bargaining power can be increased. As a result of that, you can achieve greater participation of citizens in governance, which is an element of good governance. Greater participation of citizens in governance is an element of good governance that can be achieved again with the help of greater bargaining power that comes with social cohesion. That is another thing which can be mentioned, right, of how we can achieve good governance. So think of more on these particular terms only. You can say that good governance का एक aspect होता है citizen centric governance, where the government should act according to the requirements of the citizens. अगर सोशल कैपिटल होगा तो लोग अपनी चॉइसेस, अपनी वॉइस को कलेक्टिवली एक्सप्रेस कर सकते हैं टुवर्ड्स द गवर्नमेंट टू गेट देयर वर्क डन. अगेन एन एग्जांपल ऑफ हाउ वी कैन यूज सोशल कैपिटल टू अचीव गुड गवर्नेंस. और एग्जांपल दीजिएगा, एसएचजीज का एग्जांपल बेस्ट है. एसएचजीज आर द बेस्ट एग्जांपल. सिविल सोसाइटी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस, गिव द एग्जांपल ऑफ इंडिया अगेंस्ट करप्शन मूवमेंट, give the example of NCPRI, National Campaigns to People for Right to Information, Mazdoor Kisan Shakti Sangathan, the Kudumbashri Yojana of the Kerala government, again getting the women together, and then they are able to ask the government to focus on issues such as health, education, sanitation, etc., which concern them more. So give those particular examples. So the way you need to think in this question is think of elements of good governance, relate those elements of good governance to the social capital as a value, and what is the meaning of term social value. So see, now again, I don't think that it was possible to prepare the answer to this question beforehand. इस question का answer पहले से prepare करना बड़ा मुश्किल है. ये question वहीं पे आप answer सोच सकते हैं, you have to write it there only. But सारी चीजें आपके पास available हैं already. If you just apply a bit of common sense and issue have faith कि जितना मैंने पढ़ा है that is enough to write the answer to this question. And that is what I told you in the earlier discussions as well, that UPSC does not expect you to know everything before the exam. They expect you that you should be able to apply your knowledge and your understanding within the examination hall as well to arrive at the right answer. Right? So this is about the 6B question. Any questions, any doubts that you have, please feel free to ask. We will take 2 minutes more and then, yes. किसकी बात कर रहे हैं? हाँ हाँ. हाँ हाँ वो ठीक है, मैं समझ गया. Put a tongue नहीं है वो, you put honey on the tongue. हाँ, you can mention that. You can start with a quote when you are talking about the corruption question. Yes. There was some survey which had been done. I don't necessarily remember which survey, but there was a survey or a study which stated that, of course, this is all in the realm of speculation, है ना? But this is what it had stated, that if corruption can be eliminated, we can witness a growth rate, jump in economic growth rate of the country. ठीक है? You can, you will have to look up the exact resource. मैं आपको example दे रहा था कि इस तरीके का example दे सकते हैं. Yes ma'am. One second sir. ये एक मिनट इन्होंने start कर, हम बोलिए. Yes. Hmm.
As an example, on the societal level, can we say that if the communities are trusting each other, then communalism can be prevented and good governance can be achieved?
Rule of law can be achieved, yes. Rule of law can be achieved as a result of social capital. That is an element of good governance. You can achieve social cohesion and therefore reduce the conflicts in the society and ensure better effective enforcement of the laws. Very, you can mention that.
The trust of people on government can prevent extremism and terrorism.
Yes, you can mention that. Trust of government, trust of people on the government can prevent extremism, Naxalism, etc. Yes, Hanji. You can mention, I mean, Robert Putnam is the guy who gave the concept of social capital to us in political science, but my point is that, I mean, you can do that, okay? But ethics का paper है, इसको जितना generic रखेंगे उतना अच्छा रहेगा, but you can mention, there is no hard and fast rule. Yes, any other question? Yes. Actually, if you look at it, largely the objective in both undue influence and coercion is the same only, to achieve something. है ना? But it is more direct and explicit in case of coercion. In undue influence, it is somewhere hidden. So you can say that. I agree with you that you can say that the motive largely is the same in both of them. Okay? Yes, any other questions? Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, bhai, क्यों हंस रहे हो? Good afternoon, everyone. Good evening. Okay, good evening. I don't know who made these rules. All right, all good. कितनी देर का सेशन हो चुका है? हाँ? 3 hours. It started at 1. All right, let's begin. I'll try to be as quick as possible as I can be, but let's see. Not too quick. The general guidelines remain the same as they were yesterday. One, with respect to the session, we are here less for the content but more for the structure. More to get those extra marks, not to get the initial 3 or 4 marks. In case of case studies, please understand, those who have attended our sessions of case study, they might know this thing. For case studies, simply if you write a complete answer, forget about the content. Obviously content is important, we'll talk about content part. Simply if you write the complete answer, if you address all the portions of the case study decently well, no unique points, simple answer to case study, you shall be able to fetch good marks then. You can fetch out of 20 around 8 marks simply by completing the answer. One, it is difficult to complete the answer, as other teachers would have told you. I will tell you again, it is difficult to complete the ethics paper because the questions that you come across are mostly of new nature. If you have seen previous year questions, then you will not be surprised. If you have not seen previous year questions, you will always be surprised in ethics paper. Previous year questions are the biggest guide to this paper. There is because there is no particular source, hence you are always looking for कि कहाँ से पढ़ें, क्या से इस पेपर के सवाल हम आंसर कर पाएंगे. सोर्स क्योंकि कोई नहीं है, सोर्स है प्रीवियस ईयर पेपर्स है. लुक एट द प्रीवियस ईयर पेपर्स, ट्रस्ट मी, यू विल स्टैंड टू बेनिफिट अ लॉट फ्रॉम दोज पेपर्स. So if you are simply completing your case studies answers, if you are simply writing a case study decently well, you shall be able to get 7 to 8 marks. It's a good enough marks. We will try to see that how can we get those extra 2 or 3 marks here. How can we reach that 9 or 10 marks figure, maybe 11 marks somehow. We'll try to talk about those things. Second, the first one was this, as in the reason why you should be here, you should be for these extra 2 or 3 marks. And second, when I talk about these things, I'll not be in a position to talk about the basic concepts many times. As like yesterday, I can't explain many basic concepts. I would have to assume that there is, let's say, in today's paper, you know about certain values, meaning of some terms. I expect that you know, let's say, about what is meant by the term integrity, honesty, objectivity, जो कि हर साल first portion के अंदर पूछी जाती हैं terms. I'll assume those things. Many times I may talk about those things in a little bit brief manner, but I would have to assume कि आपको वो चीज़ें पता हैं. Before we start, how should we approach this case studies portion? How should our general answer to a case studies question be? If you look at case studies of this year or of last year, you see, इस बार तो size of case study is relatively less as compared to last year. Even this is not that big a case study as compared to some case studies last year. Ask anybody who has written last year's ethics paper. इतनी बड़ी केस स्टडी थी, केस स्टडी को पढ़ने में ही आपको 7-8 मिनट लग जा रहे थे. तो हाउ आर यू गोइंग टू अटेम्प्ट टाइम, हाउ आर यू गोइंग टू अटेम्प्ट केस स्टडीज इन दैट रीजनेबली वेल मैनर. वो जो टाइम वाला पार्ट में बोल रहा था. हाउ डू यू एंश्योर, just a second, yeah, how do we ensure that you're able to write good answers in a reasonable amount of time? Approach क्या होनी चाहिए हमारी केस स्टडी के आंसर की? Whenever you come across a case study, whenever you read a case study, in your mind, please identify immediately who are the chief stakeholders in the case. What is meant by the term stakeholder? Those who are going to take the decisions and those who are going to be directly affected by the decision. Identify the stakeholders of the case. Now you can do that. You can write that as part of your answer. That is also good enough. Or you can simply keep that in your mind कि भाई कौन हमारे chief actors या chief stakeholders हैं इस particular case में. When you write your tests in your test, please make sure that you do this exercise, that you explicitly write who the stakeholders are and write down what their interests are, as in what would each stakeholder like to achieve in that case. You are the decision maker, let's say part of the state. आप district magistrate हो, police officer हो, कोई CEO हो, कोई officer हो, कोई simple employee हो, person हो, somebody who has to comment, somebody who has to take a decision. Write down that I am this person or this particular entity is a stakeholder and this particular entity has this interest. Who are the entities who are going to be affected by that decision? Write those entities, stakeholders, and what is it that they would want from the decision? Stakeholders and those interests. Once you do that, now you are proceeding already in a structured way to identify what is the dilemma that might be there in the case. Dilemma kya hai? Dilemma is, briefly speaking, think of dilemma as something which is preventing you to take some action. That is not how we define dilemma. Dilemma की definition अलग होती है. अभी बताता हूँ 2 मिनट में क्या होती है. But think of the case in these terms. Think of something that is preventing you to take the right action that you would want to take. That becomes kind of a dilemma. Exactly speaking, what is a dilemma? Dilemma is a situation where the options in front of you are neither unambiguously right nor unambiguously wrong. उसको बोलते हैं ethical dilemma. You have 2 options, options A and B. There are pros and cons of option A, pros and cons of option B. Meaning there are cons of both options. It is not possible that whatever options you have will always be completely right or will be completely wrong. वो possible नहीं है. अगर कोई option बिल्कुल right है आपके सामने, तो फिर dilemma किस बात का? तो आपको वही तो करना जो बिल्कुल सही चीज़ है. Similarly, अगर कोई option बिल्कुल something that is completely wrong, you don't have a choice there. You simply not have to do that thing. There is no choice that क्या मैं ये भी कर सकता हूँ, आपको करना ही नहीं है. डायलेमा की सिचुएशन कौन सी है? जहां पे आपके पास जो ऑप्शंस हैं neither they are unambiguously right nor are they unambiguously wrong. वो सिचुएशन है. A case study will present you with such dilemmas. The key part, the key strength that you should have to be able to answer case studies quickly is if you are able to identify the dilemma. How will you be able? आइडेंटिफाई का मतलब क्या? आइडेंटिफाई का मतलब ये नहीं कि दिमाग में समझ आ रहा है, वो आइडेंटिफाई का मतलब नहीं है. उसको कागज पेन पे कैसे उतारोगे, वो डिफिकल्ट काम है. दिमाग में तो समझ में आ रहा है हाँ क्या प्रॉब्लम है. टू राइट इट इन सम वर्ड्स इन द आंसर. You will be able to do that only when you have done the first part, identified the stakeholders and their interests. When you start writing those things, when your pen is moving, you're identifying those things, only then you will be in a position to identify that yes, this is the exact dilemma that exists in this question. So please do that exercise whenever you're writing answer to case studies. This helps you to write quick and good answers to cases. Now, obviously, to answer case studies, there is a requirement of or a necessity of maturity. Now, maturity is something that lacks in many of us. At this stage, it lacks in many of us. That is why you should be reading newspapers. Maturity का मतलब क्या है? Maturity का मतलब है that transition yourself to the shoes of civil servant. You look at civil servants, let's say you are in awe of those civil servants. आप चाहते हो उनकी तरह बनना चाहते हो, तभी तो इस एग्जाम की प्रिपरेशन कर रहे हो. Start behaving, start thinking like a civil servant. And when you think like what is meant by thinking like a civil servant? It doesn't mean कि तुम सबके ऊपर अपना रोब जलाने लगो. चल भाई मैं IAS ऑफिसर हूँ, पुलिस ऑफिसर निकल जाए. वो नहीं सिविल सर्वेंट का मतलब. सिविल सर्वेंट का मतलब है कि आप एक रैशनल पर्सन की तरह जिसके ऊपर काफी सारी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज है, दायित्व हैं बड़े सारे. Many people look up to you to get their demands, to get their interests fulfilled. Many people who have differing interests, they look up to you. You have X interest, you have X interest that conflicts with X. These people have different interests and they look up to you to get these interests fulfilled. How will you behave in that situation? You can't seem to be favoring one over the other. Behaving like a civil servant means this thing, behaving in that mature manner. ये है maturity. तो case studies का पेपर जो है, जो case studies का portion है, ये चाहता है कि आप एक mature person की तरह behave करो. क्या आप case पढ़कर identify कर भी पा रहे हो कि case किस चीज के ऊपर है? One necessary requirement of maturity or necessary trait that mature people express is that they read each and every word and try to understand it. They are not rushing through the case simply because I have to answer the case. They have good reading and comprehension capability. जब भी आप मटेरियल पढ़ रहे हो, अपना किताब पढ़ रहे हो, एनसीईआरटी पढ़ रहे हो, इकोनॉमिक्स की, पॉलिटी की, तो किस तरीके से उसको पढ़ रहे हो? अखबार में आर्टिकल पढ़ रहे हो, किस तरीके से पढ़ रहे हो? आप उसको ऊपर ऊपर से पढ़े जा रहे हो या फिर एक एक वर्ड easily comprehend करते हुए पढ़ते जा रहे हो? Are you able to understand what is actually the writer means? if you are able to understand the case, look at the case study in that manner, you are already past many other people. This is the element of maturity that is required to answer these case studies well. सवाल कुछ पूछा है और आप लिख कुछ और चीज रहे हो. डायलेमा जो केस के अंदर पूछा गया है, आपने केस में कुछ इंपॉर्टेंट टर्म्स पढ़ी, आपको लगा शायद यही डायलेमा होगा, वो पूछा ही नहीं है सवाल के अंदर और आप उसको एड्रेस कर रहे हो आंसर के अंदर. भाई पता नहीं आपने मूवी ज्यादा देखी है, आपने अखबार में कुछ न्यूज पढ़ ली थी किसी एस्पेक्ट के अंदर, आपको वही डायलेमा चमक रहा है, सवाल में कुछ और चीज पूछी हुई है. You should be able to understand. This is a very very important element of case studies. 20 नंबर का सवाल है, अगर जो चीज नहीं पूछी है उसको एड्रेस करने जा रहे हो तो पूरे नंबर कट जाएंगे. ये इकोनॉमिक्स के सवाल की तरह नहीं है कि आपने, जैसे कल हमने स्ट्रक्चरल अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट का सवाल देखा, आपने स्ट्रक्चरल अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट पढ़ा, आपने स्ट्रक्चरल भी एक्सप्लेन कर दिया, सीजनल, फ्रिक्शनल, वॉलंटरी सब कुछ एक्सप्लेन कर दिया, तो आपको आंसर में 10 में से 2 नंबर मिल जाएंगे. यहां पे वैसा नहीं है, आपने कुछ और एक्सप्लेन कर दिया तो एग्जामिनर इज गोइंग टू बी very angry at you that what are you explaining and what I have asked. So make sure that you understand the question well. Maturity is a key element, key trait of a aspiring civil servant. This case tests you that whether you are that person who can show that maturity or not. All these case studies portion test you on that maturity. So make sure you do this thing. So how do we approach? One, we have to read the case properly. Understand. This comes with maturity, with experience. Understand that what exactly is the dilemma that the examiner is, that the question is asking. One. Second, identify the stakeholders from the case, identify their interests. What does each person want? What does the decision maker want? Then when you do that, you will be able to identify the dilemma itself. That कि हाँ केस के अंदर ये dilemma है, ये मतभेद है, ये किस चीज के अंदर problems आ रही हैं. When you do that, then you will be able to see that what can be done, what are the various values in conflict in this dilemma. क्या personal value, professional value से conflict हो रही है? क्या कहीं पे कोई conflict of interest निकल के आ रहा है? क्या मेरी integrity यहाँ पे compromise हो रही है because I want to do something else? क्या मेरे को crisis of conscience है? So you are going to see that whether these things, whether these values, whether there is some conflict amongst various values, various aspects, principles or not. Once you do that, you will be able to do that only when you have identified stakeholders and their interests. Once you're able to do that, then your flow becomes very easy. Ethical dilemma आपको मिल गया, values in conflict आपको पता चल गई, then you shall be able to write the answer well, that yes, these are the values in conflict and I will choose this particular value and hence I will try to resolve it in this particular manner. तो ये एक broad framework है. Examples के साथ जो सवाल पूछेंगे वो डिस्कस करेंगे, लेकिन broad framework ये है. जब आप प्रैक्टिस कर रहे हो, एग्जाम में नहीं, एग्जाम इज नॉट प्रैक्टिस, एग्जाम इज एक्चुअल द मैच. जब आप प्रैक्टिस कर रहे हो तो इस तरीके से प्रैक्टिस करना है. एक कंट्रोल्ड एनवायरनमेंट में जब आप टेस्ट लिख रहे हो तब अपने आप को प्रिपेयर कर रहे हो दैट हाउ कैन आई राइट गुड आंसर्स इन लेस अमाउंट ऑफ टाइम. You have 19 questions to answer in the exam. You will never ask anybody who has written mains. You are barely able to finish first 3 papers. You are most of the times not able to finish paper 4. When you write ethics test, first time when you are writing these tests, trust me 4 घंटे बाद खुद उठोगे ये सोच के कि अब बहुत हो गया, अब और अपने आप को चीट नहीं कर सकता हूँ. ये मैंने बताया भी था तुम लोगों को. 4 घंटे बाद खुद उठ जाओगे ये सोच के कि अब और नहीं लिख सकते हैं क्योंकि 3 घंटे का टाइम है. I have taken 4 hours. And even after 4 hours, you will not be able to finish your entire paper. How will you be able to finish how will you be able to write good answers in mains? You need to practice for that. You need to be able to develop that maturity of reading, comprehending quickly, the correct thing quickly, being able to identify the stakeholders, interests, dilemma, and how to solve the dilemma quickly. You have to do those things. Let's now understand these things with example. अब क्योंकि हम सवाल एग्जाम का डिस्कस कर रहे हैं और हमारा फोकस इस सेशन का यही है कि हम कैसे एग्जाम में आंसर लिखते, तो अब मैं वो बेसिक वाली चीज़ नहीं बताऊंगा. बेसिक वाला मैं तुमको ब्रॉडली बता दिया कि क्या करना होता है. ये आपकी प्रैक्टिस में काम आएगा. जब आप एग्जाम में, जब आप टेस्ट का आंसर लिख रहे हो तब वो चीज़ काम आएगी. यहाँ पे क्लास में मैं वो हर एक सवाल में डिस्कस नहीं कर सकता हूँ. हेयर आई एम गोइंग टू डिस्कस precisely what answer should you have written and what structure should you have used. I'm going to discuss that, but I can't discuss every detailed background part of how to arrive at a good answer. I will simply talk about the good answer, what is there in my opinion. Let's start with the first question. सबने केसेस पढ़े हैं. मैं देखो तुमको समय नहीं दूंगा केस के ऊपर विचार करने का. मैं केस पढ़ूंगा जरूर, लेकिन तुमको मेरे साथ साथ केस समझना भी होगा. कितने लोगों ने केसेस पढ़े हैं, पेपर देखा है? अब देखो जिन्होंने पहले से नहीं देखा है पेपर, जिन्होंने देखा भी हो उनको भी याद नहीं होंगे, लेकिन बिकॉज व्हेन आई रीड दीज केसेस यू शैल बी एबल टू अंडरस्टैंड. I can't give you time to understand the cases. Fine. I'll read out slowly for you. From that, try to learn how do we read. मैं तो बोल के पढ़ूंगा, आपको एग्जाम में बोल के नहीं पढ़ना है, माइंड में पढ़ना है. लेकिन हाँ, from that, try to understand that how do we read and understand the cases in less time. Okay, let's look at the first case. You are working as an executive in a nationalized bank for several years. In a nationalized bank for several years. One of your close colleagues tells you that her father is suffering from heart disease and needs surgery immediately to survive. She also tells you that she has no insurance and the operation will cost around 10 lakh rupees. You are also aware that the fact that her husband is no more and she is from a lower middle class family. You are empathetic about her situation. However, apart from expressing your sympathy, you do not have resources to fund her. सबको ये पार्ट समझ में आ गया है? It is laying the background of the case. You are in a nationalized bank, सरकारी बैंक में काम करते हो और आपकी colleague है, her father is suffering from heart disease, needs surgery immediately and the cost is 10 lakh rupees. She is not able to afford that cost. She doesn't have any insurance, her husband is no more, she comes from a lower middle class family. But you, apart from expressing your sympathies, your concern, you don't also have resources yourself, you can't help her out. A few weeks later, you ask her about the well-being of her father and she informs about his successful surgery and that he is recovering. She then confides in you that the bank manager was kind enough to facilitate release of rupees 10 lakhs from a dormant account of someone to pay for operations with a promise that it should be confidential and be repaid at the earliest. समझ में आया? उन्होंने आपसे confide किया. Your friend is confiding in you that yes, my father is well, successful surgery. How did she get the money? She confides that the bank manager was kind to facilitate release of rupees 10 lakhs from a dormant account of someone. Dormant account समझते हो? ये बताता हूँ. From someone to pay for the operation with the promise that it should be confidential and be repaid at the earliest. She has already started paying it back and will continue to do so until all of it is returned. Case clear हो गया सबको? What are the ethical issues involved in this case? Evaluate the behavior of bank manager from an ethical point of view. How would you react to this situation? 3 सवाल हैं, देखते हैं कैसे आंसर करना है. First, in all your cases, there should be an intro. I talked about importance of intro yesterday, introduction. Introduction is an insight to your answer. Introduction decides whether you are friend zoned or whether you are examiner is attracted to you. आपको average marks मिलेंगे या फिर अच्छे marks मिलेंगे, वो पूरा का पूरा introduction के ऊपर depend करता है. What do you write in an introduction to your case studies? In your case studies answer क्या लिखते हैं intro के अंदर? बताओ. तुमने तो सारी क्लासेस अटेंड करी हैं. हाँ हाँ नहीं, स्टेक होल्डर्स बताओ. सिचुएशन को एड्रेस करते हैं. प्रीमाइस, व्हाट प्रीमाइस? हाँ यस. देखो केस जैसे कल हमने बात करी थी, इंट्रोडक्शन में क्या नहीं लिखना है, क्या बताया था? डेफिनेशंस नहीं लिखनी है. डोंट राइट एनीथिंग दैट द examiner knows everything, but don't write anything which is, let's say, basic as definition. Don't write those things in the introduction. That is not impressive. That is right, सही है, लेकिन अच्छा नहीं है. Difference है उस चीज में. What do you write in introduction to your case studies? You write something which tells the examiner, yesterday I told, tells the examiner that you have understood the question. You have understood the dilemma that is mentioned in this case. What is the case about? किस चीज के ऊपर केस है बताओ. केस किस चीज के ऊपर है? क्या ये केस जो आपको दिया गया है यहां पे, क्या ये केस एक डाइंग पर्सन की सिचुएशन के ऊपर केस है? क्या ये केस एक गरीब पर्सन की एबिलिटी टू एड्रेस द हेल्थ ऑफ देयर फैमिली के ऊपर है? क्या ये केस मिस यूज ऑफ पावर के ऊपर है? This is on misuse of power. You can write this is a case that reflects, let's say, inequality in the society. लिख दो, सही है, गलत नहीं है, लेकिन अच्छा नहीं है, relevant नहीं है. Write that this case is about poor healthcare system in the country, but this case is not about that. Case is about ultimately a bank manager misusing his power, exercising his power to misappropriate funds in a manner that it is not known to the system. उस चीज के ऊपर केस है. So all this is noise. This is where the case lies. If you tell the examiner in introduction that I have identified this issue, then you are already on the right track. You tell the examiner that this case is about. What is this case about? किस तरीके से कोई ना कोई वैल्यू है, कोई ना कोई एस्पेक्ट ऑफ पब्लिक लाइफ है जो कि कॉम्प्रोमाइज हो रहा है यहाँ पे, तो इस तरीके से हमको लिखना है. What is this case about? This case is about unlawful exercise of your power. The case is about breach of trust. You are a bank manager, you have been given some responsibilities and you are exercising those responsibilities in an illegal or irresponsible manner. ये केस उस चीज के ऊपर है. तो अगर आपने यहाँ पे केस को ही समझ में आ रही है ना, मैच्योरिटी वाला पार्ट जो मैंने बोला था, अगर आपने केस को यहाँ पे आइडेंटिफाई कर लिया कि ये केस पुअर हेल्थ केयर सिस्टम के ऊपर है, इनइक्वालिटी के ऊपर है, गरीबी के ऊपर है, तो देन फिर आप ये भावनाओं में बह चुके हो. यू आर नॉट देयर ऑन द केस. Every crime will have some justification. Why does somebody murder somebody? उसने मेरे को मारा था, मेरी माँ बहन को गाली दी थी, इस कारण से मैंने उसको मार दिया. तो हर क्राइम का जस्टिफिकेशन तो हो ही सकता है. अब आप उस जस्टिफिकेशन में पढ़ चुके हो rather than उस क्राइम को देखने के लिए. So this is where maturity lies. Identify the key issue in this case, which is misuse of power which has been given to you. If you do this in the introduction part, you are all set further. What are the ethical issues involved? कल वाली स्लाइड्स अपलोड होंगी थी तुम्हारे लिए, कल वाली स्लाइड्स. तो these slides will be there in some, when I don't know whether the yesterday's session is already there on YouTube or not. I don't know whether, जैसे हमें अब की बार अलग अलग सब्जेक्ट्स का अलग अलग सेशन अपलोड, अरे चेक मत करो यार, रखो फोन नीचे. हाँ, वो स्लाइड्स अपलोड हो जाएंगी तुम्हारी वहाँ पे यूट्यूब की वीडियो के नीचे डिस्क्रिप्शन में लिंक आ जाएगा. ऑल दोज हु आर वाचिंग ऑनलाइन एंड यू पीपल, यू विल गेट दो स्लाइड्स. दी स्लाइड्स आल्सो यू विल गेट. सो व्हाट आई हैव डन इज, जैसे कल वाली स्लाइड में आई हैव रिटन सम बेसिक एस्पेक्ट्स ऑफ द आंसर, यहाँ पे मैंने लिखा. अब यार फिर कल की तरह गायब होगा. वेट, let's use this only. I've written down the main parts of the answer for you so you can refer to these things. तो rather than writing about, सुनो यहाँ पे तुम्हारे लिए आंसर लिखा हुआ है, स्लाइड से देख लेना जो आंसर है. I've written all these things for you. What are the key ethical issues? If you identified the main issue of the case, which is basically unlawful exercise of power by the person, if you identify that, you write that in introduction part, and then misuse of authority for apparently good intention. This is the case all about. Then 3 questions: ethical issues, evaluation of behavior, and then reaction to the situation. There must be clear subheadings. Ethical issues ये हैं, A part. Write this subheading. Identify the issues. Evaluation of managers behavior from ethical point of view. हम बात करते हैं इसके बारे में. Clear subheading and reaction to the situation. Write subheading and write down this. Ethical issues. Ethical issues क्या होते हैं? देखो यहाँ तो मैंने लिख दिए हैं. तुम कैसे एग्जाम में लिखोगे? What are ethical issues? Think of various values that you have studied. अब पिछले 4 घंटे में 3 घंटे में जो मैम ने और सर ने तुमको बताया है, कई सारी वैल्यूज के बारे में बात करी होंगी. वो वैल्यूज बेसिकली क्या हैं? एथिकल इश्यूज हैं. याद मत करो कि एथिकल इश्यूज की कोई लिस्ट है विच यू हैव टू राइट डाउन. सिंपली, इज देयर एनी कंसर्न विद एन आइडिया ऑफ रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी? हाउ डू यू एक्सरसाइज योर पावर? हाउ डू यू एक्सरसाइज डिस्क्रेशन? Does your work ethic reflect honesty, integrity? All these are what? These are all ethical issues involved. In any case, all ethical issues will focus around these things. If you have command over that list of values जो मैम ने और सर ने आपको बताई हैं, अगर आपके पास वो values के ऊपर command है, तब आप easily उन values में से चुन लोगे. You will be able to identify that what of those values are applicable in this particular case. जैसे इस केस में क्या courage एक ethical issue है? यहाँ पे कोई courage की बात थोड़ी ना है कि आपने कुछ courageous decision लेना है, या perseverance, fortitude, इन चीजों की बात नहीं हो रही है. यहाँ पे लीडरशिप की बात हो सकती है, यहाँ पे अथॉरिटी की, यहाँ पे एक्सरसाइज ऑफ अथॉरिटी की बात हो सकती है, डिस्क्रेशनरी पावर की बात हो सकती है, ऑब्जेक्टिविटी की बात हो सकती है. एम्पैथी की बात हो सकती है, दैट मैनेजर लेट्स से हैड एम्पैथेटिक एटीट्यूड टुवर्ड्स द पर्सन, हेंस डिड दैट थिंग. तो ये सब एथिकल इश्यूज यहाँ पे इन्वॉल्व हैं. अगेन मैच्योरिटी, इफ यू गो टुवर्ड्स कि भैया यू हैव रिमेंबर्ड दैट लिस्ट ऑफ वैल्यूज, और वहां से आप हर केस में सेम सेट ऑफ वैल्यूज लिख रहे हो. यू हैव रिमेंबर्ड नोलान्स वैल्यूज. नोलान्स वैल्यू मालूम है, सिविल सर्विसेज की वैल्यूज. एक नोलान कमेटी है यूके में, उन्होंने कुछ वैल्यूज बताई, ऑनेस्टी, इंटीग्रिटी, लीडरशिप, ऑब्जेक्टिविटी, कुछ वैल्यूज हैं. इफ यू रिमेंबर दैट लिस्ट एंड देन इन ईच क्वेश्चन यू आर राइटिंग दोज एज एथिकल इश्यूज, दैट्स नॉट गोइंग टू हेल्प यू. Identify that what are the values relevant to this particular case. For example, in this case, what would be the value? There is no policy, absence of policy with respect to use of dormant account, funds in dormant account. Breach of trust, you have been given trust as in your responsibility, public trust, and you are breaching that trust. Misuse of authority, obviously baat hai. Extent of discretionary power, I have some dormant account lying in my area of jurisdiction, lying in my possession, and can I use money in that account? I'm exercising discretion there, exercise of discretionary power. Accountability in exercise of power. How can I exercise power without consequence? How can I exercise power, this discretionary power, in this illegal manner without consequences? That is accountability. क्योंकि accountability नहीं है, इसीलिए मैं उसको exercise नहीं कर सकता हूँ. Anybody else wants to leave? बीच में वो उठ के जाना जब मैं सवाल डिस्कस कर रहा हूँ, तो ऐसे बदतमीजों की तरह. Anybody else wants to leave? If you want to leave, when I'm done with discussing a question, then you are free to leave, right? ऐसे बीच में उठ के जाया करो. It disturbs me and the class as well. Fine? Okay. Accountability in exercise of power. Because there is no accountability, nobody to hold me accountable, therefore I am able to violate such norms of rightful exercise of power, because there is no accountability. Responsibility to act in face of exigent circumstances. Somebody's father is dying, my office colleagues or my junior's father is dying. How can I help? So I think that I have some responsibility. How should I act in those exigent circumstances? So these are some ethical issues that you identify in this particular case. सबको आया समझ में क्या है? If you identify the case well, first part जैसे मैंने बोला, अगर आप केस को करेक्टली आइडेंटिफाई कर लेते हो, तब बाकी का पार्ट अपने आप सारा का सारा फ्लो हो जाएगा. These are the ethical issues involved in this particular case. All right, clear? Okay. Next question, question number B was, analyze the manager's behavior from an ethical point of view. Not from a legal point of view, from an ethical point of view. What is the difference between legal analysis and ethical analysis? Now, briefly about dormant account. Dormant account क्या होता है? नाम से भी समझ में आ रहा होगा क्या होगा dormant account? Inoperative for a long time. Simply, अगर देखो RBI की technical norms हैं कि when will an account be classified as a dormant account? So there is something called as inactive account. If there is no transaction for 1 year, then it is for 3 years. Some 3 years it remains inactive. तो उसकी कुछ और classification हो जाती है. फिर उसके बाद next 7 साल का period आता है. That means total 10 year period. 1 year, 3 years and 10 years. 10 साल तक अगर कोई भी transaction नहीं हुई है, तो उसको हम dormant declare कर, RBI dormant declare कर देता है. What happens to funds in a dormant account? ये मैं आपको information दे रहा हूँ. This information is not necessary to answer this question. But if you know this, it would be better for you. Then you can answer, let's say, from the point of view of an expert. An account is declared inoperative and then after some time dormant. When an account is declared inoperative, then the bank tries to find out who does this account belong to. लेकिन वहां पे बैंक आपको कांटेक्ट नहीं करेगा. कांटेक्ट क्यों नहीं करेगा? क्योंकि अगर कांटेक्ट करेगा तो किसी को पता चल सकता है कि ये अकाउंट इनऑपरेटिव है, तो फिर कोई मिसअप्रूव कर सकता है उन फंड्स को. आपका अकाउंट था और आप let's say you are untraceable, you have been kidnapped somewhere, let's say, and somebody gets to know कि भैया आपका कोई अकाउंट बैंक में चल रहा है, तो then that person may misappropriate money from that particular account. So therefore bank will not contact you, but bank will still try to trace you. If for 10 years the account remains inoperative, तो उसके बाद उस अकाउंट का पैसा एक something called as investor education fund में चला जाता है. RBI का एक investor education fund है, basically financial education का एक initiative है, उसके अंदर वो पैसा चला जाता है 10 साल तक अगर वो पैसा unclaimed है तो. Even after that, if somebody comes up and rises and say that yes, this is my account after some time, then the bank will have to return that money. कि यहाँ आपका account था 10 साल तक आपने operate नहीं किया तो क्या हो गया? But yes, now you are coming back, you are the legal person or the legal nominee of that account, then you can get that money back. लेकिन 10 साल के बाद उसको investor education fund में डाल देते हैं. सबको समझ में आया क्या है policy? A bank manager, does he or she have the authority to use that money? You don't have that authority. If you are using it, it is an illegal task. ये fraud के equivalent है. मैं बैंक मैनेजर नहीं हूं, अगर मैं आपके अकाउंट से आपकी बिना परमिशन के पैसा निकाल दे रहा हूं, आपके सिग्नेचर फोर्ज करके निकाल दे रहा हूं, fraudulent activity on my part. You are bank manager, you don't need to forge the signature, लेकिन आपके पास क्योंकि कंप्यूटर का एक्सेस है, you can still withdraw money from some person's account or transfer money from that account. Even though you are not forging the signature, still the activity that you are doing is a fraudulent activity. तो आप फिर भी तब भी आप fraud कर रहे हो. That means if the bank manager is misappropriating or diverting this money, it is equivalent to fraud. Fraud मतलब illegal activity, corruption का part है, criminal activity है ये. There is definitely going to be legal consequences upon the bank manager. Is this clear to everybody? Okay. Question is evaluation of behavior of the bank manager from an ethical point of view, not from legal point of view. That means you can't simply write in your answer that bank manager's activity was illegal and hence unethical. सवाल में जब पूछा है ethical से evaluate करना है तो फिर आपको कुछ ना कुछ ethics वाला element यहाँ पे लिखना ही पड़ेगा. Now how do you evaluate? If some act has been done, कुछ हो गया है, you are not party to that act, you are a third party observing that act. How do you say, how do you comment that whether it was ethical or unethical, whether bank manager's actions are ethical or unethical? One way is you simply do a legal analysis कि lawful है तो ethical है, lawful नहीं है तो unethical है. लेकिन law and ethics का relationship पता ही होगा आपको. It is not always one to one. Something might be legal but unethical, something might be illegal but still ethical. तो ऐसा हो सकता है. You have to evaluate manager's actions with respect to ethics. How do you evaluate that? Then you have to write down some principles there. That for me some action would be ethical if it conforms to, let's say, the following principles. अगर ये principles को follow कर रही है तो ethical है, otherwise unethical act है. यहाँ पे you can use some standard frameworks. Let's say you can use Kantian or utilitarian framework. You can say, for example, under the utilitarian framework, an act is considered as ethical if it produces greatest good for greatest number of people. Bank manager has misappropriated funds from an inoperative or a dormant account. Does it produce good for greatest number of people? Probably it does not. It produces good for just one person who got the benefit from that account. But it leads to breach of trust of millions of depositors of that bank. It is bank means trusteeship. It leads to loss of trust that millions of people have in the banking system. As a result of that, people will stop depositing money in the banks because they think that managers can appropriate or misappropriate their money on their own whims. Hence, the economy might collapse because of that. So therefore, this act is not a utilitarian act. एक पर्सन का बेनिफिट है जिसको फायदा मिल रहा है, जिसको मिसअप्रोप्रिएशन से फायदा मिल रहा है, लेकिन पूरी इकोनॉमी का नुकसान है. तो अब आप इसको एथिकल एंगल से इवैल्यूएट कर रहे हो. एग्जामिनर ये चाहता है इवैल्यूएशन आंसर में. एग्जामिनर ये नहीं चाहता कि आप एक लाइन लिख दो कि बैंक मैनेजर्स एक्ट वर इलीगल बिकॉज ही इज मिसअप्रोप्रिएटिंग दीज फंड्स, देयरफॉर अनएथिकल. ये नहीं चाहता है. एग्जामिनर वांट्स यू टू राइट सम प्रिंसिपल्स इन योर आंसर, इवैल्यूएट द एक्शन ऑन दोज एथिकल प्रिंसिपल्स. तो जैसे आपने यूटिलिटेरियन का एग्जांपल लिया कि यूटिलिटेरियन पर्सपेक्टिव से ये एक्ट अनएथिकल एक्ट है. दिस इज व्हाट यू हैव टू राइट इन दिस पार्ट. और यू कैन यूज द कांशियन फ्रेमवर्क. इमैनुअल कांत ने क्या बोला कि कौन सी एक्ट एथिकल कब होगी. अब आई कांट टीच दिस इन दिस सेशन, आई विल अज्यूम, थोड़ा सा बताऊंगा ब्रीफली क्या है. इफ यू डोंट नो प्लीज रेफर टू सम मटीरियल. If you are student of Vision IAS, then you have the material with you. Ethics का material है, वहाँ से पढ़ लेना. अगर विजन के स्टूडेंट नहीं हो तो फोटोकॉपी दुकान पे मिलता है, वहाँ से मटेरियल खरीद लेना. ठीक है, कोई भी मटेरियल खरीदना, वहाँ पे आई एम श्योर कांशियन अप्रोच के ऊपर लिखा होगा दैट व्हाट इज कांशियन अप्रोच, दैट इज व्हाट अकॉर्डिंग टू इमैनुअल कांत इज एथिकल, व्हाट इज अनएथिकल. तो पढ़ लेना उस चीज को. कांत बेसिकली सेज टू थिंग्स. An act will be considered as ethical if, one, it can be universalized. एक्ट पे से सारा कॉन्टेक्स्ट हटा दो और फिर देखो कि क्या उसको यूनिवर्सलाइज कर सकते हैं कि नहीं. मीनिंग, कैन इट बी कंसिडर्ड एज एथिकल इन ऑल कॉन्टेक्स्ट, एज इन विदाउट एनी कॉन्टेक्स्ट. आई स्टोल बिकॉज माई चाइल्ड वॉज अनवेल. एथिकल और अनएथिकल, रिमूव द कॉन्टेक्स्ट दैट माई चाइल्ड इज अनवेल. द फैक्ट इज आई स्टोल. अब क्या स्टीलिंग वाली एक्ट को हम यूनिवर्सलाइज कर सकते हैं? अगर स्टीलिंग यूनिवर्सलाइज हो जाएगी तो देन सोसाइटी के अंदर क्योस होगा, ट्रस्ट का लॉस हो जाएगा, लोग एक दूसरे को मार देंगे. हेंस ये एक्ट यूनिवर्सलाइजेबल नहीं है. Hence, Kant will say it is a unethical act. Why? Because it is not universalizable. Bank manager misappropriate funds because a colleague's father was unwell. Remove the context. Misappropriate fund, क्या ये universalizable है? नहीं. क्यों? क्योंकि it is causing breach of trust of people in the banking system. Law, it is an act which shows lack of accountability in exercise of power, lack of responsibility in amongst those who have been given power by the people. Hence, this act can't be universalized. It leads to chaos in the society, breach of trust or loss of trust in the society. Hence, this is an unethical act. तो कांचन फ्रेमवर्क इस्तेमाल कर लो. सेकेंड प्रिंसिपल जो कांत यूज करते हैं वो बोलते हैं कि क्या कोई भी एक्ट, फर्स्ट इज यूनिवर्सलाइजेबिलिटी ऑफ दैट एक्ट, सेकेंड इज इफ एन एक्ट हैज एन ह्यूमन एलिमेंट इन इट, is humanity in that act being used as a means or as an end in itself? कोई भी ह्यूमन एलिमेंट अगर वहां पे है तो क्या आप किसी पर्सन को अपना कुछ पर्सनल सेल्फिश गोल अचीव करने के लिए इस्तेमाल कर रहे हो, या फिर आप उसको हेल्प इसीलिए कर रहे हो क्योंकि द पर्सन इज अ ह्यूमन बीइंग. यू आर हेल्पिंग फॉर हेल्प्स सेक, यू आर नॉट हेल्पिंग फॉर योर ओन सेक. मीन्स वर्सेज एंड समझ में आ रहा है क्या है? मीन्स वर्सेज एंड्स. Humanity for humanity's sake or humanity for your selfish means sake. If humanity is being treated as an end in itself, then it is an ethical act. If it is treated as a means to achieve your selfish ends, then it is a unethical act. That is second principle of Kant. तो Kant दो principle बोलते हैं. The point is that in this second part of the question, when you write evaluation of behavior of bank manager from ethical point of view, then you have to write down these principles. यहाँ पे हमको pros and cons नहीं लिखने हैं कि बैंक मैनेजर की एक्ट की क्या मेरिट हैं क्या डिमेरिट हैं, ये नहीं लिखना है. हमको ये लिखना है कि उसका असेसमेंट कैसे करेंगे कि क्या ये एथिकल एक्ट थी या नहीं थी. उसके लिए we'll use some standard framework, for example utilitarian or Kantian, or you simply write, if you don't know utilitarian Kantian, you simply write that we'll use the means end framework for this. Do wrong means justify good ends? They don't. Wrong means don't justify good end, because many of the corrupt tasks, many of wars, many of immoral tasks have been done presumably for right ends but using wrong means. Countries think that it is their right to pursue their national interest, but countries use wrong means to achieve their national interest, which leads to wars amongst countries. तो means end paradigm इस्तेमाल कर लो, वो तो आसान है. यूटिलिटेरियन नहीं पता, कांशियन नहीं पता, means end तो सुना ही होगा सबने. तुम गांधी जी का इस्तेमाल कर लो, बिल्कुल इस्तेमाल कर सकते हो. हाँ, means बिल्कुल, गांधी says right means, sorry, wrong means never justify good ends. So use any set of principles. That is what the examiner want. When they are explicitly writing that, evaluate the behavior of manager from ethical point of view. This is what they want from you. Right? Write principles and then write down. Third, reaction to this situation. कि भाई आप क्या react करोगे? अब आप कौन हो इस situation के अंदर? Who are you? You are working as an executive in this nationalized bank. आपका काम क्या है? क्या काम है बताओ जरा, आप क्या करोगे? सीनियर तो बैंक मैनेजर स्वयं है यहां पे. देखो हर जगह, हाँ बोलो. गुड, आई एम प्राउड दैट यू हैव लर्न फ्रॉम अवर क्लासेस. चलो, हर जगह सीनियर को कंप्लेंट करने की आवश्यकता नहीं है. हर केस का आंसर कि व्हाट शुड यू डू is not that I will go to seniors, I will go to media, I will go to anti-corruption cell. हर सवाल का आंसर ये नहीं होता है कि कुछ चीज गलत है इसलिए चलो दुनिया हिला देते हैं. No. Where did you get this information? Hearsay. From the person who said that yes, I've been helped in this particular manner. Do you have any evidence for that? You don't have any evidence. So what would be your reaction? Your reaction would be to advise your friend. Your reaction in this case will not be to go and complain to somebody. Your reaction would be to advise your friend that this is an illegal task done by the manager. Please ask the manager to convert this into a loan. अपनी पावर के अनुसार, जो भी मैनेजर की पावर है, आपको लोन, जब आप पैसा वापस कर, यू आर रिटर्निंग मनी, लिखा है ना, रिटर्निंग मनी ऑन टाइम. You're returning money on time, please ask the manager to convert this into loan according to the power, sanctioning power that he or she has. But this is an illegal task which will definitely be caught in the bank's audits. The banking system is such, RBI's regulations are such that any आप सोचो ना कि बैंक मैनेजर अगर डोरमेंट अकाउंट के फंड्स मिसयूज कर सकता है तो किसी भी अकाउंट के मिसयूज नहीं कर सकता है क्या कोई पर्सन? That means bank manager have that power. So don't you think that RBI's regulations would be such that they prevent any such misuse of power? So definitely this is going to get caught, and you, the colleague, you have no role to play here. You write down that such misappropriation is definitely going, लिखो अपने आंसर में, is definitely going to caught in the audit of the bank. I will advise my friend to go and convert this amount into a loan based on sanctioning power of the manager or some higher authority. By doing this, I would have given her correct and legal advice. At the same time, I must recognize that there is no evidence, there is no unlawful evidence है. We'll talk about evidence वाला एक और आगे सवाल है, evidence वाला part, वहाँ पे और अच्छे से बताऊंगा evidence वाली चीज को, लेकिन ना यहाँ पे भी इस चीज को लिखना है हमको. This is not an evidence admissible in court कि भाई जो है सब किसी ने मेरे को बताया कि ऐसा हुआ है और मैं कोर्ट चला गया, वहाँ पे पता चला मेरे ऊपर इल्जाम लग गया कुछ ना कुछ. This is only hearsay. This is something that is no standing in the court of law. So you don't have to do anything here कि मैं किसी की complaint कर दूं जाके. At best, what your reaction would be that I would express, let's say, shock, and I would advise my friend to get this converted into a loan based on the sanctioning power of the manager. I would advise them that this is an illegal act on their part, which is definitely going to be caught in the audit. Hence, it is pertinent that they correct any kind of wrongdoing today rather than wait for future. This is what your reaction should be in this case. Is this clear to everybody? सबको समझ में आया कैसे हमने आंसर लिखना है? Clear है? आगे बढ़े, बोलो. आपका काम क्रॉस, आप क्या लॉयर हो या फिर आप इन्वेस्टिगेटिंग ऑफिसर हो? नहीं. You are merely, you will be called as a witness when audit department catches this. कि क्या आपको पता है कि ऐसा कुछ हुआ था, आपको विटनेस कितना बुलाया जाएगा और कुछ नहीं. ठीक है. तो अगेन इस चीज से बचो कि हर जगह हम ज्ञान दे, एडवाइस दें, इस चीज से बचो. ठीक है. ओके, नेक्स्ट आगे बढ़ते हैं. हाँ जी बोलो. यूटिलिटेरियन मीन्स एंड, हाँ नहीं नहीं बिल्कुल नहीं, बिल्कुल नहीं. नो नो नो, यू डोंट हैव टू राइट ऑल थ्री, मीन्स एंड और कांशियन और यूटिलिटेरियन. यू डोंट हैव टू राइट ऑल थ्री. Choose anyone. This is what the examiner want, that you choose anyone and you analyze on the basis of that. This is what the examiner want, not nothing more than that. फिर तो यार ऐसे लिखा जाएगा पूरा, फिर पेज सारे भर जाएंगे. ठीक है, क्लियर? चलो आगे बढ़ते हैं, नेक्स्ट सवाल करते हैं. एक्शन नहीं यार, क्योंकि एक्शन लेने के लिए आपके पास पावर भी तो होनी चाहिए एक्शन लेने की. केस स्टडी का बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट एस्पेक्ट ये भी होता है कि यू रियलाइज व्हाट पावर यू हैव. You are a IPS officer. Can you impose section 144? कौन impose करता है section 144? Section 144 किस चीज का है? कर्फ्यू लगाते हैं जो है ना, अनलॉफुल असेंबली वाला जो है, वो डीएम का पावर है. दिस इज नॉट विसल ब्लोइंग. कब कर, अगेन विसल ब्लोइंग, चलो अच्छा हो तुमने नाम ले लिया विसल ब्लोइंग का. विसल ब्लोइंग कब करते हैं? जब आपके पास प्रूफ हो. हियर से पे, एलिगेशंस पे विसल ब्लोइंग थोड़ी ना करते हैं कि मेरे ख्याल से एग्जाम मेरे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के अंदर ऐसा हो रहा है, तो ऐसे नहीं करना. ठीक है, चलो नेक्स्ट सवाल करते हैं. A landslide occurred in the middle of night on 20th July 2013 in a remote mountain hamlet approximately 60 kilometers from Uttarkashi. Landslide occurred. The landslide was caused by torrential rain and has resulted in large-scale destruction of property and life. You, as a district magistrate of the area, have rushed to the spot with a team of doctors, NGOs, media and police along with numerous staff to oversee the rescue operations. सबको समझ में आ गया? ये बेस समझ में आया क्या है? तो लैंडस्लाइड हुई है, आप डिस्ट्रिक्ट मजिस्ट्रेट हो ऑफ द एरिया and you have rushed to the spot with a team of doctors, NGOs, media and police along with numerous support staff to oversee rescue operations. A man came running to you with a request for urgent medical help for his pregnant wife who is in labor and is losing blood. You directed your medical team to examine his wife. They return and convey to you that this woman needs blood transfusion immediately. Upon inquiry, you come to know that a few blood collection bags and blood group test kits are available in the ambulance accompanying your team. Few of your team members have already volunteered to donate blood. Being a physician who has graduated from AIMS, you know that blood for transfusion needs to be procured only through recognized blood bank. This is the most important line here. Being a physician who has graduated from AIMS, you know that blood for transfusion needs to be procured only through a recognized blood bank. Your team members are divided on this issue. Some favor transfusion while some others oppose it. The doctors in the team are ready to facilitate delivery provided they are not penalized for transfusion. Now you are in a dilemma. Your professional training emphasizes on prioritizing service to humanity and saving lives of individuals. What are the ethical issues involved in this case? Evaluate the options available to you being district magistrate of the area. Case clear हुआ सबको क्या है? Again, we have to identify that what is the case about. The case is not about disaster management. The case is not about disaster preparedness. The case is also not completely about, let's say, how do you act in a disaster situation. The case is actually about how do you act in some exigent circumstance here where rules versus emergency requirement may be in conflict. Rules say, you know that blood for transfusion needs to be procured only through a recognized blood bank. अब यहाँ पे blood bank कहाँ से लाओगे? You know that this has to be procured from that. Some of your team members are in favor, others are against transfusion. But you also know that if blood is not provided immediately, the person has a high risk of dying, high risk, low chance of survival. What would you do in this particular case? Rules versus those rules acting as an impediment to act in an emergency situation. ये basically case है यहाँ पे. There exist rules, but rules are for a certain purpose. अगर आप हर जगह blood ऐसे ही transfuse करने लोगे, तो there is going to be lot of diseases that will spread because of this. So rules are made for a reason, but at the same time, these rules might many times prevent from right thing taking place. Meaning, let's say saving life of a particular person who needs immediate transfusion. Case सबको clear हुआ है क्या है? Case क्या है? What are the ethical issues involved in this case? Evaluate options available to you being district magistrate of this area. Introduction में कैसे लिखेंगे हम? Whenever you come across this thing, मेरे को देखो, उधर पीछे नहीं, इधर देखो. Whenever you come across such situations where there exist rules and those rules may seem like an impediment to act in an emergency situation, the key issue that is there is accountability. अगर आपको रूल वायलेट करना है, रूल एग्जिस्ट करता है, किसी पर्पस के लिए एग्जिस्ट करता है. If you have to violate a rule, it must be done with accountability, exigent circumstances. You have to search somebody's house. You are a police officer, you have to search somebody's house. Can you go and search without a warrant? No, you can't search without a warrant. Now, in CRPC, it is a requirement that you need a warrant to search somebody's house. But there are some exigent circumstances. इस रूल के नीचे एक exception of exigent circumstances भी दिया होगा. For example, there was a crime that has been committed, let's say murder. Murder weapon was found. The person having the knowledge of that murder weapon has gone missing for last 3 days. It is a holiday, and despite that the person is not at his home, has not repeatedly answered your calls. That means now you have a reason to believe that an important piece of evidence might be lost or an important witness might be lost in this investigation. Exigent circumstances need exigent measures. आप अब उस पर्सन के घर जाओगे, सर्च करोगे विदाउट वारंट. यू कैन डू दैट विदाउट वारंट. एक्सिडेंट सर्कमस्टांसेस. लेकिन इंपॉर्टेंट क्या है, हम यहां पे पहले स्पेसिफाई करें कि क्या एक्सिडेंट सर्कमस्टांस था. जो मैंने पूरी कहानी बताई है, मर्डर टुक प्लेस, मर्डर वेपन गॉन मिसिंग, द पर्सन विद नॉलेज ऑफ मर्डर वेपन इज नॉट आंसरिंग कॉल, नॉट एट हिज होम डिस्पाइट इट बीइंग अ हॉलिडे. नाउ यू हैव अ रीजन टू बिलीव दैट अ क्रिटिकल पीस ऑफ एविडेंस माइट बी लॉस्ट. Therefore, as an officer, you have this power to act in these exigent circumstances by violating the said rule of requirement of a warrant. तो ये है अकाउंटेबिलिटी. अकाउंटेबिलिटी ये नहीं है कि मैं पुलिस ऑफिसर हूं और मैं किसी भी चीज को इमरजेंसी बोल के आपके घर पे जाऊं और छापा मार दूं. चलो आज तुमको घर से उठा लेते हैं. क्योंकि इमरजेंसी मेरे को लग रही थी कि तुम भाग जाओगे, वो एक्सिजेंट सर्कमस्टेंस नहीं है. I must be able to explain what were the circumstances in which I acted. So whenever you come across, अब example समझ में आया क्या है? Whenever you come across such cases where there might be a rule which is mentioned in this case, for example, and the rule prevents you from acting in a manner that is emergently required in a case, then you must be able to justify that why did you use your discretionary power to, let's say, overpower that rule. This is emergency power that you have. ये है accountability. Accountability is when you take responsibility of your actions. ब्लड ट्रांसफ्यूजन नहीं किया, अब वो तो रूल है, वो तो आपको वैसा ऐड करना, वैसा तो एक्ट करना ही है आपको. वहां पे अकाउंटेबिलिटी का क्या पर्पस? अकाउंटेबिलिटी किस चीज, व्हाई इज देयर अकाउंटेबिलिटी, व्हेन, इन विच केस विल यू नीड अकाउंटेबिलिटी? When these emergency situations are there, that is when you need accountability to act according to law. Law says you must submit me 50 documents. But if you don't submit 50 documents, somebody is going to die. Somebody is going to be deprived of, let's say, the food grains that have to be allocated to you. Law says that food have to be allocated to you only when you submit your Aadhaar card. You don't have an Aadhaar card, you are an agricultural labor, you don't have proper fingerprints, how will I allocate food to you? Then in that case, I have a good enough reason to allocate food grains to you. लेकिन रूल है तो मेरे को फिर आपका आधार कार्ड बनाना भी पड़ेगा कि आई हैव टू एक्सपीडाइट योर आधार कार्ड, जिससे अगली बार से ऐसे प्रॉब्लम नहीं आए. अकाउंटेबिलिटी इज टू एक्ट इन सच सिचुएशंस, इमरजेंसी सिचुएशन, इसलिए अकाउंटेबिलिटी है. लॉ के साथ कंप्लाई करना तो फिर कई बार मैक्सिमम टाइम क्या होता है कि law becomes a reason for you to not act in a manner, or not act in a situation. Because you have to act, you must act with accountability. This is what is accountability. So why are your other team members scared? Why are they not acting? Some support, some do not support. Why do some people say that no, हमको transfusion नहीं करना चाहिए? Because they fear. क्या लिखा है डॉक्टर्स ने? They want to, they are ready to facilitate delivery provided they are not penalized for transfusion. I transfuse the blood because the woman is losing blood rapidly. I perform the delivery. Later on, she dies. And it was found that she died because of sepsis. Sepsis क्या होता है? Blood में जो infection होता है उसको sepsis बोलते हैं. She died because of infection in blood. तो जिम्मेदारी किसकी आ जाएगी? डॉक्टर की जिम्मेदारी आ जाएगी. तो अब मैं को वहां पे फिर कोई ना कोई मेरे साथ खड़ा होना चाहिए ना, वही इमरजेंसी सिचुएशन थी इसीलिए मैंने ट्रांसफ्यूजन किया. अगर हमारे पास ब्लड बैंक वाला ब्लड होता तो हम ऑब्वियसली वही देते. रिलेटिव्स मेरे को मारने आ गए उसके बाद कि आपने ब्लड अच्छा सही ब्लड ट्रांसफ्यूजन नहीं किया है आपने, यू डिड नॉट टेक प्रॉपर केयर. बिकॉज आई विल बी हेल्ड अकाउंटेबल, हेंस माई हैंड्स आर पुलिंग बैक टू नॉट एक्ट. अकाउंटेबिलिटी समझ में आया क्या है अकाउंटेबिलिटी? इन दिस सिचुएशन यू नीड अकाउंटेबिलिटी. For a person who is responsible to take decisions, the district collector, you require leadership. I must be able to lead my team. I must be able to assure them that please act in what is the right way. Act lawfully, act with accountability. This is how you have to act in this case. अब मैंने तुमको इतना ज्ञान दे दिया इस चीज के ऊपर, अब इंट्रोडक्शन के अंदर ये सब ज्ञान नहीं लिखोगे, बट हाँ इंट्रोडक्शन के अंदर ये पार्ट जरूर लिखोगे कि भाई केस अल्टीमेटली है किस चीज का. द केस इज अबाउट अकाउंटेबिलिटी एंड लीडरशिप. बीइंग अकाउंटेबल फॉर डिसीजंस दैट यू टेक in exigent circumstances. This is the case about, what the case is about. You write this thing, examiner knows that you have understood the dilemma of this case. This case is about acting with accountability in emergency situation. Accountability for actions in emergency situation. It may become a hindrance to the right thing. Is this clear? Is it a bona fide mistake? समझते हो? समझ में आ गया होगा अब क्या है बोनाफाइड मिस्टेक. मैंने ब्लड ट्रांसफ्यूजन किया लेकिन उसके कारण हो सकता है कुछ इंफेक्शन चला गया एंड हेंस द पर्सन डाइड. आई डिड नॉट इंटेंड टू ट्रांसफ्यूज हर विद इन्फेक्टेड ब्लड. आई डिड what all I could in the limited resources and time that I had at that point. I did whatever I could. I took the necessary precautions. I took the necessary approvals from my seniors, doctors, the family members. I took all those necessary approvals. Consent from family members. I did my best, but still I could not save the patient. It is a bona fide mistake on my part. मैंने कुछ जान के गलत एक्ट नहीं किया है, लेकिन हाँ कुछ हो गया जो कि शायद मेरे हाथ में नहीं था. Hence, I should not be penalized for that thing. Bona fide mistake. So write this part in your introduction. Accountability to act in emergency circumstances. Responsibility of leaders to take responsibility, to take accountability in such situations. ये केस इस चीज का है. Ethical issues क्या हैं यहाँ पे? Leadership सबसे important ethical issue है. Are you able to take responsibility, demonstrate leadership, or do you develop cold feet? एक जान जा रही है और आप वहां पे जान बचाने के चक्कर में हमें बोले नहीं, रूल ये बोलता है कि ब्लड बैंक से लेके आओ, तो जाओ ब्लड बैंक से लेके आओ. आपने अपने आप तो फिर बिल्कुल परफेक्ट एक आदर्श बालक की तरह एक्ट किया है आपने, बट इन ऑल प्रोबेबिलिटी अ लाइफ इज गोइंग टू बी लॉस्ट इन दैट केस. Leadership means taking responsibility, acting in such situation. That is what leadership is. Leadership able to take decision, decide and take decision when subordinates differ, because there are different rules that might come into conflict. Recognition of challenges, इस तरीके से आप इस situation में act करोगे, that you decide that yes, whether I am going to transfuse blood or not, you recognize what challenges can be there. For example, there is a high degree of probability that maybe the person still dies. Because she has already lost blood, she is already in an emergency situation. Maybe she still dies. Maybe the person who gives blood, जब ब्लड देते हैं तो फिर आपसे पूछा जाता है कि भाई आपने लास्ट 3 दिन के अंदर स्मोक तो नहीं किया है, अल्कोहल तो नहीं कंज्यूम किया है, कोई ड्रग्स वगैरह तो नहीं लिए हैं आपने, या फिर किसी मेडिसिन पे तो नहीं हो. Then based on that, then they take your blood. If somebody is willing to give blood, आपने बोला, कुछ टीम मेंबर्स तैयार हो गए that yes I am willing to give blood, you take on their face value कि भैया मैंने कुछ नहीं किया है. I have not, let's say, consumed alcohol or not smoked in last 3 days. But maybe the person, let's say, forgot. Genuine mistake. Maybe the person forgot. हो सकता है जान के झूठ बोला या फिर अनजाने में झूठ बोल दिया हो. Maybe it leads to some kind of reaction in the blood and hence the person is not able to survive. So recognize that these are the possibilities in future. That recognize that to act in this situation, these are the challenges that I might face. Take consent of the family in advance. Make sure that all the proper medical procedures that can be followed are followed in this particular situation. तो ये सब हमको challenges recognize करने. That is an ethical issue in this case. Consent, I have to take consent, that whether the value of this consent that family members are given to me. Power to override rule. There exists a rule that blood has to be procured from blood bank only. Do I have the power in this exigent circumstances that can I overrule this rule? Can I overrule a particular, override a particular rule? Use of expert knowledge. दिया है भाई, I am an AIMS graduate myself. How can I use my expert knowledge? Basic training अगर मेरे पास है, that means I can take better decisions then. So these are ethical issues involved in this particular case. Is it clear? तो को समझ आया क्या ethical issues हैं? Relevant to the case. हमको अगर case को correctly identify करेंगे तभी हम correct ethical issues identify कर सकते हैं. Next, evaluation of available options. देखो, जब हम available options की बात करते हैं, now this is going to come in other questions also. Please take this as a note. Please understand this thing. Whenever the question asks you to write down the available options, कि क्या क्या options हैं आपके पास, ऐसा नहीं करना या ऐसा मत सोचना कि ज्यादा options लिखेंगे तो ज्यादा marks मिलेंगे. ऐसा बिल्कुल नहीं है. Don't write such options जिनको पढ़ते ही एग्जामिनर रिजेक्ट कर देगा, कि ऐसा तो बिल्कुल भी नहीं करोगे. Please understand this bias. Imagine करो कि आप किसी का आंसर पढ़ रहे हो और किसी ने इस आंसर में कुछ ऐसा ऑप्शन लिख दिया जिसको आप पढ़ते ही रिजेक्ट कर दो कि ये तो बिल्कुल नहीं करना चाहिए. Even though the person whose answer you are reading, even though the person has himself or herself rejected that option, but simply because the person has mentioned that option, you're not going to think that कि person का आंसर अच्छे क्वालिटी का आंसर नहीं है. इस केस में you have two options basically, two good options in which you can act. Arrange for emergency airlift but refuse the transfusion, or take necessary precautions and allow transfusion. आपके पास ये options हैं. अगर आपने यहाँ पे ये पहला option ये लिख दिया that I will, instead of writing this, if you write the first option that I will refuse transfusion because it is against the rules. Now this is an option that can be easily rejected in the first instance only. That means you know that the person is going to die and you are not going to do anything in that case. Don't write such options which can be ruled out in the first line, in the first instant itself. Don't write that option इस तरीके से मत लिखना कि दिमाग में सोच लो या फिर बात करते करते कर लो कि भाई ऑप्शन तो दो ही हैं कि ट्रांसफ्यूजन अलाउ करेंगे अलाउ नहीं करेंगे. ऐसे ऑप्शन नहीं लिखने हैं हमको आंसर में. Options must be qualitative, friend zone versus attractive. Examiner will be attracted if you present the options to the examiner which are both viable. क्या पहला ऑप्शन वायबल नहीं है? पहला ऑप्शन पढ़ो हमने क्या लिखा है? अरेंज फॉर राइटिंग लैंग्वेज मैटर्स हियर. अरेंज फॉर इमरजेंसी एयरलिफ्ट बट रिफ्यूज ट्रांसफ्यूजन. नाउ इट इज अ परफेक्टली वायबल ऑप्शन बट यू नो दैट chances of death are more in this case. Timely help will not reach. लेकिन अब you're not simply saying that I will not allow transfusion here. This is an option that reflects to the examiner that you are a mature person. आप simply कुछ ऑप्शन लिखने के लिए ऑप्शन नहीं लिख रहे हो, आप कुछ सोच समझ के ऑप्शन लिख रहे हो. Second option, take necessary precautions and allow transfusion. You're not simply writing that I will allow transfusion. You have to write this ahead. Take necessary precautions. For example, take consent. Make sure that information is correctly available. Make sure that there is no chance of any kind of blood infection being transfused. You're writing that I'm taking necessary precautions. Write in this option that, for example, I will record all the reasons. I will also, meanwhile, while the doctors perform this surgery or doctor perform this transfusion, I will ask my team members that they can give their own opinion that under what circumstances was the decision taken. टेक अकाउंटेबिलिटी, किस तरीके से अकाउंटेबिलिटी लेंगे. तो ये हमारे पास ऑप्शंस हैं. यहाँ पे इवैल्यूएट करना है, मतलब मेरिट डीमेरिट लिखनी होगी हमको, इन आंसर्स लिख सकते हैं. आई थिंक नाउ बिकॉज आई हैव डिस्कस्ड एवरीथिंग पार्ट, यू कैन, आई एम श्योर यू कैन ऑल राइट मेरिट डीमेरिट ऑफ दीज ऑप्शंस. दिस इज व्हाट यू हैव टू राइट. What options should you pursue? It is up to you what you want to write, but I am sure most of you should be choosing the option कि भाई जो है हम necessary precautions लेंगे and allow transfusion. अगर आप स्वयं एक डॉक्टर हो और आपकी ट्रेनिंग आपको कुछ स्पेशल इंफॉर्मेशन देती है, इफ there would be many doctors amongst you, if your training gives you some special information, you can write that also. For example, एक alternate है, there is something called as LR solution, lactated ringer solution एक होता है, which is given in case of emergency blood loss. जहाँ पे बहुत ज़्यादा blood loss होता है तो वहाँ पे हम ये LR solution provide करते हैं, lactated ringer solution. नई information मिल गई, प्रीलिम्स में जाकर तो मार्क कर दोगे. अब क्या है लैक्टेटेड रिंगर सॉल्यूशन. अब ये एक स्पेसिफिक नॉलेज है जो कि एक डॉक्टर को होती है, हम आम जनता को नहीं है. बट इफ यू राइट दिस कि आई विल प्रोवाइड फॉर लैक्टेटेड रिंगर सॉल्यूशन एंड बिकॉज इट कैन बी यूज्ड इन इमरजेंसी ब्लड ट्रांसफ्यूजन, यू आर नॉट एड्रेसिंग द डायलेमा इन द केस. आपको सवाल में डायलेमा एड्रेस करने के लिए बोला गया कि बताओ ट्रांसफ्यूजन करोगे या नहीं करोगे. इफ यू स्मार्टली प्ले इट आउट देन यू आर नॉट एड्रेसिंग द डायलेमा हियर. So write down that I am going to choose amongst 1 and 2, probably 2, and then write down as an alternate I will see that if there are other options available such as availability of lactated ringer solution that can be administered in case of, अगर मैं पहला ऑप्शन चूज कर रहा हूँ emergency airlift का, तब मैं उनको lactated ringer के साथ airlift करूँगा so that the need of blood transfusion gets delayed by some time. Then you can use this as an additional information, but core part would be to address these two things. Absolutely clear to everybody? कैसा आंसर लिखना है, क्लियर है? This is how we write case studies answers. Let's move on to the next case, third case. Question 9. At 9 p.m. on a Saturday evening, Rashika, a joint secretary, was still engrossed in her work in the office. Her husband Vikram is an executive in an MNC and frequently out of town in connection with his work. Their 2 children aged 5 and 3 are looked after by the domestic help. So Rashika ji हैं, वो joint secretary हैं और रात को 9 बजे she is engaged in her office work. Husband is an executive in MNC and he is also out of town in connection with his work frequently. They have 2 children aged 5 and 3, quite young, looked after by the domestic help. At 9:30, her superior, Mr. Suresh, calls her and asks her to prepare a detailed note on an important matter to be discussed in a meeting in the ministry. She realizes that she will have to work on Sunday to finish the additional task given by her superior. Clear ho gaya case? She has been called at 9:30 p.m. to do some additional task given to her by the superior. Detailed note banana hai. She reflects on how she had looked forward to this posting and had worked long hours for months to achieve it. She had kept the welfare of people uppermost in discharging her duty. She feels that she has not done enough justice to her family and she has not fulfilled her duties in discharging essential social obligations. Even as recently as last month, she had to leave her sick child in the nanny's care as she had to work in the office. Now she feels that she must draw a line beyond which her personal life should take precedence over her professional responsibilities. Clear hai case? Sabko samajh mein aa raha hai? She thinks that there should be a reasonable limit to the work ethics such as punctuality, hard work, dedication to duty and selfless service. Discuss the ethical issues involved in this case. Briefly describe at least 4 laws that have been enacted by the government with respect to providing a healthy, safe and equitable working environment for women. Imagine you are in a similar situation. What suggestions would you make to mitigate such working conditions? Clear है case? समझने में तो बहुत आसान केस है. Clear हो गया है. It is basically a case about what? बताओ किस चीज का केस है? Personal versus professional. और better express करो. Work-life balance है ना? See, this is not precisely a case on, let's say, patriarchy or special responsibility that, let's say, women have in the family. It's not precisely that case. Certainly it has been written from the eyes of a woman, in the context of a woman. But certainly this is applicable to both men and women. This is basically a case of work-life balance. So when you are writing the answer, देखो सवाल में पूछा गया है, B part है 4 laws by the government with respect to providing healthy, safe, equitable working circumstances for women. You have to write down about special challenges that women face. Work life balance का केस है, लेकिन उसमें work life balance में जो balance वाला part है वहाँ पे आप special problems, special challenges that women face उस angle से लिखना है. लेकिन इसका मतलब केस पेट्रियार्की का है, ये चीज नहीं है. केस तो वर्क लाइफ बैलेंस का ही है अल्टीमेटली. ये रिकॉग्नाइज डिफरेंस करना इंपॉर्टेंट है. But again, obviously, you have to write the answer from the perspective of a woman, meaning the challenges that particularly women face in maintaining that work-life balance part. Is this clear? The case itself is easy. I'm sure most of you would have thought about it. Most of you can write about it. Discuss the ethical issues involved in this case. Sorry. Yeah. She is a joint secretary. Joint secretary, yeah. That means she is in public life. As a civil servant, what do you expect civil servants to be? They are expected to be duty all time or not? A police officer, let's say, all time on duty, an IAS officer, all time on duty. That means when you become a public servant, it is expected that you are going to dedicate, expected that you are going to dedicate yourself to public service or to national service 24/7. It is expected. Is it possible? Expectation है that you are expected to be attentive at work, available for work in any of the emergency situation. It is not possible to work 24/7 all the time. Expectation versus quote unquote reality. Such expectation, what do they lead to? They lead to many times they lead to imbalance of your work and personal life. How can that personal life and work balance be achieved? This case is about that. Case is about a public servant who is expected to be available on duty all the time. As a public servant, because you are public servant, a person with responsibilities towards the public, because of that, expectation is that you have no personal life, only public life. But as a human being, you do have a personal life. How do you balance those expectations of public servant with your personal life? The case is about that. So write this point in the introduction. Public servant expected to be on duty all the time, often compromising the work and personal life balance. How can this trade-off be resolved or at least minimized? What special challenges do women face in such situation? This is how you introduce your case. Ethical issues kya hai? Ethical issues here are the broader ethical issue being work-life balance wala issue jo hai, responsibility towards work versus towards your family, your social responsibilities. You also have to write ethical issues here from the perspective of different stakeholders. जैसे family के respect में हम लिखेंगे, women के respect में हम लिखेंगे क्या ethical issues हैं, मेन वुमेन रिलेशनशिप के एस्पेक्ट में हम लिखेंगे क्या एथिकल इश्यूज हैं. सो ब्रॉड सेट ऑफ एथिकल इशू इज पर्सनल वर्क एंड पर्सनल लाइफ बैलेंस. दैट इज अ ब्रॉड सेट ऑफ एथिकल इशू in context of expectations from a public servant. The next set of ethical issue is the kind of expectations that your work sets for you. Your boss or your office expects, not just the public, it is the boss or the office expects that you are available to work all the time. Hence gives you tasks on odd days or odd times. What effect does this have on your family? Do your children not have to grow up? Are parents not the first school of children? What kind of values or what kind of environment are your children getting exposed to? What kind of social exposure do they have? None. So write down about from children, family's point of view, from husband's or father's point of view. If it is your responsibility, it is equally father's responsibility. कल हमने care economy की बात करी थी, तो हमने लिखा था ना आप एक share the care वाली चीज, that there must be some sort of sharing of that care aspect. So if his work is important, your work is also important. If his personal life is important, your personal life is also important. Family life obviously extremely important. That means ethical issue is what kind of division of responsibility takes place at the house. Is, for example, a woman expected to perform all the responsibility with respect to family, or some of those responsibilities must be shared with the men, including rearing of children, taking care of children. Your child is sick. If, let's say, the mother is not there, father must at least be there. If it's a Sunday and the father is working, that means the father's personal work life becomes more important as compared to the woman's work, the mother's work life. So identify these issues from the point of view of men, women or family relationships as well. तो हमको ये ethical issues में लिखने हैं. केवल वर्क लाइफ बैलेंस नहीं लिखना है या फिर केवल मेन वुमेन रिलेशनशिप नहीं लिखना है, हमको ये सारे एथिकल इश्यूज यहाँ पे लिखने हैं. लेकिन हाँ, प्राइमरी एथिकल इशू तो हमारा यही है, रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी टुवर्ड्स वर्क वर्सेस टुवर्ड्स द फैमिली. दिस इज द प्राइमरी एथिकल इशू हियर. अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट, एज आई सेड, वर्क कल्चर एंड एक्सपेक्टेशन ऑफ द वर्क प्लेस फ्रॉम द एम्प्लॉइज, पेरेंटल ड्यूटी टुवर्ड्स द चिल्ड्रन, social development of the child, that is lack of inculcation of any values from the family, from the parents. ठीक है, these are the main ethical issues here, right? Some laws, अब सवाल में पूछा गया कि 4 लॉ स्पेसिफिकली बताने की कौन कौन से लॉज हैं. अब ये बड़ा फैक्चुअल पार्ट है. तो इफ यू नो दीज लॉज एज इन वुमेन स्पेसिफिक लॉज, देन यू शैल बी एबल टू राइट. अदरवाइज आप फिर वेग पार्ट नहीं लिख सकते हो. एटलीस्ट एक लॉ तो सबको पता होना चाहिए, मैटरनिटी बेनिफिट वाला लॉ, और दूसरा लॉ प्रिवेंशन ऑफ सेक्सुअल हरासमेंट वर्क प्लेस, ये भी सबको पता है. ये 2 लॉस तो जरूर लिखने ही लिखने आंसर में. हाँ, क्या चीज? विशाखा गाइडलाइन से ही तो वो बना है, प्रिवेंशन ऑफ सेक्सुअल हरासमेंट एट वर्क प्लेस, तो वो अलग लॉ नहीं है. हाँ, विशाखा गाइडलाइंस 98 में सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने दी, उसके बाद जाके 2013 में वो लॉ बना है. ठीक है, तो वो तो सेम चीज है. बट एटलीस्ट ये दीज 2 लॉज शुड बी देयर. अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट देयर आर मेनी लॉज. जैसे फैक्ट्रीज एक्ट है. फैक्ट्रीज एक्ट बोलता है दैट वुमेन शुड नॉट वर्क पोस्ट 7 PM, सुबह 6 बजे से 7 बजे के बीच में वुमेन काम करेंगी, उसके सिवा काम नहीं करेंगी. फैक्ट्रीज एक्ट है. वी हैव इक्वल रेम्यूनरेशन एक्ट 1976, मीनिंग देयर शुड बी नो डिस्क्रिमिनेशन इन टर्म्स ऑफ पेमेंट्स, ट्रांसफर्स, पोजिशंस एक्सेट्रा विद इन मेन एंड वुमेन. Maternity benefit law as amended in 2017 is that 26 weeks of paid maternity leave. Sexual harassment at workplace, establishment of internal complaints committee, where मालूम है ना ये वाला एक्ट जो है, एस्टैब्लिशमेंट ऑफ इंटरनल कंप्लेंट्स कमेटी. और भी एक्ट्स हैं. देयर इज शॉप्स एंड एस्टैब्लिशमेंट एक्ट, है ना. देयर वाज अ रीसेंट, ये करंट अफेयर्स में था, इट वाज इन करंट अफेयर्स 3 years बैक एंड लास्ट ईयर ऑल्सो. एक शॉप्स एंड एस्टैब्लिशमेंट एक्ट है थ्रू विच वी आर ट्राइंग टू ओवरकम दिस फर्स्ट प्रोविजन ऑफ फैक्ट्रीज एक्ट. फैक्ट्रीज एक्ट का फर्स्ट प्रोविजन देखो क्या है, क्या डिस्क्रिमिनेटरी नहीं लग रहा है. देखो पहला प्रोविजन फर्स्ट फैक्ट्रीज एक्ट का क्या लिखा है, no women should work post 7 PM. That means would factories be willing to employ women then? They would think that because they can't work. Now, in interest of safety of women, this provision is there. Versus in economic interest of women, this is, let's say, going against them, because factories would then assess कि क्योंकि 7 बजे के बाद काम नहीं कर सकती हैं, इसीलिए इनको एम्प्लॉय करने का क्या फायदा. I may want, अगर मैंने एक दिन आपसे 7:30 बजे तक काम करवा लिया तो मेरे ऊपर लेबर डिपार्टमेंट का छापा पड़ जाएगा, मेरे को जेल में डाल दिया जाएगा. So, the firm is then going to be reluctant to employ women or not. Get this point? So there was a Shops and Establishment Act which was amended to overcome this provision of Factories Act. This was last year's amendment, under which women are allowed to work in different establishments, shops and different establishment, without this restriction of Factories Act. तो ये जो Factories Act का एप्लीकेशन है, इसको हमने कुछ मैन्युफैक्चरिंग यूनिट्स के ऊपर रेस्ट्रिक्ट कर दिया है. बाकी जगह जैसे शॉप्स हैं, शॉप में वुमेन 7 बजे के बाद, आप जैसे जाते हो मैकडॉनल्ड्स शॉप है एक तरीके से, वहाँ पे आपको 7 बजे के बाद वुमेन वेटर नहीं मिलती हैं, कहते यू फाइंड दोस थिंग्स, find those entities, women cashier and all those things, you find them. So it is because of such amendments that women are able to work beyond 7 p.m. also. So you can write that provision also. There is BDs and Cigarette Workers Act, उसके अंदर भी कुछ provisions हैं कि क्या किस तरीके से women को प्राप्त. लेकिन हाँ 4 पूछा है तो 4 लिखने हैं, याद कर लो ये 4 हैं. Fine. Okay. Suggestions to mitigate such working conditions. Question में they have asked, imagine you are in a similar situation. What suggestions would you make to mitigate such working condition? Now this is very important part. Not from content point of view. आप सब लिख सकते हैं इसके ऊपर, क्योंकि आप सब वर्क लाइफ बैलेंस के ऊपर सोच रहे होगे. आप सब लिखोगे कि भाई एक लिखा भी है सवाल में कि एक स्ट्रिक्ट लाइन बनानी चाहिए, that there should not be breach of that line. I am willing to extend my working hours. I am willing to be flexible, but there must be some kind of hard limit here. The working policy must be such that, for example, does not any establishment, does it not give its employees the ability to attend to the sick people in their family? क्या मैं बीमार हो जाऊंगा उसके बाद में कोई यहाँ पे नहीं जबरदस्ती तुमको क्लास लेनी ही लेनी है? वो तो एक इनह्यूमन पॉलिसी नहीं हो जाएगी. Somebody in my family is sick and then I have to necessarily come here कि भाई नहीं तुम आओ, तुमको तुम्हारी responsibility. Every establishment has to have this human element. So these are the hard lines. I am willing to, let's say, take 3 classes in a particular day. I am willing to come to Sundays to teach sometimes, let's say because course is not complete. But there have to be some hard lines that can't be breached between employers and employees. So I'm sure you can think about those hard lines कि क्या restriction होनी चाहिए, फिर क्या rights होने चाहिए labor laws के. लेकिन क्यों, I know that all of you can write about this part, but how do you write is important here. दोबारा से पढ़ो सवाल क्या लिखा है. Imagine you are in a similar situation. You are, let's say, a victim of this case. What would then you do in this case? Here what matters is the language, the tone that you use in your answer. यहाँ पे आपकी टोन एक असर्टिव टोन होनी चाहिए. कंटेंट आप सबको पता है क्या लिखना है यहाँ पे, लेकिन टोन यहाँ पे एक असर्टिव होनी चाहिए. दैट यू हैव टू टेल द एग्जामिनर दैट दीज आर द हार्ड लाइंस दैट आई डोंट ब्रीच एट एनी कॉस्ट. I am not somebody who can be taken for granted by my employer. I know my rights. I know what you have to do with respect to me. I am willing to work for long hours, but at the same time, please don't expect me to work for these long hours. Don't make it a norm that I can work for long hours. If you can, let's say, suck more hours out of me, doesn't mean that you will. I allow you to take disadvantage of me every day. The tone of your answer is what matters in this C part. यहाँ पे आपको सजेस्टिव होके नहीं लिखना है कि मेरे ख्याल से ये करना चाहिए, सरकार को ये पॉलिसी बनानी चाहिए, एम्प्लॉयर को ये पॉलिसी बनानी चाहिए. ये सजेशन नहीं है, ये ज्ञान वाली स्टेज से आगे पहुंच चुके हैं. यहाँ पे इमेजिन यू आर इन द सेम सिचुएशन. दैट मीन्स यू हैव टू बी असर्टिव इन योर टोन हियर दैट आई एम गोइंग टू डू दिस थिंग. आई एम गोइंग टू ड्रॉ दीज हार्ड लाइन्स विच कांट बी ब्रीच. I am going to tell my employer that even though I am a public servant, but that does not mean that I have no personal life of my own. It is not some emergency situation, कोई flood कहीं पे आ गया है और मेरे को तुरंत जाना है. It is expected that I be present there then. कहीं पे कुछ disaster हो गया है, कुछ बड़ी दुर्घटना घट गई है, I am a public servant, I am expected to be there. But note बनाना है ministry को present करने के लिए, उसके लिए आप मेरे को बोल रहे हो कि आप Sunday को भी काम करो. That is something that is unexpected. Difference आ रहा है समझ में? So write this in an assertive tone in your answer. That is all what I want to say in this particular part. Assertion. Tone is what matters in this C part. Work, please see this thing. For example, work culture is not just laws and policies, but also people and their dynamic relations. It is the responsibility of seniors to be sensitive about their team's needs and right of their workers to not be exploited. असर्टिव टोन समझ में आ रही है कैसे लिखते हैं? यू आर ट्राइंग टू टेल कि भाई वर्क कल्चर केवल पॉलिसी बनाने से नहीं होगा कि मेरे एम्प्लॉइज शाम को 7 बजे के बाद चले जाएंगे. मैं अपने एम्प्लॉइज से इतना काम लूंगा, इतना काम नहीं लूंगा कि इनको ये सब पॉलिसी. वर्क कल्चर इज ऑल्सो अबाउट डायनेमिक्स बिटवीन पीपल, रिलेशनशिप बिटवीन पीपल. It is responsibility of seniors to be sensitive about their team's needs and the right of worker to not be exploited. Responsibility of seniors to nurture a cooperative and efficient work culture rather than a one of overwork and unreasonable expectations. Seniors की responsibility है. So therefore, you can give some suggestions that, for example, we need some kind of crash facility at workplace. Maternity benefit law लिखो और लिखो कि भी 50 ज़्यादा employees हैं तो वहाँ पे crash facility की आवश्यकता है workplace के ऊपर. So write this thing part, write this part. Assertive communication to work, seniors and to the husband about their respective responsibilities. Clear office policies to be complied with inputs compiled with inputs from the staff. Staff should tell that what kind of policies at work do they want. So इस तरीके से policy होनी चाहिए. जैसे citizen charter है उस तरीके से एक office charter भी होना चाहिए. तो you can give such recommendations कि इस तरीके से हम policy बना सकते हैं. Clear? सबको आगे समझ में? बोलो क्या बोल रहे थे? Ethical issues and dilemma. तुम बताओ क्या difference होना चाहिए? देखो, dilemma is generally expressed as x versus y, but that doesn't mean that dilemma always means x versus y. Ethical issues और dilemma में as such कोई difference है नहीं. जब आप ethical issues लिखते हो आंसर में या फिर ethical dilemma लिखते हो तो आप दोनों में सेम चीज लिख सकते हो. लेकिन मैं अब जनरल एक्सप्रेशन की बात कर रहा हूँ कि जनरली कैसे एक्सप्रेस करते हैं. जनरली व्हेन यू आर आस्क्ड अबाउट इश्यूज यू सिंपली राइट इश्यूज 1 2 3 की ये इश्यूज हैं. व्हेन यू आर आस्क्ड अबाउट डायलेमास यू राइट देम इन द नेचर इन द फॉर्म दैट देयर इज अ कॉन्फ्लिक्ट बिटवीन दीज टू थिंग्स. तो उस तरीके से हम डायलेमास को एक्सप्रेस कर सकते हैं. हैविंग सेड दैट मैं दोबारा से तुमको बोल देता हूँ, अगर ऐसी कोई रूल नहीं है कि व्हेन यू आर राइटिंग एथिकल डायलेमास तब आपको जरूरी है कि ए वर्सेस बी एक्स वर्सेस वाई फॉर्म में लिखना है. ऐसा जरूरी नहीं है. आप एथिकल डायलेमा को भी सिंपली वैल्यूज लिख सकते हो. दैट वैल्यूज आर दीस एंड दीस आर द एथिकल डायलेमास इन द केस. डायलेमा इज विद रिस्पेक्ट टू ऑनेस्टी ऑफ द पर्सन. डायलेमा इज विद रिस्पेक्ट टू इंटीग्रिटी. डायलेमा इज विद रिस्पेक्ट टू कॉन्फ्लिक्ट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट. आप इस तरीके से भी डायलेमा लिख सकते हो. लेकिन नॉर्मली हम डायलेमा जब लिखते हैं तो हम एक्स वर्सेस वाई फॉर्मेट में लिखते हैं. ठीक है, चलो. You should write one line in front of ethical issue also. One line, not one paragraph. No, then also चाहे discuss लिखा है चाहे what लिखा है, in both case write down an ethical issue and explain it in one line. ठीक है, not more than 2 lines in any case. ठीक है, चलो. Next 10th question पे आते हैं. Vinod is an honest and sincere IAS officer. Recently, he has taken over as a managing director of State Road Transport Corporation. His 6th transfer in past 3 years. His peers acknowledge his vast knowledge, affability, and uprightness. The chairman of State Road Transport Corporation is a powerful politician and is very close to the chief minister. Vinod comes to know about many alleged irregularities of the corporation and high-handedness of chairman in financial matters. तो रोड ट्रांसपोर्ट के कॉर्पोरेशन के जो चेयरमैन है पावरफुल पॉलिटिशियन है, क्लोज टू चीफ मिनिस्टर हैं. विनोद हु इज द डायरेक्टर मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर ऑफ स्टेट रोड ट्रांसपोर्ट कॉर्पोरेशन गेट्स टू नो अबाउट मेनी एलिज्ड इरेगुलरिटीज देयर. हाई हैंडेडनेस ऑफ चेयरमैन इन फाइनेंशियल मैटर्स. नाउ अ बोर्ड मेंबर ऑफ द कॉर्पोरेशन बिलोंगिंग टू द ऑपोजिशन पार्टी meets Vinod and hands over a few documents along with video recording in which chairman appears to be demanding bribe for placing a huge order for the supply of QMR tires. एक बोर्ड मेंबर जो है ट्रांसपोर्ट कॉर्पोरेशन का जो बोर्ड है जिसके चेयरमैन एक पॉलिटिशियन है. One of the board members who belongs to the opposition party meets Vinod and hands over few documents along with video recording in which chairman appears to be demanding bribe for placing a huge order for supply of QMR tires. Vinod recollects the chairman expediting clearing of pending bills of QMR tires. Vinod confronts the board member as to why is he shying away from exposing the chairman with the so-called solid proof he has with him. The member informs him that the chairman refuses to yield to his threats. He adds that Vinod may even earn recognition and public support if he himself exposes the chairman. Further, he tells Vinod that once his party comes to power, Vinod's professional growth would be assured. सबको केस आ गया समझ में क्या है? विनोद ने बोर्ड मेंबर से बोला कि भाई आप अपने आप क्यों नहीं जाते हो, आप खुद बोर्ड मेंबर हो, वाई आर यू शाइंग अवे फ्रॉम एक्सपोजिंग द चेयरमैन, आप खुद मीडिया के पास चले जाओ, विद द सो कॉल्ड सॉलिड प्रूफ दैट यू हैव. द मेंबर इन्फॉर्म्स हिम दैट द चेयरमैन रिफ्यूजेस टू यील्ड टू हिज थ्रेट. He adds that Vinod may even earn recognition and public support if he himself exposes the chairman. Further, he tells Vinod that once his party comes to power, Vinod's professional growth would be assured. Vinod is aware that he may be penalized if he exposes chairman and may further be transferred to a distant place. He knows that opposition party stands a better chance of coming to power in the forthcoming elections. However, he also realizes that the board member is trying to use him for his own political gains. केस आगे समझ में क्या है? As a conscientious civil servant, evaluate the options available to Vinod. In the light of above case, comment about the ethical issues that may arise due to politicization of a bureaucracy. Case clear है? केस सबको clear होगा क्या है? What is the case? Is the case about bribery? It is not about bribery. Is the case about investigation? No. Is the case about honesty? No, it's not about honesty. The case is about use of a person by another person for his own personal gains. Use of a civil servant, in this case a person in a decision making position, by a board member for his own personal or political gains. Case इस चीज के ऊपर precisely है. Yes, the case has element of bribery, has element of investigation, has element of honesty. ये सारे elements है, लेकिन case ultimately इस चीज के ऊपर है जो कि हमको सवाल में ही पता चल रहा है. Question is that political neutral bureaucracy, politicization of bureaucracy. यहाँ पे सवाल में भी हमको लिखा हुआ है. तो identify that the key issue here is this. Is this clear? Key issue क्या है? As a conscientious civil servant, evaluate the options that Vinod has. क्या क्या विनोद के पास options हैं? This is where I will explain about evidence वाला part. How does Vinod get evidence here? Somebody has given that evidence. Now please understand the difference here. A board member approaches Vinod with some evidence, maybe solid evidence, maybe solid proof. But one, this evidence is unlawfully obtained. It is not evidence obtained after investigation. It is somebody who has some video recording, some proof that this thing has taken place. It is not evidence admissible in court of law. One. Second, importantly, if the person who is a board member himself has a responsibility, why is he not going to the police with respect to this or to media with respect to this? That means it is not my, as in Vinod's responsibility to act upon this evidence. ये हमको ध्यान रखना है. ये मेरी जिम्मेदारी नहीं है कि मैं इस एविडेंस के ऊपर एक्ट करूं. फिर आप सवाल ये पूछ सकते हो कि तब क्या होता अगर यही एविडेंस कोई आम नागरिक लेके मेरे पास आता तो? Some ordinary citizen who might not have, apparently speaking, a direct political interest. यहाँ पे जो एक political person आया है जो कि बोर्ड का पार्ट है, अगर कोई, if some ordinary citizen had come to me with this evidence, then what should I have done in this case? I should have done the same thing that I will be doing in this case then. One, I am not supposed to act on this evidence. As in, I am not supposed to take some action based on this evidence. But this evidence presents credible allegations. That means there has to be some sort of inquiry here. अब inquiry करने का काम मेरा नहीं है, वो किसका काम है? Audit department का काम है inquiry करने का. Inquiry cannot begin on the basis of allegations even with solid evidence. Understand the difference, key difference coming here. Inquiry from a board member or an ordinary person cannot begin on the basis of allegations, even if allegations have strong evidence supporting them. Inquiry will begin only when there is a formal complaint that is lodged. आप बोर्ड मेंबर हो, आप ऑर्डिनरी सिटीजन हो, दोनों केस में आपको एक फॉर्मल कंप्लेंट लॉन्च करनी पड़ेगी, तभी मैं एक्ट कर सकता हूं. फॉर्मल कंप्लेंट जब लॉन्च होगी तब तो मेरे को एक्ट करना ही पड़ेगा. I am the managing director, I have to act, I have to constitute an inquiry commission or I have to involve police here, and then I will be acting on this particular allegation and evidence along that you have presented. But for that a formal complaint is necessary. Understand the nuances of legal part, law here, and how do you have to act in a case. जैसे वो बैंक मैनेजर वाला केस था, वहां पे आपके पास हियर से एविडेंस, हियर से आपको पता चला है क्या आपको कुछ एक्ट, ना तो आपके पास पावर है ना आपको वहां पे कुछ एक्ट करना है. यहां पे आपके पास पावर तो है, यू आर मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर, यू कैन एक्ट, बट अगेन one, this evidence was unlawfully collected, and second, there is no formal complaint. If it was a citizen, if it is a board member or any other person, this evidence will be investigated only after there is a formal complaint registered. So register a formal complaint. You have not come to me to register a formal complaint. Go to the proper department. At best, I can direct you कि आप department जाओ, वहाँ पे formal complaint register कर लो, and then we are going to take action. So recognizing this part becomes important here. Evidence unlawfully collected is not admissible in court of law. And in this case, it is bureaucracy which is being used for political interests. And when bureaucracy is used for personal or political interest, it is harmful to the state, harmful to the people, harmful to the bureaucrat himself. So this is the introduction. You explain this part to the examiner in the first 3 or 4 lines. Write down about evidence wala part and use of bureaucracy for political gains. What are the options that you have? Consider civil servant के पास क्या options हैं आपके पास, उनको analyze करना है. Again, जब हम options लिखेंगे तो options ऐसे नहीं होने चाहिए कि जिनको पढ़ते ही reject कर दिया जाए. Broadly क्या options है बताओ? Broadly speaking क्या options हैं? Accept कर लो और investigate करो, या फिर reject कर दो और वापस भेज दो. ये broadly 2 option है. अब इनको लिखना किस तरीके से है? This will come with practice. देखो मैंने समय लगा के लिखा है तो मेरे पास समय है, मैं 2 घंटे में शायद आंसर लिखूंगा, आपको तो 10 मिनट में आंसर लिखना है. तो अगेन इट विल कम विद प्रैक्टिस. Refuse to accept the evidence and maintain status quo if complaint is not formally registered. Remember, अभी हमने डिस्कस किया formal registration of complaint. Formal के ऊपर ही हम ऐड करेंगे. If complaint is not formally registered, then you simply refuse to accept the evidence and maintain the status quo as it is. Or second option is initiate a formal inquiry into the matter to establish truth. That is after a formal complaint. If formal complaint, the option that you write in would be in this manner. If a formal complaint is not registered, then you are not going to accept the evidence and you would maintain status quo in that case. If it is registered, it becomes your duty to initiate a formal inquiry into the matter to establish the truth. ये आपके पास 2 options हैं यहाँ पे. Now you can analyze कि इनकी क्या merit है, क्या demerit है. If you refuse to accept the evidence, maintain status quo, formal complaint is not registered, merit would be, क्या मेरिट होगी अगर आपने एविडेंस को एक्सेप्ट नहीं किया और इंक्वायरी इनिशिएट नहीं करी? इसकी मेरिट क्या होगी? मेरिट में ये नहीं लिखना, देखो मैंने नहीं लिखा है और आपको भी नहीं लिखना है. मेरिट में ये नहीं लिखना कि मेरी पॉलिटिकल रिलेशनशिप्स अच्छी बनी रहेंगी, कि मैंने एविडेंस नहीं लिया, इंक्वायरी स्टार्ट नहीं करी, हेंस आई एम इन गुड बुक्स ऑफ द करंट चेयरमैन. दैट इज नॉट द मेरिट दैट यू हैव टू राइट. अगर आपने ये मेरिट लिखी तो आप सवाल के ट्रैप में फंस जाओगे. सवाल में क्या पूछा है, किस चीज का केस है? पॉलिटिकल न्यूट्रलिटी का. और आप मेरिट कैसे एक्सप्लेन कर रहे हो कि मैं पॉलिटिकल मास्टर की गुड बुक्स के अंदर हूं? तो यू आर देन फॉलोइंग इनटू दैट ट्रैप. सो डोंट राइट दिस शुड नेवर बी रिटन एज अ मेरिट इन. ये तो सवाल पूछ लिया गया इसमें पॉलिटिशियन ब्यूरोक्रेसी के ऊपर. यू शुड नेवर राइट दिस थिंग एज अ मेरिट, दैट मेरिट इज दैट I will have good relationship with the politician or with the chairman. That is never a merit. My personal progress or my professional career, personal benefit or my professional benefit, my career will progress well. This is never a merit that you should be writing. Merit here is that expect that irregularities will be exposed in the audit. Second merit would be you will maintain political neutrality in this case, that I don't act on hearsay. Demerit would be that you are failing to perform your public duty, which is to act when you have to present it with solid evidence. You are failing to perform public duty. Further, there will be crisis of conscience. समझते हो क्या है crisis of conscience? लिखा है सवाल में कि that I am an honest civil servant, upright civil servant, and still I am failing to act. My honesty proof कि मेरे को पिछले 3 साल में 6 बार ट्रांसफर किया गया है. This is a crisis of conscience that I am going to have. ये demerit है. Initiate formal inquiry into the matters to establish truth. Merit would be it would expedite the action to establish the truth. Shows willingness to act on actionable intelligence. That means it reflects leadership on your part. Shows willingness to act on actionable intelligence. Clear है? Merit क्या है? Demerit क्या है? Political neutrality आपकी compromise हो रही है यहाँ पे. You might be used as a tool in the hands of the opposition. That is the demerit here. Clear to all? Merits, demerits. Ethical issues in, हाँ बोलो. Courage, obviously yes, बिल्कुल. करेज डेफिनेटली इसका एक पार्ट है, that are you willing to take that courageous action, that you are willing to start that formal inquiry because you've been presented with formal evidence. Ethical issues in politicization of bureaucracy, ये तो आसान सवाल है, शायद फर्स्ट पार्ट में सवाल था इसके ऊपर, पॉलिटिकल न्यूट्रलिटी के ऊपर, थ्योरेटिकल पार्ट में इसके ऊपर है क्या सवाल? हर साल नॉर्मली होता है, तो आई डोंट नो, हाँ हर साल ऑलमोस्ट होता है, आई वाज एक्सपेक्टिंग कि इस साल भी होगा, हर साल ऑलमोस्ट होता है ये सवाल कि पॉलिटिसाइजेशन ऑफ ब्यूरोक्रेसी के क्या क्या एथिकल एस्पेक्ट्स हैं. व्हेन ब्यूरोक्रेसी बिकम्स पॉलिटिसाइज्ड, व्हाट हैपेंस? mediocrity gets promoted then. Mediocre bureaucrats reach the top rather than innovative or risk-taking bureaucrats. Mediocrity gets promoted. Politicization of bureaucracy. Corruption increases. Why? Because bureaucrats are not going to take action against politicians. Politicians not against bureaucrats. Corruption increases. Breach of trust of people in the governance system. Loss of public trust. Government is supposed to work in the welfare, well-being for the people, but government is now working for the well-being of private persons occupying important position in the government. तो ये सब aspects हैं politicization of bureaucracy के. Corruption, breach of public trust, inefficiency, promotion of mediocrity, and not the ones who take risks. Fine. You should write. जब options पूछा गया तो you should write कि इसमें हम क्या करेंगे. Explicitly नहीं पूछा है that what is it that you are going to do, but still you should write that what course of action are you going to take. You can choose any of the course that I will not choose to accept the evidence and maintain status quo. You can choose to initiate an inquiry. दोनों कर सकते हो. मेरे ख्याल से preferable course क्या होगा? You can ask that I will ask the person to lodge a formal complaint and then I will start an inquiry. That is the preferable course of action. Otherwise, if the person refuses to lodge a formal complaint, then in that case, I will not be acting on this evidence which is unlawfully collected. तो ये हमारा preferable course होना चाहिए. मेरे according ये preferable course होना चाहिए. Ask him to lodge a formal complaint, right? बोल दो यार भाई आपको कंप्लेंट करनी, आपको सजेशन देने की जरूरत नहीं है कि भाई आप मीडिया चले जाओ लीक कर दो, आप सिंपली बोलो आप एक फॉर्मल कंप्लेंट लॉन्च कर दो, क्या है. तो दैट इज व्हाट यू शुड डू इन दिस केस. क्लियर? आगे बढ़े. ऑलराइट. नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन नंबर 11. You have just been appointed as Additional Director General of CPWD. You have appointed as Additional Director General of CPWD. The Chief Architect of your division, who is to retire in 6 months, is passionately working on a very important project, the successful completion of which would earn him a lasting reputation for the rest of his life. कोई ब्रिज बनना होगा तो चीफ आर्किटेक्ट उसके ऊपर काम कर रहे हैं, which is going to earn him a lasting reputation for rest of his life. Chief Architect of your division, who is to retire in next 6 months. A new lady architect, Seema, trained at Manchester School of Architecture, UK, joined as senior architect in your division. During the briefing about the project, Seema made some suggestions which would not only add value to the project but would also reduce completion time. So a new person has joined the project, experience, studied from a well-known place, reputed place. She joins the project and makes some suggestions which would not only add the value to the project but would also reduce completion time. This has made the chief architect insecure and he is constantly worried that all credit will go to her. Subsequently, he adopted a passive and aggressive behavior towards her and has become disrespectful to her. Seema felt it embarrassing as the chief architect left no chance of humiliating her. He would very often correct her in front of other colleagues, raise his voice while speaking to her. This continuous harassment has resulted in her losing confidence and self-esteem. She felt perpetually tensed, anxious, and stressed. She appeared to be in awe of him since he had a long tenure in the office and has vast experience in the area of her work. You are aware of her outstanding academic credentials and career record in previous organizations. However, you fear that this harassment may result in compromising her much needed contribution in the important project and may adversely impact her emotional well-being. You have also come to know from her peers that she is contemplating tendering her resignation. Clear है? केस सबको समझ में आ गया है? किस चीज का केस है बताओ? Toxicity at work culture. Insecurity of some person, some more experienced person from let's say younger person. Insecurity का केस है. मेंटल हैरासमेंट का केस है, सेक्सुअल हैरासमेंट का केस तो नहीं है. Please understand this thing. Understand that what is the case about? The case is about toxic work culture where seniors are unwilling to take feedback, unwilling to be corrected. And if corrected, they belittle the new joinees. They belittle them, they insult them, which leads to mental harassment of these people, of these new joinees. Reduces their confidence. What kind of people would be able to survive in this system? जिनको हम कई बार बोलते हैं boot lickers. Mediocres would be the one that will survive in the system. Why? Because I am an independent woman and I have my vast experience, vast knowledge from a reputed institute. And you are trying to belittle me at every instant. That means I'm going to leave this organization. So those with innovative abilities, those with good credentials, they can't survive in this organization. Only those that are willing to submit to the seniors, yes men, only those that are yes men are going to survive in this office. केस किस चीज पे है सबको, अब इतना कुछ नहीं लिखना इंट्रोडक्शन के ना, लेकिन यहीं से आपको 2-3 सेंटेंसेस निकाल के इंट्रोडक्शन कर लिखना. दिस इज व्हाट द केस इज ऑल अबाउट. सो इंट्रोडक्शन इज राइट डाउन दैट द केस इज अबाउट दिस एस्पेक्ट. टॉक्सिक वर्क कल्चर, mental harassment by seniors to new joinees, inability to take feedback, a system which promotes, a system which discourages honest feedback and hence promotes mediocres to rise to the top. This is the case is about that part. Work culture के ऊपर case है, right? What are ethical issues involved in the above case? What options are available to you in order to complete the project as well as retain SEMA in the organization? You being the additional director of the CPWD, तो आपके पास क्या options हैं? What would be your response to SEMA's predicament? What measures would you institute to prevent such occurrence from happening in your organization? सीमा की प्रीडिकमेंट जो सीमा प्रॉब्लम फेस कर रही है उस पर आपका क्या रिस्पॉन्स होगा और क्या मेजर्स आप ले सकते हो अपनी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के अंदर कि जिससे ये वाले इश्यूज इस टाइप से ना दोबारा से रीसर्फेस हो, बार बार ये इस टाइप का कल्चर ठीक हो जाए. लेट्स सी व्हाट विल वी डू. इंट्रोडक्शन क्लियर है सबको क्या है? राइट डाउन अबाउट व्हाट दिस केस इज अबाउट. इट इज अबाउट एज यू सेड टॉक्सिक वर्क कल्चर, परफेक्टली फाइन, राइट. फीडबैक लिख सकते हो, बी लिटलिंग लिख सकते हो, इंसल्टिंग लिख सकते हो, me being close to suggestions from my juniors लिख सकते हो, not honoring or not giving due value to more experienced, well educated people. All these things are same things. You can write any of these things in your introduction. Ethical issues क्या हैं? यही ethical issues हैं हमारे. Lack of cooperative work environment is the ethical issues here. Insecurity probably stemming from performance evaluation is the issue here. Evaluation is the issue here. Organizational support to new and experienced workers. Does organization honor them or organization simply starts to quote unquote rag them? Ragging उनकी कर रही है organization एक तरीके से, उनको promote नहीं कर रही, discourage कर रही है. Feedback mechanism के ऊपर है. Values that guide public servants के ऊपर है. That are public servants guided by the value of honest feedback, objectivity, or are they guided by value of simply being yes men to their senior? Organization hierarchy की value है या फिर काम सही और efficient होना चाहिए उसकी value है. क्या लिखा है सवाल के अंदर कि सीमा हैज गिवन सजेशन दैट विल रिड्यूस द वर्किंग टाइम एंड विल इंप्रूव एफिशिएंसी ऑफ द एड सम न्यू फीचर्स टू द प्रोजेक्ट. तो आर दे गाइडेड बाय वैल्यू, आर दे गाइडेड बाय ऑब्जेक्टिविटी, एफिशिएंसी, और आर दे गाइडेड बाय ऑर्गेनाइजेशनल हायरार्की इन दिस स्पेस? तो दीज आर द एथिकल इश्यूज इन्वॉल्वड इन दिस केस, राइट. तो इस तरीके से एथिकल इश्यूज आइडेंटिफाई करेंगे. जब केस क्या है ये आइडेंटिफाई कर लोगे मैच्योरिटी से, देन दिस बिकम्स क्वाइट इजी टास्क. ऑप्शंस अवेलेबल टू एडिशनल डायरेक्टर जनरल, टू अवर डायरेक्टर जनरल, क्या क्या ऑप्शन है हमारे पास? अगेन ऑप्शंस में यू डोंट राइट दैट आई विल आस्क टू गो टू इंटरनल कंप्लेंट्स कमेटी, क्योंकि ये सेक्सुअल हरासमेंट का मामला नहीं है. तो आप यहां पे नहीं लिखोगे आईसीसी में जाओ वहां पे कंप्लेंट कर दो. केस ये भी नहीं है, मतलब ऑप्शन ये भी नहीं है आपके पास कि आप जो चीफ आर्किटेक्ट है उसको फायर कर दोगे. ऑप्शन ये भी नहीं है आपके पास कि आप सीमा को बोलोगे कि आप रिजाइन कर दो बिकॉज योर प्रेजेंस इज द पर्सन इज मोर वैल्यूएबल. तो डोंट राइट सच ऑप्शंस दैट कैन बी रिजेक्टेड इन द फर्स्ट इंस्टेंस व्हेन समबडी सीज. तो इस तरीके से ऑप्शन नहीं लिखने. अगेन ऑप्शंस मस्ट बी क्वालिटेटिव ऑप्शंस, ऑप्शंस व्हिच रिफ्लेक्ट दैट यू अंडरस्टैंड द डायलेमा हियर. सवाल में लिखा भी है चीज. What options available to you in order to complete the project as well as to retain SEMA in your organization? तो इस कॉन्टेक्स्ट में हमको ऑप्शन देंगे. व्हाट ऑप्शंस यू हैव? request Seema to stay away from chief architect as it is only a matter of few months before he retires. As in, bear for some time. I understand your problem, but bear for some time. Request her to stay away from him. Some months he'll retire and then we can have a proper work culture. Or warn the chief architect of his behavior and the uncomfortable environment that he has created. Take necessary corrective steps. ये दो options हैं. In first case, देखो क्या aspect है? Why is it that you are reluctant to act? You are reluctant to act because चीफ आर्किटेक्ट इज अ सीनियर पर्सन, 60 साल के हो चुके, रिटायर होने वाले हैं. आपके दिमाग में क्या चल रहा है भाई? एक पर्सन, यू सी दैट वर्क कल्चर इज नॉट गुड, अ पर्सन इज नॉट कंफर्टेबल एट वर्क, अ asset of your organization is not comfortable at work. Somebody who's giving good inputs, she is not comfortable at work. Creating toxic work culture, the person's behavior. And why are you reluctant to act? You are reluctant to act because the person because of whom all this situation is being created, that person is a senior person. इसी कारण से तो act नहीं कर रहे हो ना. तो इस चीज को recognize करना है अपने आंसर के अंदर. तो इसी से हम आंसर ऑप्शन लिखेंगे. क्या ऑप्शन हमारे पास है? One option is that you ask Seema that please stay away from for some time. It is matter of only 6 months. He will retire and then he'll go. Then we can have a proper work culture discussion, deliberations. Second is you confront the problem first hand. Confront the chief architect first hand and say that, warn the person that it is because of you that work culture is getting compromised. Let the chief architect know, however senior he or she is, you are not irreplaceable. You think you are irreplaceable, hence you can do anything that you want. You think you are senior, hence you can do anything you want. Let the person know. Confront the person about the negative vibes that he has created at the workplace. ये दो option आपके पास हैं. Ask her to stay, and as in stay away from the person. It is a matter of few months. And second, warn the person, confront the person directly. Is this clear to everybody? कैसे सीमा के predicament को आप कम करोगे? What would your response be? How can you? क्या लिखा है? That she is contemplating resignation, she is anxious, she is losing her confidence, she is losing her willingness to work and come to the office. ये सब चीज़ लिखिए आंसर के अंदर. How would you address her predicament as the chief of the office, if I may use the word, as the person who is senior most in this office, the additional director general? If you are as the person who is responsible to take decisions, as that person, it becomes your duty to make sure that the work culture is supportive of all the people who are working there. How do you make that supportive work culture? First and foremost, you should allow her to vent out her frustration. Venting out is the first important step. As in, you will have to talk to her. Assure her that the office understands her problem and the office is well behind her. Entire office is well behind her, stands steadfast behind her because she is right and the other person is wrong. Assurance. Recognize her contribution. Assure her of full organizational support. Tell her, tell her that we have warned the chief architect to mend his behavior. These are the things that give assurance to the person. If my contribution is recognized, I am not belittled. Tell her that her suggestions are being implemented. That means I know that I am of some value to this organization. Tell her that office understands her importance, her value, and office is solidly behind her. Assure her of the full organizational support. Warn the CA, as in tell her that the chief architect has been warned to mend his behavior. Show her that we are engaging with more external experts. You are an employee, you are an expert. वो घर की मुर्गी दाल बराबर वाली चीज है. अगर आपकी बात नहीं सुनी गई है, लेकिन अगर मैंने बाहर से किसी और एक्सपर्ट को बुलाया है and the expert suggests the same thing that you suggested, that means now the chief architect will be hearing or not. And when you get to know that this is happening, that means now you are more confident that yes, I can give these advices. Organization listens to my advices. So tell her that we are engaging external experts also who are also giving similar suggestions, and that means her suggestions are correct and are valuable to the organization. So this is the way that you resolve her predicament. You don't resolve predicament by firing the chief architect. You don't resolve predicament by asking her कि आप internal complaints committee में जाओ और बोलो कि भाई I am being harassed here. Yes, there is mental harassment, but it doesn't mean that यहाँ पे as far as this chief architect is concerned, it is a problem of work culture. Not a problem of some legal aspect, some violation of somebody's privacy or somebody's modesty that is taking place. वो different चीजें हैं. Differentiate करके रखना है हमको इन चीजों के अंदर. Further measure what can be done? How can you ensure that such things do not reoccur in the organization? One, first and foremost, there must be an open work culture that develops. Open का मतलब क्या है? That people are open to feedback, open to suggestions. How will they be made open to suggestions? When the performance review mechanism is such. I am a senior person and my performance is being evaluated. My performance must be evaluated not on the basis only of my seniority. It must be on the basis of what all have I achieved in my position. If I did not achieve something because I was not open to feedback, that means there is a negative part on my performance, negative part on my career, on my performance in a particular job, in a particular position. Open feedback becomes a really important part of addressing these things. अगर feedback open नहीं है, हमारे कंट्री में सारे ब्यूरोक्रेट्स की एक समथिंग कॉल्ड एज ACR प्रिपेयर की जाती है, सारे गवर्नमेंट सर्वेंट्स की. क्या होती है ACR? एनुअल कॉन्फिडेंशियल रिपोर्ट. एनुअल कॉन्फिडेंशियल रिपोर्ट के बेसिस के ऊपर आपका प्रमोशन या ट्रांसफर होता है. ACR में हमारे ब्यूरोक्रेट्स को almost all bureaucrats, 100% of bureaucrats get 10 out of 10. Everybody is rated outstanding. If everyone is rated outstanding, that means everybody is basically standing out of the senior's office and try to impress them in some way. That is what is meant by the word term outstanding then. अगर इतनी ही outstanding हमारी bureaucracy होती, तो then we would have become, let's say, a developed high income country many years back. So we must understand the feedback mechanism. This feedback is closed feedback. We don't provide honest feedback to, let's say, bureaucrats, in this case the chief architect. We actively discourage such honest conversations. Only those who are compliant with the seniors order, the hierarchy, only those are the ones that get promoted. So therefore, feedback mechanism becomes a very important part here. Performance review system that encourages efficiency at work. This is the very important part here. Apart from that, certainly sensitization is an important part here. Workers must be sensitized towards other workers' needs, mental aspects, how should they behave at workplace. Work culture must be such that it encourages honest conversations about different aspects of work. If somebody is facing such issues, there must be a proper place where they can vent out or express their issues that they are facing. तो अगर आपके पास कुछ ऐसा opportunity नहीं जहाँ पे आप express कर सकते हो, that means you are going to ऐसे गुट के जीने वाली चीज हो जाएगी. Then there must be some proper channels for you to express any kind of frustration that you have or problem that you are facing at workplace. So there are some steps that can be taken. Special cells where such issues of discriminatory behavior can be expressed and redressed. Develop a culture of feedback. Regular training of staff to be abreast with latest developments. जैसे बाहर भेजो, and therefore the lady Seema has come from a foreign university, reputed university, and has experience outside the government department. So send your bureaucrats or send people in government service also to such foreign universities or departments, companies where they can learn these new things, and hence they are more open to such kind of environment. तो ये suggestions हैं जब हम implement कर सकते हैं. ठीक है, चलो लास्ट सवाल के ऊपर आ जाए. Question 12. You hold a responsible position in the ministry in government. One day in the morning, you received a call from school of your 11-year-old son that you are required to come and meet the principal. ये आसान सवाल है, लेकिन इसके अंदर कंटेंट बहुत सारा है लिखने के लिए. आसान और अच्छा obviously. You hold a responsible position in ministry in the government, and one day in the morning you received a call from school of your 11-year-old son that you are required to come and meet the principal. You proceed to the school and find your son in the principal's office. The principal informs you that your son has been found wandering aimlessly in the grounds during the time classes were in progress. The class teacher further informs you that your son has lately become a loner and did not respond to questions in the class. He had also been unable to perform well in the football trials held recently. You bring your son back from the school, and in the evening you, along with your wife, try to find out the reasons for your son's changed behavior. After repeated cajoling, your son shares that some children had been making fun of him in the class as well as in the WhatsApp group of the students by calling him stunted, duh, and a frog. He tells you the names of the few children who are main culprits but pleads with you to let the matter rest. After a few days during a sporting event where you and your wife have gone to watch your son play, one of your colleagues' son show you a video in which students have caricatured your son. Further, he also points out to the perpetrators who were sitting in the stands. You purposefully walk past them with your son and go home. Next day, you find on social media a video denigrating you, your son, and even your wife, stating that you engage in physical bullying of children on sports field. क्या समझ में आ रहा है क्या है? आपको आपके फ्रेंड के बच्चे ने एक क्लिप दिखाया स्पोर्टिंग इवेंट के ऊपर जहां पे आपके बच्चे का कैरिकेचर बना रखा था, मेड फन ऑफ योर सन. He points out that these are the students who are responsible for this thing. You take a stand, you take your son and you walk past those students. Let's say proudly you walk past those students. Points out the perpetrator sitting in the stand, you purposefully walk past them with your son and go home. Next day you find on अगले दिन social media पे क्या हुआ? A video denigrating you, your son and even wife, stating that you engaged in physical bullying of children on the sports field. The video became viral on social media. Your friends and colleagues began calling you to find out the details. One of your juniors advised you to make a counter video giving background and explaining that nothing that happened on the field. You in turn posted a video which you have captured during the sporting event, identifying the likely perpetrators who were responsible for your son's predicament. You have also narrated what has actually happened in the field and made attempts to bring out the adverse effects of misuse on social media. Based on the above case study, discuss the ethical issues involved in the use of social media. Discuss the pros and cons of using social media by you to put across facts to counter the fake propaganda against your family. सवाल आ गया समझ में क्या है? दो सवाल है यहाँ पे भाई. Based on this case, discuss ethical issues involved in use of social media. So there are 1000 issues involved in use of social media, but you have to restrict yourself to this particular case. ये केस किस चीज के ऊपर है? साइबर बुलिंग. गुड. और आसान कैसे? मैंने बोला आसान कैसे आप इजीली आइडेंटिफाई कर पाओगे कि केस का इशू क्या है. द केस इज ऑन साइबर बुलिंग, सो यू मस्ट बी एबल टू आइडेंटिफाई दैट पार्ट. That means you have to identify ethical issues in this particular context. Cyberbullying aspect, mental effect on children aspect, because they are of impressionable age, hence what kind of mental effect can this have on them? How are they likely to be discouraged from any social events, any kind of socialization? These are the ethical issues that you must identify. तो हाँ, introduction में तो हम यही लिखेंगे, केस जो है साइबर बुलिंग का केस है. In age of social media, things get amplified a lot. So this is that case. You write down these things. Ethical issues in context of the particular case, वो identify करने हैं, and discuss the pros and cons of using social media by you to put across facts to counter the fake propaganda against your family. ये specific सवाल है इस केस का कि आपने जो काउंटर वीडियो बना के डाला है, उस काउंटर वीडियो के प्रोज और कॉन्स बताने हैं कि उससे क्या पॉजिटिव एस्पेक्ट्स हो सकते हैं, क्या नेगेटिव एस्पेक्ट्स हो सकते हैं. केस इजी है. आई एम श्योर यू कैन इजीली राइट एन आंसर टू दिस केस. But again, easy are those questions. If the question is easy, getting marks in that question is equally difficult in that case. मुश्किल सवाल के ऊपर तो क्योंकि कुछ ही लोग आंसर लिख पाते हैं तो फिर उनको मार्क्स मिल जाता है, और कुछ मार्क्स सबको मिल जाते हैं. लेकिन आसान सवाल के ऊपर इट बिकम्स वेरी डिफिकल्ट टू गेट मोर मार्क्स. डिफरेंशियल वहाँ पे कम हो जाता है. एवरीबडी गेट्स लेट्स से 7 मार्क्स, यू विल गेट 8 मार्क्स और 7.5 मार्क्स. तो डिफरेंशियल क्रिएट करना है हमको इस सवाल के अंदर. क्या है एथिकल इश्यूज? फटाफट देख लेते हैं. एथिकल इश्यूज आर दैट ऑफ इंट्रोडक्शन. आई एम श्योर यू गेट द पॉइंट. सोशल मीडिया एंड इट्स इफेक्ट्स ऑन चिल्ड्रन, द मल्टीप्लायर इफेक्ट दैट सोशल मीडिया हैज, राइट? Ethical issues in this case, obviously cyberbullying is an ethical issue. Magnification by social media, it has speed, reach, reactions. As a result of that, everything gets magnified on social media. That becomes a big ethical issue here. Fake news, because in this context there's a fake news, that is a fake clip. Personal attacks, the recent, this is a little bit out of context, but just to explain you with an example. द रीसेंट एक्शन दैट गवर्नमेंट टुक अगेंस्ट न्यूज़ क्लिक, कल ही की न्यूज़ है ना, न्यूज़ क्लिक के जर्नलिस्ट को सरकार ने अरेस्ट किया या क्वेश्चन किया पूरे दिन भर। तो अब जो जर्नलिस्ट मान लें जिनकी क्वेश्चनिंग करी सरकार ने, now they have been questioned, they have been taken to custody, that's a valid reason for the government, because the government think that they are, let's say, taking Chinese money and let's say peddling some fake news against the country. That is okay, valid reasoning. So there is a criticism point to that. But then from criticism, when it turns to personal interest, personal attacks, there is a very thin line there, and quickly social media turns criticism into personal attacks. Now instead of criticizing those journalists for that part, now what you will see is, or what you have been seeing is, mostly they have been criticized on their personal part. ये ऐसा दिखता है, इसका ये entitlement है, इसके ये relationship है, personal part. Rather than the issue, criticism immediately transitions to personal attacks. आपने कुछ लिखा है सरकार के बारे में, सरकार को प्रेज करते हुए, तो सबसे पहले आपका आर्गुमेंट कोई नहीं पढ़ने वाला है, ये पढ़ा जाएगा कि भाई आपकी वाइफ सरकार की मेंबर है। आपने सरकार को क्रिटिसाइज किया किसी पॉलिसी के ऊपर, आपका क्रिटिसिज्म गया भाड़ में, क्या देखा जाएगा कि भाई आप पॉलिटिकल पार्टी के मेंबर हो या फिर आपके उसके साथ लिंक्स हैं। पर्सनल एस्पेक्ट, तो क्रिटिसिज्म गेट्स ट्रांजिशन टू पर्सनल अटैक्स इमीडिएटली ऑन सोशल मीडिया, दैट बिकम्स एन इंपॉर्टेंट एलिमेंट इन दिस केस एज वेल। इंस्टेंट ग्रेटिफिकेशन एंड विलिफिकेशन, सोशल मीडिया इंस्टेंटली ग्रेटिफाइज, ग्रेटिफाइज मतलब प्लेजर और अटेनमेंट, instantly gratify, makes a person a hero immediately or vilifies the person immediately. There is no middle path here, no gray area in social media. You are either a hero, as in a big hero, or you are a villain there. So instant gratification and vilification by social media, that becomes an issue here. Whether the person, whether जो हमारा protagonist है इसके अंदर family जो person है आप हो, क्या आप सही हो, कुछ लोगों की नज़र में आप बिल्कुल सही हो, कुछ लोगों की नज़र के अंदर आप बिल्कुल गलत हो। सामने वाले बच्चे जो एक्यूज जिसने फेक वीडियो डाला है कि उनकी बुलिंग हुई है, कुछ लोग बोल रहे हैं कि वो सही है, कुछ लोग बोल रहे हैं कि इंस्टेंट ग्रेटिफिकेशन एंड विलिफिकेशन, नो स्कोप ऑफ मिडिल पाथ इन सोशल मीडिया डिस्कशंस, एथिकल इश्यूज इन सोशल मीडिया, प्राइवेसी ऑब्वियसली, अ चाइल्ड हैज बीन harassed, mentally harassed, or some other children, their privacy is being revealed through your video, that means there is an issue of privacy here involved here. Clear to all? Pros and cons of the videos, that is to counter that fake propaganda that is there. क्या उसके pros and cons है, जो आपने वीडियो बनाया है उसके pros and cons क्या है, पॉजिटिव नेगेटिव क्या है। pros तो ऑब्वियस है कि भाई जो करेक्शन ऑफ रॉन्ग है, जो फेक न्यूज आई है उसको आप करेक्ट कर रहे हो बाय प्रोवाइडिंग काउंटर इन्फॉर्मेशन, द करेक्ट इन्फॉर्मेशन फ्रॉम योर पार्ट। नाउ वी हैव टू बिलीव व्हाट इज गिवन इन द केस। केस में कहीं ऐसा नहीं लिखा है, केस जिस परस्पेक्टिव से लिखा गया है, केस में nowhere it is written that let's say you bullied those children, the ones that you walked past, केस में नहीं लिखा है। So you'll have to believe the language and tone of the case. Please don't come to me or ask yourself this question in your mind that what if those who have made this video, first video है, what if they are right? हमारे पास ये स्कोप नहीं है, हमको कंजेक्चर में नहीं जाना है, हमको इफ एंड देन बट ये सब नहीं लगाने हैं, जो केस में लिखा है उसको अज्यूम करना है कि वो सही है। तो हम अज्यूम करेंगे कि ये जो फैमिली है ये विक्टिम है और जो सामने वाले हैं वो बदमाश है, हमको ये अज्यूम करके चलना है। सो राइट डाउन दैट correction of the wrong, that is some fake information that has been given, you are trying to correct it via this counter video. Direct communication, you are trying to communicate directly to the court of people, opinion makers, you are directly trying to communicate with them, large audience. Transparently communicate the entire incidents rather than some people simply putting out some clips or some small part. You are communicating the entire incident as to what happened through your video. Opportunity to take back the narrative. A narrative has been set that you, being the powerful government servant, have bullied children. लिखा ना पहली लाइन में कि आप government servant हो. You, being the powerful government servant, has bullied children. Now you are taking by the narrative by bringing out your side of the story. That becomes another pro of this thing. You are trying to win some public support. अब ये एक court of public चल रहा है यहाँ पे कि आप सही हो आप गलत हो. court of public चल रहा है कि जनता किसको like कर रही है. कोई लीगल एस्पेक्ट ऑब्वियसली है यहाँ पे, बुलिंग वाला एस्पेक्ट, दैट इज अ क्राइम, दैट इज समथिंग दैट हैज टू बी एड्रेस, बट हाँ आप पब्लिक सपोर्ट पाना चाह रहे हो, दैट इज अ प्रो हियर. कॉन्स क्या है, नेगेटिव एस्पेक्ट क्या है वीडियो बनाने के, बताओ अपने आप से, बताओ क्या हो सकते हैं. वॉल्यूशन ऑफ प्राइवेसी ऑब्वियसली है कि नहीं है. प्राइवेसी, चिल्ड्रन दे गेट एक्सपोज टू सोशल मीडिया, योर चाइल्ड एंड द अदर चिल्ड्रन दे गेट एक्सपोज. वॉल्यूशन ऑफ प्राइवेसी, हाँ इट इज अ, इसी को और फॉर्मल लैंग्वेज में कैसे बोलेंगे, अगेन वो प्रैक्टिस से आएगा. फॉर्मल लैंग्वेज में कैसे बोलेंगे, इट इज अ स्लिपरी स्लोप. स्लिपरी स्लोप समझते हो ना? That once you start, now counter argument, then argument, counter argument, argument. Then now there is no end to this discussion. Now it is in public domain, as in now the public is the judge. They will put a video, you will put a video, they will put a video, you will put a video. It is a slippery slope now. That means things are going to get dirty in this case. And the children who are going to suffer. It may amplify the effect on children. Privacy of the family gets exposed, the child may suffer even more boycott at the school, amplification of the effects of social media. Privacy of family gets exposed even more. Slippery slope of allegations and counter allegations. Possibility of miscommunication. आपने एक भी सेंटेंस में कुछ कॉमा इधर उधर लगा दिया, गलत हो गया, तो उसका मिसइंटरप्रिटेशन हो सकता है. क्लिप आ जाएंगे सोशल मीडिया के ऊपर, देखो ये पढ़ा रहा है, ये बोल रहा है क्लास के अंदर, है ना? मेरा मत डालना है प्लीज. मीम्स बन जाएंगे. हाँ. May be violative of code of conduct of civil servants because you are a civil servant, hence there are restrictions on how do you communicate with the social media with the public. So if you are doing this thing, that it may violate the code of conduct as well. So ये हमारे कॉन्स हैं यहाँ पे, हमको लिखना है आंसर में. ठीक है, आसान है, लेकिन हाँ स्पेसिफिक पॉइंट्स अब लिखेंगे तो अब ज़्यादा मार्क्स मिलने की चांसेस हैं. एनी क्वेश्चंस? ये कम रह गया है 250 वर्ड्स के लिए. मैंने इतने जो शब्द बोले हैं पिछले 2-2.5 घंटे में, वो तुमको हर एक आंसर में 500-500 वर्ड लिखने के लिए एनेबल कर देंगे. तुम तो स्टूडेंट हो यार अपने. तुम तो जब even if you are not a student of Vision IAS, you would have seen, I'm sure you would have come across, let's say Vision IAS test series answers. तो जो हमारे टेस्ट सीरीज के आंसर होते हैं उनमें यही पॉइंट लिखे होते हैं इसी तरीके से, और वो 500-500 वर्ड का एक आंसर होता है. 500 वर्ड का तो आंसर नहीं लिखना है एग्जाम के अंदर, 300-350 वर्ड के अंदर कंप्रेस करना है. तो सर्टेनली दिस विल एनेबल यू टू राइट अ रियली गुड आंसर इन अ शॉर्ट अमाउंट ऑफ टाइम, बट डिपेंड्स अपॉन हाउ यू ये फर्स्ट पार्ट जो है ना, मैच्योरिटी वाला जो है मैंने आपको बोला था, इफ यू आर एबल टू डू दिस थिंग देन दिस ऑटोमेटिकली फ्लोज. इफ यू आइडेंटिफाई द इशू रॉन्ग देन नथिंग कैन, देन यू आर नॉट एबल टू गेट एड्रेस द केस प्रॉपरली. ठीक है, चलो. ऑन द स्पॉट. अभी अब एग्जाम में तो कोई सोर्स नहीं खोज सकते. अच्छा चलो बता देता हूं. केस स्टडीज का सोर्स तुम पूछना चाह रहे हो, बेसिकली क्या है? केस स्टडी का सोर्स 100% न्यूज़पेपर्स है. 100%. टू दोज हु राइट मेंस आई ऑलवेज सजेस्ट दैट रीड 2 न्यूज़पेपर्स एटलीस्ट. जो मेंस लिख रहे हैं मैं सबको बोलता हूं 2 अखबार तो पढ़ने ही पढ़ने हैं आपको. 100% of case studies have been inspired from one or the other event that took place and was reported in newspapers. All these cases that we have come across, harassment at workplace, 100% ये अखबार में आया होगा during last 1 year or 2 years. These are common issues. कोई भी यहाँ पे आपको कुछ ऐसा अलग सा इशू तो नहीं दिख रहा है कि भाई कुछ चीज हो गई हो. कोई कॉर्पोरेट गवर्नेंस का इशू अगर मेजर हुआ होगा तो देन सम सेक्सुअल हरासमेंट की केस स्टडी जरूर पूछी गई होगी एग्जाम के अंदर. कुछ मिसअप्रोप्रिएशन ऑफ फंड्स बाय समबडी हुआ होगा, इवन फॉर सम गुड पर्पस, सो कॉल्ड गुड पर्पस, देन केस स्टडी वुड बी आस्क्ड इन द एग्जाम. सो ये जितनी भी केस स्टडीज हैं सारी की सारी करंट इवेंट से ही इंस्पायर्ड होती हैं. And newspapers you will find that what should be a good way to act, how did a particular person handle those cases, these are mentioned. जैसे इंडियन एक्सप्रेस में फर्स्ट पेज के ऊपर जो लास्ट में फर्स्ट पेज में सबसे नीचे कई बार स्टोरी आती है दैट समथिंग दैट हैज हैपेंड एट सम पर्टिकुलर प्लेस, तो वो कई बार बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट सोर्स होता है केस स्टडी का. वहाँ से डायरेक्टली केस स्टडीज पूछी जाती हैं, तो वहीं से हमको पढ़ना है. ठीक है, कोई और स्पेशल सोर्स कहीं नहीं है, कहीं नहीं मिलेगी कोई केस स्टडी किसी मटेरियल में कहीं नहीं छुपी हुई है कोई ऐसा. देयर इज नो होली ग्रेल हियर. Fine. All right. Thank you so much everybody for attending, for being with us since last in these 4 sessions, paper 1, 2, 3, 4. This concludes the open sessions of all these topics, all these exams that we have taken up, all these mains exams. I hope you people have learned how to write good answers, quick answers, score good marks. I hope you will be able to learn and implement these things in your answers yourself. Take care. All the best. Bye-bye. See you. All right.